Chapter 280, Returning to the Grey Cloud Town. Reverie Undersh. Rain Emperor was swift in his decision, issuing an imperial decree to pass the throne to the 7th prince. As for the eldest prince and the 3rd prince, they were relocated to the border garrisons, and their lands were taken back. It was obvious that they were going to die of old age outside the walls, never to return to the imperial capital in this lifetime. This suited Rain Emperor's assertiveness. Even if it were his own son, he'd either not intervene or go all out. The eldest prince and 3rd prince thus withdrew from the Rain country's political stage. No matter how overwhelmingly influential they were before in front of the emperor's power, they were so fragile that they had no power to retaliate. They couldn't even bargain or find a quiet place to grow old. However, this guaranteed that the emperor's power was smoothly passed on. Without the eldest prince and the 3rd prince to incite trouble, the 7th prince's claim to the throne was naturally as steady as Mount Tai. Besides, with Rain Emperor's previous forceful intervention, which implanted an invincible impression of him in the 8 great clans' minds, even if the 7th prince was still young with cultivation merely in the element-gathering tier, who would dare look down on him? Rain Emperor was a fierce man who dared to punch the Winter Moon Sect's spiritual pedestal tier cultivator, and even compelled a Flower Blossom tier warrior to leave. Actually, most of the people didn't wish for Rain Emperor to abdicate after all. Rain Emperor just demonstrated his domineering power. In everyone's mind he was like a god, but who could sway the thoughts of such an overlord? The rise of the new emperor was set 10 days later, but Ling Han couldn't wait until that day. After he completely settled the leftover matters in the imperial city, he set out to return to Grey Cloud Town. Heading to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall was a decision he carefully deliberated over, because in order to repair Ling Dongxing's spirit base, the Rain country simply didn't have the last 3 main medicinal ingredients. Only after setting sights on a place so vast like the whole North region could he obtain the remaining 3 main medicinal ingredients. Those were ingredients used to concoct a middle-level Earth-grade medicine after all. Even an affluent sect like the Winter Moon Sect would view them as treasures. Those who accompanied him were Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiao, Ken Yi, Liu Yutong, Li Xichan, Zhu Hiexan and Qizhan Tai, who Niu had already woken up like nothing ever happened, alive and kicking and too full of vigor. As expected, she could eat and sleep and take a Biatinga small beast she was. Niu's not a small beast, Niu's a small fairy. Niu giggled and kissed Ling Han on the cheek, making Li Xichan and Liu Yutong's beautiful faces turn green. After experiencing the forced marriage, Liu Yutong was completely disillusioned with her family, single-mindedly following her master. Li Xichan's reasons were much grander: to learn alchemy from Ling Han. Her comprehension of alchemy was certainly decent, and that was why Ling Han didn't object to her following him. Ken Ye's reason was even simpler. He complied with the promise to follow Ling Han until the day he could defeat Ling Han. Zhu Hiexan heard Ling Han was headed to the Star Brilliance Hall, so he naturally groveled along. To speak of the many alchemy masters, his relationship with Ling Han was still the tightest, since the bond was formed when Ling Han was the weakest, and this friendship was much deeper than that with others. Thus, Ling Han wouldn't mind giving pointers to the old man, except Zhu Hiexan's talents were limited and high-level black-grade alchemy master was the most he could become. Despite the fact, Zhu Hixing was still awfully excited. In the Rain country that was the title of a big boss of alchemy. Qizhan Tai was completely beating around the bush, once saying she would learn alchemy from Ling Han, then saying she was headed to Diyuan City to visit relatives. Anyways, she followed like a sticky candy, but Ling Han decided that once they arrived at Diyuan City, he was going to leave her behind. They weren't close after all. 5 days later they returned to Diyuan City. First they left Qizhan Tai with Diyuan King, who returned early. They then headed to the Grey Cloud Town. The Ling family was already rebuilt, and now was the only affluent family in the Grey Cloud Town. However, Ling Dongxing was not tyrannical in his ways. Even though they controlled the entire Grey Cloud Town's business, the Ling family still left some crumbs for the small families. Everyone got along quite well. Seeing Ling Han return, Ling Dongxan was naturally exalted. Yuan King returned early, bringing the news that Ling Han became a high-level black-grade alchemist. Therefore, not only was the Ling family delighted, the entire town created a stir, coming to congratulate one after another. High-level black-grade alchemist. There were only 2 of them in the entire Rain country, and in Diyuan City, it was most Kika-7. Yuan King had to give a solemn salute, calling Ling Han Grandmaster. Good. Ling Dongxing was so excited that tears came running out. He already knew his son was not a fish in the pond and traveling to the imperial capital would definitely allow him to soar, but never would he have thought his son would soar so fiercely and so high. He simply hugged Ling Han tightly, patted Ling Han's back continuously, chocked with emotion and unable to speak a word. For so many years he had thought his son a waste, making him feel extremely ashamed to have failed his wife. Now his son was finally soaring, making him feel that even if he died now, he would have the face to see his wife. Ling Han took out food from the Black Tower. Let alone vegetables and fruits, he also took some cows and sheep. After the chef handled it and served it to the table, the smell alone made everyone's eyes fixed on it, almost making them drool. It's Nyo's? Hunyo puckered up niggardly, but she couldn't go against Ling Han, so she just started eating desperately. Her idea was simply put everything in her stomach, that way she wouldn't lose out. This little girl swept like a whirlwind, quickly destroying the food on her table, then running off to another table to begin her great slaughter. This made all the guests not care about face, fighting over the food desperately. Ping ping pang pang, the courtyards was filled with the sounds of chopsticks on plates and chewing. These things were truly too delicious, so no one opened their mouth to speak, worrying that they'd get one less bite. This wasn't a baseless worry, as each person was as if they were hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. That was truly called having covetous red eyes, wishing to strangle everyone else at the same table so that others would stop eating and let them alone eat to their own content. It was over. Such delicious food couldn't be forgotten once eaten. How could they live without eating it from now on? Ling Han left the Ling family many ingredients, since the Black Tower's space was ridiculously large anyways, forming its own world. Not to mention just the Ling family, even if the entire Rain Country's people were to live in here based off of the vegetables and livestock raised in the Black Tower, it was enough that people wouldn't starve to death. In these few days, several batches of vegetables in the Black Tower were already harvested and new seeds were sprayed, growing on fields and more fields. Besides, inside the Black Tower, Ling Han was like a god. Reap and so only needed a thought and didn't have to personally do it. Ling Han still asked Ling Dongxing's opinion on whether or not he wanted to live in the Black Tower. This way he could guarantee the Ling family's absolute safety, but Ling Dongxing already considered carefully, deciding to remain in Grey Cloud Town. Here were the Ling family's roots. More than that, the Ling family's people bled here, that made Ling Dongxing even more unwilling to leave, promising to build a better Ling family. Ling Han naturally wouldn't force him. He left almost all his silver notes, and then refined large amounts of low-level medicinal pills. With these two things, it would be hard not to be strong even if the Ling family didn't want to be. Money houses were ran by the Rain Country's imperial family. These silver notes were useless paper once out of the Rain Country. Who would let you trade for true gold? Therefore, Ling Han only exchanged for a few gold silvers to bring on him, enough to set out. Moreover, the currency that circulated in the vast lands was not gold-silver, but origin power crystals. Chapter 281. Extracting a Mystical Power. Reappears. After staying in Grey Cloud Town for 3 days, Ling Han began his travel. Ling Han temporarily had no plans to expose the Black Tower, so the party hired 2 carriages, wobbling on the way as they headed to the border of the Rain Country. The speed wasn't fast, but it was unimportant since Ling Han was not in a rush. In the party, Ling Han, Lu Yutong, Li Xichan, and Hunyo were in one carriage, while Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujio, Kenyi, and Zhu Hiexian were in the other. As for why Ling Han sat on the same carriage as the 2 beauties, Guang Yuan and the others naturally understood. Actually, they didn't understand at all. Ling Han and the others spent most of their time in the Black Tower. The space there was 10,000 times more comfortable than the carriage. Ling Han already built a gorgeous residence inside the Black Tower. Similar to the floating palace inside the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, this residence also floated in the air, but wasn't supported by formation since it was in a separate dimension Ling Han had a complete control of. It was of course no problem to directly erase gravity in a designated area. Lu Yutong and Li Xichang loved to live in here, making them feel a mistress' secret delight. However, Hunyo would always pick the right time to break their illusions, reminding them that Ling Han belongs to Nyo. This space was originally extremely monotonous, but Ling Han rearranged it, creating mountains and rivers in this endless plain. At this moment he sat by the side of a lake holding an eyeball. Trivial matters were resolved. He should begin to cultivate the Eye of Truth. He pressed the eyeball against his left eye, activating a surge of consciousness that entered the eyeball. Suddenly, blowing up with a bang inside his consciousness, mysterious scenes formed one after another. This was the Eye of Truth's magical effect. He saw that the Eye of Truth could see through an enemy's weak points, own flaws, labyrinths, thick slab stones, and in the last scene he even saw a martial artist's eye shine, obliterating a star in the sky. He was suddenly startled, and his consciousness left the eyeball like tidal water. Everything returned. This eyeball was definitely from a Heaven-tier warrior's body, but the glowing Eye of Truth that could destroy even a star completely surpassed the Heaven-tier's limits. In other words, a warrior of the Shattering Void tier or even the Almighty God tier that cultivated the Eye of Truth could blow up stars with a glance. This was the true potential of the Eye of Truth. Ling Han sighed. In his previous life he lived in his own world, knowing only to refine pills. He completely didn't know the world was actually so vast that it surpassed his imagination. The Heaven tier really wasn't much. Fortunately, his body was obliterated by the Black Tower, passing through millennia and living once again. This time he would live an extremely exciting life, battling all the formidable cultivators in the world and trampling over all geniuses. He pressed the eyeball close again, starting to extract the martial intent within. This was the only way to acquire mystical powers not inherited via his family's bloodline. The imperial family had the eyeball for countless years, yet they couldn't learn the mystical power because they didn't have the ability to activate the fragmented martial intent. However, Ling Han was different. He had a shred of the Heaven-tier divine sense. To say the least, he also had the Black Tower and he was like a god in there. Hung inside Ling Han's consciousness, countless lines of fabric shone, forming characters. Not one character had meaning, for they weren't written word or patterns. This was martial intent's manifestation, which couldn't be expressed with language or words, surpassing them. Otherwise, how could a human obtain the mystical power a beast possessed? Ling Han was like a sponge, continuously absorbing this martial intent, understanding and permeating it with his Heaven-tier comprehension. On his body, several flashes of gem-like light propagated. This was because a mystical power's level was high, making heaven and earth resonate. For now it took him a day and a night. Fortunately, he had already said not to call them if they didn't go out, thus the carriage was not disturbed all this time. Neither Guang Yuan nor the coachman knocked on the door. However, it was tough on Guang Yuan and the others, who were addicted to the ingredients Ling Han had prepared before. Now that Ling Han wasn't coming out, they could only eat roadside tavern food, which naturally tasted completely different. The texture was like chewing wax, angering them to the point that they almost smashed the store. Ling Han let the three girls out so as to avoid attracting suspicions. He stayed in the tower to continue comprehending the Eye of Truth. 13 days later, this eyeball suddenly turned into ash. Ling Han already acquired the Eye of Truth's legacy, extracting all the martial intent within. Thus, this eyeball naturally could no longer be preserved. Mystical powers were all like this, only inheritable by one person, or giving birth to more. Unfortunately, this eyeball was shot by an arrow, which erased much of the martial intent. I didn't acquire the full inheritance. Ling Han sighed, appearing extremely regretful. The good thing is that this part was the highest level of the inheritance and I can't unleash it fully now. Besides, when I reach the Shattering Void tier or even the God tier, I might have the chance to acquire the complete Eye of Truth. Now, my Eye of Truth should be somewhat refined, right? Ling Han opened his right eye and in his gaze, large stars rushed forth, then exploded one by one. This was very surprising. He focused his eye and looked into the distance, only to find that his eyesight increased by a whole lot. Not only could he see further but also clearer. Regardless of size, the field of view emerged in his consciousness. Combined with his Heaven-tier divine sense, useless information was discarded, and only the useful details were sent to his consciousness for his reference. He raised his hand to see that the details of his skin were infinitely enlarged. He could clearly see the pores on his skin, and with a closer look, he could indistinctly see the blood rushing underneath. However, only a short while later he felt his eye ache, causing him to hurriedly deactivate the Eye of Truth. His right eye immediately returned to normal. Other than the massive increase in vision, there was no other difference. He revealed a faint smile. The Eye of Truth was already refined, and only needed to be gradually strengthened afterwards. However, activation of the Eye of Truth expends power of the soul and not origin power. Strange. Ling Han shook his head. In his previous life he had only heard of mystical powers, but never cultivated one. Therefore he didn't know whether that was unique to the Eye of Truth or if all mystical powers were activated through power of the soul. He stopped thinking, and as his figure swayed, he was already outside the Black Tower. They were almost at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. The vast lands were separated into 5 large regions, which were North, South, East and West and Middle State. As the name implies, Middle State was situated in the middle of the vast lands and was where martial arts were the most prosperous. Then came the 4 large regions, North, South, East and West. Out of the 4 regions, North region's martial arts level was the weakest. A spiritual infant-tier warrior could rule the roost unlike the other 3 regions, where at least a heaven-tier cultivator kept watch. The 9 nations of the desolate north were in the northernmost part of the vast lands. Outside of the Rain Country, situated north was a no-man's land, and further ahead was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, the only connection between the 9 nations of the desolate north and the north region. Chapter 282, Fallen Moon Gorge. Reappears. A palace hall naturally couldn't block the road. In actuality, the Star Brilliance Palace Hall was situated inside a gorge. This gorge was the path that had to be taken from the 9 nations of the desolate north to the north region. This gorge was called the Fallen Moon Gorge. According to legends, this was originally a tall mountain, and the north region ended here. There was no way of crossing it because on top of the mountain a terrifying presence circulated, and even spiritual infant-tier cultivators would fall victim to it. However, an unknown number of years ago, the night sky's moon suddenly fell, chopping the mountain top into a gorge, and thus it received the name of the Fallen Moon Gorge. It was precisely this gorge that opened up a road. Some courageous martial artists passed through the gorge to enter the primitive areas. Through continuous battles with beasts, the 9 nations of the desolate north were established at last, expanding the north region's territory. Now, the tall mountain was still insurmountable, so one could only walk through the Fallen Moon Gorge. Therefore this place was extremely lively. Every day there were large amounts of martial artists that came from the 9 nations, wanting to widen their horizons, and some martial artists that returned from the north region, going back to their homes. Moreover, there were large amounts of merchants that brought specialty products of 9 nations of the desolate north to the north region or vice versa. The profits were great, but their endeavor was extremely dangerous because the land outside of the 9 nations of the desolate north was a lawless area, where robberies and killings happened at every moment. From here to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall was only half a day's travel, but this part of the road was also the most dangerous. Fortunately, the 2 carriages belonged to Storm Mercenaries, an extremely strong force in the Fallen Moon Gorge region. Normally speaking, no one would dare get any ideas about a cart with the Storm Mercenaries flag. Ling Han carried Hunyo and sat on top of the carriage. In his previous life he spent most of his time in the pill refining room studying. Only in his late years did he walk outside to venture historic sites, increasing his knowledge. In this lifetime he didn't plan on missing out on various extraordinary sights. At this moment they already entered the Fallen Moon Gorge. The 2 sides had steep cliffs that towered like clouds. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, but he still couldn't see the mountaintop, yet he could see the vicious chi that was emitted on the mountain walls. This presence made even him feel somewhat nervous. In other words, even if he'd come here with the heaven-tier strength, he also would have to be very careful. It looked like the legend was not just a legend, having a certain degree of truth to it. However, what surprised Ling Han was that underneath the gorge were fields of medicinal ingredients, growing very well. These medicinal ingredients planted here won't be stolen? Ling Han asked, feeling it strange. Guang Yuan stepped up, having heard that. No one dares. These medicinal fields are allotted by the Star Brilliance Palace Hall to farmers to plant. If anyone dared steal medicine, they'd be arrested by the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's order. Bandits don't dare steal either because they need medicinal pills too, and if those with money won't sell it, what can they do? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Alchemists were certainly a group that exceeded the norms. It was no wonder alchemists were all proud. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they couldn't do without medicinal pills, naturally feeding the arrogance of alchemy masters. The carriage advanced slowly, and after a while, suddenly the sound of dispute was heard ahead. Though Ling Han didn't like meddling in other people's business, he could do nothing about his increased cultivation that strengthened his hearing. Even if he didn't want to hear it, he still did as the voices of dispute drifted here. This price is really too low. Not only can we not make money, but also we'll sustain losses. Young Master Fu, show some compassion and take it as following last year's price. Humph, we want to see Chief Luo. How come the price is lower year after year? How do you expect us farmers to live? Ling Han focused his gaze. The eye of truth easily penetrated the layers of leaves, only to see a group of roughly 100 farmers that burned with rage, surrounding 3 people. These 3 people were obviously the important and the less important. The former was a 20-year-old youngster who wore an embroidered gown, looking extremely haughty. The other 2 were probably errand men that were 30 or so years old, guarding the side of the youngster. What does whether you live or not have to do with this young master? The youngster snorted. Immediately send the medicinal herbs to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall at this price. In 3 days, if the medicinal field still has a stock of medicinal herb left, this master will cut off whomever's dog head. Too unjust. With such a low price, not to mention how busy we'll be this year, we'll have to sell our sons and daughters to maintain our living. How could you do this? Are you trying to hound us to death? The farmers cried out successively, each one waving a medicinal hoe, appearing extremely worked up. The youngster in embroidered clothes sneered and said, "Oh, you guys have the nerve to actually dare act impudently in front of this young master. Could you want this young master to sortie Star Defense Force, arresting all of you?" There were many farmers, but each one was a normal person. This youngster was a surprisingly in the 5th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. It was equivalent to a group of ants surrounding an elephant, completely ineffective. Yet this youngster used some Star Defense Force to scare them. It was not a superfluous action. It was intended to scare these farmers into giving their lives to make money for him. Otherwise, how could he have such great patience instead of just resorting to murder? As expected, after the farmers heard the 3 words, Star Defense Force, they all involuntarily shivered. Some of them knelt down at once and said, "Young Master Fu, we beg of you, give us a way out. With just this purchase money, we'll really starve to death. Young Master Fu, please." Even more people knelt down, kowtowing towards the youngster. Amongst them, there was no lack of old and gray-haired men. "Get lost." The youngster threw a kick, turning over the person who blocked in front. "Harvest the herbs for this young master, and if these medicinal herbs still haven't been sent to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall 3 days later, this young master will dispatch the Star Defense Force, arresting all of you despicable people." "Young Master Fu, you're really hounding us to death?" There were still several people who hadn't knelt. Their eyes were red through and through, staring fiercely at the youngster in embroidered clothes. The youngster in embroidered clothes wiped his nose and said coldly, "What the hell does it have to do with this young master whether you guys die or not? If you don't take care of business for me, then this young master will make you wish for death. Remember, 3 days, just 3 days' time," he added with an expression full of disgust. In his eyes, these normal people who weren't even in the body refining tier were tools used to make money for him. If a group died, then Jet changed to another one. Making lots of money was the most important thing. Ling Han immediately understood that the Star Brilliance Palace Hall hired these farmers to plant the medicinal herbs. This youngster was in charge of collecting it, but he lowered the purchase price to a point lower than the production costs, naturally making these farmers quit. This person was truly tyrannical, lowering the price to the point of hounding people to death. To kill the goose that laid the golden egg, wasn't this forcing people to rebel? What an unbridled youngster. Guang Yuan snorted. Based on his spiritual ocean tears hearing, he naturally heard clearly. He might not pity the farmers, but the feeling of contempt for the youngster's methods still arose within him. After all, someone in the Gushing Spring tier bullying some normal people only to make a little more money was disgraceful no matter how one looked at it. This lord shall see just how amazing he is. He jumped off the carriage. Ling Han crossed his hands behind his back and followed behind, while Lu Yutong and Li Xichan stayed on the carriage. Since Ling Han came forward personally, what incident couldn't be solved? Chapter 283, Hound to Death. Reverie Undersh. Hunyo jumped out and leaned on Ling Han's back. Her small face was full of excitement. She hadn't fought for a long time, which made her feel uncomfortable. "Young Master Fu, please. Please." Seeing the youngster in embroidered clothes about to leave, the farmers chased crawling on their knees one after another. Some blocked his front and 2 hugged his legs. The youngster in embroidered clothes instantly revealed an expression of extreme disdain, flicking his legs and sending the 2 who hugged his legs flying. With a resentful face he said, "Contemptible things, you dare to touch this young master with dirty hands? Beat them." The 2 servants immediately started to move, rolling up their sleeves. They were about to catch the 2 that were sent flying. "Pa, pa." A young child ran out and dove onto one of the farmer's body, turning to say, "I won't allow you to beat my pa." The two servants halted slightly, but the youngster in embroidered clothes snorted and said, "What, you two can't even win against a child?" This made the two instantly shiver, hurriedly breaking into a run again. "Brute, not even letting children go. Fight it out with him. We're going to starve to death anyways, why not kill him? A life for a life." Hearing what the youngster embroidered clothing said, the farmer's fierce nature was completely incited. Since they weren't given a way out, then other than putting up a desperate fight, what else could they do? However, in front of someone in the gushing spring tier, no matter how strong their will to fight to the death was, it would be useless. Such an arrogant child. Guang Yuan spoke out in a coldly. The youngster in embroidered clothing turned and saw Guang Yuan. Filled with ferocity, apparently not a member of a large sect or family, his attire was extremely garish and presence strong. Obviously the other party was a lone martial artist. He turned around and said, "Such foolish audacity, actually daring to insult this young master. A mutt from the 9 nations of the desolate north that thinks himself strong and able to run amok in the world? Bosh. Let this young master teach you how to be a proper mutt, tuck your tail in. Such a cheap mouth needs a beating." Guang Yuan snorted, taking large strides forward. "This young master is Cheng Kai Fu, you dare touch a single ah." The youngster in embroidered clothing thought to threaten Guang Yuan a little, but didn't expect to be slapped onto the ground by Guang Yuan. It was so painful that he couldn't continue the words that came after. Unless the youngster had Ling Han's ability, it was only a given that someone in the gushing spring tier would end up like this when facing an opponent in the spiritual ocean tier. Seeing this youngster called Cheng Kai Fu slapped to the ground, quite a few farmers instantly started crying out, all of a sudden harboring a favorable impression towards Guang Yuan. "You actually dare to hit this young master?" Cheng Kai Fu crawled up with a face full of dirt, appearing extremely disorderly. His expression was like that of a cannibal, greatly revealing his viciousness. Guang Yuan threw another slap and sent Cheng Kai Fu sprawling onto the ground again. This was Guang Yuan holding back. Otherwise, a spiritual infant tier warrior's attack could have killed him in one hit. "This lord, please show mercy." A middle-aged farmer pleaded with Guang Yuan. Guang Yuan was startled and then said, "He's hounding you guys to death and you actually plead for him?" "Young Master Fu is an important person who won't argue with us," the farmer said. "This lord, please let young Master Fu go, we'll plead with young Master Fu again. Young Master Fu will definitely show magnanimity of an important person, giving us a way out." This was the standard servant behavior. Even having been forced to destruction, they still held an unreal delusion. It had to be said that there was a big market for such delusions, immediately moving many people. They were just farmers and not warriors, picking up the hoe to fight after being hot-headed all of a sudden. Now that they were blown by a cold wind, their courage disappeared without a trace. "This lord, please let go of young Master Fu." Several farmers knelt down, pleading for Cheng Kai Fu. Guang Yuan only felt like his chest was about to explode, feeling furious for these people who weren't willing to put up a fight. He let them be, turning around directly to leave out of sight and out of mind. "Ha ha, you know that you're meddling in other people's business now?" Cheng Kai Fu climbed up, staring at Guang Yuan's back and said threateningly, "Still want to leave after hitting this young master? Not so easy." He pointed at Ling Han and the others and said, "You're all with him, right? Hee, this lord has remembered you all." Ling Han shook his head and laughed. "Where do you get the sense of superiority? Has water gotten inside your brain?" Hunyou bared her teeth. She would never let off those who dared to have evil thoughts towards Ling Han. "Haha, do you know who this young master is? Ah." Cheng Kai Fu wanted to act arrogant for a bit, but he didn't expect Hunyou to charge over and slap him fiercely on the face, knocking him onto the ground. He was knocked down once more, this time by a little girl. Damn it. Cheng Kai Fu threw a fit, his eyes so fierce as if he really wanted to kill people. Hunyou threw another slap, and Cheng Kai Fu was naturally slapped to the ground again. In front of Hunyou he was only just a dish. This left Qin Yi and Guang Yuan speechless. This little girl was truly brutal. After several slaps, Cheng Kai Fu finally knew how to behave, knowing that these people didn't act following normal rules. His eyes full of hatred, he didn't dare to act arrogant again. Ling Han drew his sword, its chilling light like water. Cheng Kai Fu was finally scared and said with a shiver, "What do you want? If he died here, how wrong would that be?" "This lord." The farmers shivered in their boots. If Ling Han attacked and killed Cheng Kai, they couldn't escape the responsibility. I'm warning you, my brother is Yen Fei. Puh. Ling Han's hand rose and the sword fell. A gush of blood splattered Qing Kai Fu's arm was cut off. Ah! Qing Kai Fu instantly screamed tragically. Shut up! Ling Han roared, his voice like a sword, shaking him so much that Qing Kai Fu involuntarily stopped screaming, then looked at Ling Han with fearsome and hateful gaze. The reason I didn't cut you down is because of these people. Ling Han pointed at those farmers. Follow last year's price to buy the medicinal ingredients. Otherwise I will find you and cut of your damn head, he said coldly. Qing Kai Fu was so pained that his face twitched, but as it concerned his own life, he chose to lower his head, nodding in a very minute range. Heard it or not, answer me loudly. Ling Han swung his sword. I heard. Qing Kai Fu yelled loudly, tears flowing out. Get lost. Ling Han put away his sword. Qing Kai Fu hurriedly turned to run. The two servants picked up the severed arm that was on the ground, following Qing Kai Fu. If the arm was immediately reconnected, there was still a possibility it could work. The farmers looked at Ling Han with a reverent gaze. They suddenly scattered on one command, leaving only a few behind. Thank you, young master, for helping. These people knelt down to salute Ling Han. They were still quite sincere and honest. Chapter 284. Entering the town. Reappears. Ling Han didn't blame those who ran. These were truly normal people of the lowest status, without any abilities to fight against oppression, drifting with the tide and hanging by a thread. He gestured to them to stand with his hands and said, the one surnamed Qing, I'll take care of him for you all. This young Master Fu, is from the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and it's said that he has a high status. You should probably leave at once. Someone exhorted. Yes, once someone said to be very strong had a conflict with young Master Fu, but ended up breaking both his legs and running to young Master Fu to beg forgiveness. I also heard that someone offended young Master Fu, and eventually, in order to live, he sent his wife and daughter for young Master Fu to abuse for several days, finally escaping this ordeal. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh and said, I somewhat underestimated that guy actually doing so many evil things. The lot of farmers extorted Ling Han to return on the path which he came, but their status was too low, and they only knew that Qing Kai Fu was doing well in the Star Brilliance Palace. For what background he had exactly, that was completely unknown to them. Ling Han naturally wasn't afraid. He was already a high-level black-grade alchemist, and he came here to certify as Earth Grade 1. It wasn't like he needed to be afraid of a spoilt younger generation. Exchanging a few words with the farmers, he returned to the carriage, but the two coachmen refused to carry them further no matter what. After reasoning in every possible way, they got Ling Han and the others off the carriage, then left as if their butts caught on fire, harnessing the carriage to double back. It seems that youngster has some connections. Guang Yuan laughed. Coming over to oppress normal people, his connections must be limited, right? Zhu Wujiao interjected. Originally he had no qualifications to talk to someone in the spiritual ocean tier like this, but everyone mingled together for a long time, plus Guang Yuan was a loose cultivator who didn't stress things such as tier and status. Ling Han didn't care and said, let's go, now we can only continue on foot. Now it was only half a day's road from the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. The carriage wasn't fast to begin with, it could only save them some strength, so it didn't really matter. As the party set out, Hunyao acted like a spoiled child, having Ling Han piggyback her and turning to make faces at Lu Yutong and Li Si Chan, appearing extremely full of herself. She put her arms intimately around Ling Han's neck, displaying her possessiveness to the fullest. However, only after a short while of walking, they encountered a wave of bandits that brazenly attacked, but were defeated by King Yi alone. In the following hour they actually encountered 7 waves of bandits, showing how chaotic the environment here was. This fully proved that Storm mercenaries got along here quite well. Before, when they were riding on the carriage with the Storm mercenaries flag, they didn't encounter a single wave of bandits, but now bandits came like a tide. King Yi never knew to hold back when attacking. In Huyang Academy, whenever one sparred with him, someone in the spiritual ocean tier needed to oversee it in case he heavily injured or killed someone. However, here who would stop him? Ling Han had no intention of making King Yi hold back. This youngster was naturally like a sharp saber. Suppressing his viciousness was equivalent to restricting his martial path. Only by being let free would he be able to grow into an exceptionally fierce saber. Moreover, a bandit needed the awareness of being a bandit, dying served them right. After killing another 3 waves of bandits, they scared off the remaining ones and no one came to look for trouble anymore. Up ahead, a lofty palace appeared before them. Rather than a hall, it was more like a tower. Its height and width weren't proportionate, but architecturally, this could only be called a hall. The stairs were actually revolving on the outside of the palace hall in an upward spiral, an extremely grand handiwork. The entire palace was piled up from starflower stones. It wasn't anything special during daytime, but at night, the entire palace hall would emit light like Star Brilliance Palace Hall, living up to its name. However, it was now afternoon, and this palace hadn't displayed its magnificent and spectacular side yet. From afar, it looked like a lofty tower casting a long shadow. This wasn't the fallen moon gorge's only edifice. The tall palace was surrounded streets that formed a flourishing town. It was the hub linking the 9 nations of the desolate north to the north region. People from all 9 nations converged here, including martial artists, merchants, random adventurers and wanted criminals. Here, everything was under the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's control. The Star Brilliance Palace Hall was the dictator and the law here. Whoever opposed kill. Entering and leaving this town required a fee. In principle, those who stayed in this small town would receive the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's protection, but every 3 days, they had to either pay the fee again or leave. Thus, businessmen came and went in haste, and the townsend's charges weren't lenient either, cheating customers to the point of feeling pain. Ling Han came to the town's entrance and paid according to the number of people even who Nyo was counted. Each person was 100 silvers for 3 days, and 3 days later, if it was discovered that they were still here and didn't pay again, they would be killed without mercy. It was said that the fees hadn't been as high and allowed people to stay as long as one wanted, as long as one had the money to live in the inns. However, starting from half a year ago, the rules changed. Now, cries of complaint were heard everywhere, filled with extreme discontent regarding the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's high-handedness. But the Star Brilliance Palace Hall represented the alchemist society that controlled the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, and at least half of the medicinal pills in the 9 nations of the desolate north were distributed by them. Even if they were domineering, who would dare to oppose them openly? Ling Han had Guang Yuan pay the entrance fees to the Sect. Then they first found an inn to stay at. After washing off the fatigue of traveling with a bit of rest, Ling Han brought Zhu Hexian and Hu Nyo and headed towards the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Hu Nyo couldn't be dumped, while Zhu Wujiao was an alchemist, so he was related. The town wasn't large, so after 10 minutes or so, they arrived at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, even though they strolled slowly. Other than being tall, the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's architectural style was rather ordinary. There were only a few dozens of steps, unlike some places with hundreds of steps before reaching the top, filled with the arrogance of towering above. A group of people ran out from the large hall. Each one was fierce, startling the people at the entrance and dodging hurriedly to the sides. The Star Brilliance Palace Hall was the highest authoritative organization of the Alchemist Society in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Not only Earth-grade alchemy master were here, but also many high-tier cultivators, all of whom were Alchemist Society's own forces. They couldn't dispatch someone all the time for little things. Besides, alchemists focused on refining pills and not fighting. An alchemist's organization, well, maybe they didn't have other things, but they definitely weren't lacking money. This group of people was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's hired thugs, but they had a pleasant name called Star Defense Force. The members of the Star Defense Force naturally belonged to those of lower status, so they were also especially rampant, ramming in their path, extremely like thugs. Ling Han took a glance and couldn't help but reveal an astounded expression. The leader was Qing Kai Fu, whom he'd seen upon entering. His arm was actually reattached, covered in thick white gauze. Malice was written all over his face. Obviously, after this guy simply reconnected his severed arm, he couldn't wait to bring people out for revenge. What a truly cheap person. Was that lesson earlier not enough? Chapter 285, Kill. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han naturally wouldn't care. A dignified high-level black-grade alchemist came to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Would he still need to be afraid of anyone? Qing Kai Fu saw Ling Han right away. Instantly, all the old grudges and new hatreds welled up in his heart. He wanted to point at Ling Han, but his right arm had just been reconnected, so there was no way he could raise it. He frowned in pain and was forced to raise his left hand to point it at Ling Han. Such nerve, this young master was just about to find you, yet you sent yourself to my doorstep. Ling Han frowned and said, "Move your hand. I hate it the most when others point their finger at me." Ha, your life will soon be over, why worry about other things? Chen Kai-fu snorted, and snapped his fingers. The 10 people from the Star Defense Force instantly surrounded Ling Han. Zhu Hiexen was suddenly infuriated, took a step forward and said, "What are you guys trying to do? Low-level black-grade alchemist?" Chen Kai-fu looked at Zhu Hiexen's silver badge on the chest, revealing a sudden realization. No wonder you dared to go against this young master, so you have a low-level black-grade alchemist as backup. But do you know who this young master is? Ling Han patted Zhu Hiexen on the shoulder, signaling him to let him talk. Ling Han said with a smile, "I truly don't know who the heck you are." Humph, cutting off one of this young master's arm, even with a low-level black-grade alchemist, this young master will still kill you, Chen Kai-fu said in a stern voice. He had never received such great humiliation, not only having his life threatened, but also having an arm severed. Luckily, he possessed countless high-level medicinal pills that helped reconnect his severed arm. Otherwise, he definitely would hate Ling Han to point of annihilating all 9 generations. Kill those 2. He pointed at Ling Han and Zhu Hiexen. Seeing Ling Han piggybacking Hunyo, he immediately added, "And this damn little girl." Young Master Fu. Some people in Star Defense Force hesitated. There was a low-level black-grade alchemist after all, and they didn't dare to be rash. Humph, my older brother is a high-level black-grade alchemist, what's to be afraid of? Chen Kai-fu said with his head held high. Ling Han and Zhu Hiexen both came to a realization. It was no wonder this guy dared to be so rampant. He had a high-level black-grade alchemist as his older brother. In the 9 nations of the desolate north, a high-level black-grade alchemist was big boss of alchemy, certainly very kick-ass. However, the only kick-ass one was his older brother and not he. From the looks of his age, his older brother should be around 30 or so, certainly having some talent, Ling Han said to Zhu Hiexen. Although alchemy was like martial arts, the earlier the stage the faster the improvement, but a 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist was still extremely shocking. Zhu Hiexen pondered and said, "The one surnamed Qing, could it be Qing Feijun? He certainly is a genius of alchemy. Based off what this old man knows, he became a low-level black-grade alchemist 7 years ago. At that time he was only 23 and 2 years ago he advanced to medium-level black-grade. Although it was publicly acknowledged that he definitely could become a high-level black-grade alchemist, he rose in rank in only 2 years, truly unexpected. A 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist, it's too shocking." He sighed deeply, then looked at Ling Han and couldn't help but laugh. In comparison, this guy was even more freakish. Ling Han immediately guessed, Qing Feijun probably had nature-defying luck, acquiring a strange fire. Otherwise, he definitely couldn't have only become a medium-level black-grade in 5 years, but advanced to high-level in 2 years. Young Master Han is right. Zhu Hixing nodded in agreement. You guys. Chen Kai-fu stamped his foot in anger. These 2 people actually started talking on their own and completely ignored him, too infuriating. Kill them. Seeing the Star Defense Force's people ready for action, Ling Han laughed. Say, who the hell are you, huh? What gives you the right to order the Star Defense Force? Are you a low-level or high-level black-grade alchemist? Old Zhu, you are a genuine low-level black-grade alchemist, so this Star Defense Force should listen to you, right? Zhu Hiexan then said, I am Zhu Hiexan, and I order you guys to withdraw immediately. He was rather imposing, and under his glare and shout, the people of the Star Defense Force involuntarily retreated a few steps. After all, money for their meals was given by alchemists, so they shouldn't turn to bite their masters, right? What's there to be proud of? My older brother is Qing Feijun, and if he saw my older brother, he would have to step to the side and call him master. Under his urging and shouting, the Star Defense Force took another step forward, on the verge to attack. Ling Han shook his head and said, I originally wanted to give you a chance, but since you don't know how to cherish, I'll have to kill you. He sighed. He actually wanted to kill this vile young master earlier, but held back for the sake of the farmers who implored him, didn't want them to suffer from being implicated. Now that Chen Kai-fu was seeking his own death, he wouldn't be lenient. Kill. Chen Kai-fu shouted sternly. The 10 people of the Star Defense Force finally attacked Ling Han and Zhu Hiexan. However, Zhu Hixing still had the title of a low-level black-grade alchemist, so the Star Defense Force unleashed most of their attacks toward Ling Han. Hunyo. Never seeing her fight, who would put such a little girl in their eyes? They were obviously wrong. Seeing that they attacked Ling Han, Hunyo instantly burst with viciousness. Shio, she pounced out as if turning into a stream of light. Pa pa pa, her claws waved continuously, producing flashes of blood. Tragic screams resounded successively. The members of the Star Defense Force fell onto the ground one by one, heavily injured by Hunyo. Luckily, while the little girl's viciousness was still going strong, her killing instinct was greatly diminished. She only attacked heavily without killing them, so these members of the Star Defense Force were still alive. What? Chen Kai-Fu expression was filled with shock and disbelief. He knew that Hunyo was a bit strong, but it was still largely unexpected that she was strong enough to fight 1 versus 10. He hurriedly took to his heels. Behind him was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and many strong cultivators kept watch inside. A few of them could easily suppress everyone, he just had to ask one randomly. Normally he couldn't order these people, but now Ling Han fought at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's doorstep, so these strong cultivators weren't just going to sit by and watch. However, as he began to move, he saw a man blocking him. It was Ling Han. Someone like you living in the world is just wasting food, go to hell. Ling Han's was boiling with murderous intent. Hee hee, youngster, don't run on such a short fuse, talk it out. An amiable voice called out. A fat ball-like middle-aged man walked out from the large palace hall, actually looking the same in width and height. Captain Meng, quickly help me kill him. Qing Kai-Fu shouted hurriedly. Meng Mao Kai. Zhu Hiexen swept a glance and interjected, this child is not one from the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, since when can he order the Star Defense Force? Master Zhu. The fatty nodded slightly towards Zhu Hiexen, and then said with a wry smile. He is Master Cheng's blood-related younger brother, even I have to give some face. However, I have to give Master Zhu face as well. How about this, everyone put down their sabers and swords, sit down and talk it out, peace breeds well. Chapter 286. You have no right to command me. Reverie Undersh. For Meng Mao Kai, he didn't want to offend Zhu Hiexin, but wished even less to see Qing Feijun's younger brother die in front of him. Qing Feijun was a high-level black-grade alchemist with the chance to break through to Earth grade. That was a true big boss at the Star Brilliance Palace. Hal, if his life were to be made difficult by Qing Feijun, who could he complain to? So, the best option was to calm the two sides, and as for the results of the negotiations, none of his business. It couldn't be helped that he had an itch to scratch. Hearing the movements, he couldn't help but walk outside to see the situation. Never did he think he would get involved in a conflict between two alchemists. Qing Kai-Fu said self-importantly, all right, everyone sit down to talk. Eventually, his older brother would be drawn out by the disturbance, and with a high-level black-grade alchemist's support. Suffice it to say that he sure wanted to see what other tricks Zhu Hiexin could pull. And without Zhu Hiexin's protection, then he naturally could do whatever he wanted with Ling Han. He swore that he would definitely use the most vicious tortures on Ling Han. Young Master Han? Zhu Hiexin looked at Ling Han. With Ling Han here, he naturally had no turn in making decisions. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment, wondering just who Ling Han was that even a low-level black-grade alchemist had to act according to his mood. One had to know that alchemists were haughty. It was truly rare to see one so submissive. Ling Han shook his head and said, there's nothing to say, just slaughter him. Qing Kai-Fu shivered out of fright. He wasn't a pig or a sheep, how could one say slaughter and do so? Hee hee, this friend, can't you give me some face? Another voice sounded, clear and bright as if it had some sort of magic, making people involuntarily feel as if they were intimate with him. Shwa, everyone's gazes turned toward the end of the steps. That was a man in his prime, commanding a dignified appearance. Around 30 years old or so, he was at the point where one's vitality was the most vigorous. He was tall but not sturdy. His slender figure gave people a sense of fragility. However, not a single person dared look down on him. Because on his chest 3 silver badges hung awe-inspiringly. A high-level black-grade alchemist. My respects to Master Chen. Everyone paid their respects one after another. Even Meng Mao Kai half-kneeled as one in the spiritual ocean tier really had no confidence in front of a high-level black-grade alchemist. Zhu Hiexan hesitated a little, but paid obeisance by cupping his hands in case the other party caught his neglect, taking the chance to attack his faults. Now, only Ling Han and Hunyo still stood without any intention of paying respects. Impudence. Seeing the situation, someone wanted to bootlick Qing Feijun, immediately yelling at Ling Han. Hurry up and kneel. There's no tolerance for your disrespect in front of Master Chen. Ling Han turned to see a mere medium-level yellow-grade alchemist. He paid him no attention but looked at Qing Fei Jun and said, "Why should I give you face? Under these skies, there shouldn't be a person who dares not to give me face," Qing Fei Jun said indifferently. "Puh." Ling Han almost spurted a laughter, instantly coughing continuously. This big talk truly blew through the skies. However, a mere high-level black-grade alchemist, not to mention heaven-grade or earth-grade alchemists, even martial artists in the heaven tier and the deity transformation tier had no need to give him any face. Otherwise, he could kill Feng Yan right away and the Winter Moon Sect would have to give him face, right? Seeing Ling Han's soundless derision, everyone gasped in astonishment. Who didn't know that Qing Fei Jun spoiled Qing Kai Fu to an extreme? No matter what Qing Kai Fu did, it would be supported. For example, the town's entrance fee was increased under Qing Fei Jun's insistence for the sake of Qing Kai Fu receiving a little bit more money. Moreover, it wasn't as if people didn't know just how fierce Qing Kai Fu forced the prices down, but compared to the life or death of a few lowly peons, naturally no one wanted to offend a high-level black-grade alchemist. This made Qing Kai Fu more and more unbridled, but today he seemed to have kicked an iron sheet. "Let go of my brother immediately or else." Qing Fei Jun lost his patience, revealing a threatening expression. Two spiritual pedestal tier cultivators came forth, each one with grim expressions. This was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's strongest force taking care of a small problem from the 9 nations of the desolate north. It was naturally more than enough. "Or else what? Kill me?" Ling Han smiled slightly, wiggling his finger. "You have no right to command me. As for threatening me, you have no right as well. Stop spouting nonsense, let him go now and I can be lenient, sparing your life," Qing Fei Jun said, holding back his temper. He lost both parents when he was young and lived interdependently with Qing Kai Fu. Thus, his younger brother was his only kin that he pledged to protect with his life. For Qing Kai Fu, he wouldn't mind sparing Ling Han's life, but harsh punishment had to be executed. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "Like I said, you have no right to command me." He flipped out with one hand, taking out a silver badge and placing it on his chest. "What?" Everyone was shocked. This was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, where there were the most alchemists. Even if they weren't alchemists themselves, having come in contact with alchemists often, they naturally knew what the bronze badge, the silver badge and the gold badge represented. One silver badge represented a low-level black-grade alchemist. How was it possible? This youngster didn't even look 20, but had already become a low-level black-grade alchemist. Was this a joke? No, probably because of this he dared not to give Qing Fei Jun face. A genius, a true genius. A teen low-level alchemist was definitely a rare sight. Qing Fei Jun was also startled. He never would have thought that the other party could reveal such a trump card, making him feel slightly shocked. However, he immediately revealed a cold smile. If Ling Han was not an alchemist, it would have been all right, but once the status of an alchemist was revealed, then Ling Han had to listen to his orders. A low-level black-grade alchemist is certainly out of the ordinary, but in front of me you can only obey with servility. I order you to immediately let go of my brother. You wouldn't be thinking of not respecting a high-level alchemist's orders, right? He said coldly. The alchemy world had the same level rigidity. A high-level alchemist's order to a low-level alchemist was like an imperial edict, definitely not to be disobeyed. Otherwise, one would receive all other alchemists' rejection and disdain. "Like I said, you have no right to command me. What are you yelling for?" Ling Han waved his hands dismissively, appearing extremely impatient. "Lord Qian, Lord Yang, take down this insolent one," Qing Fei Jun said to the two formidable spiritual pedestal tier cultivators. "Yes." The two spiritual pedestal tiers nodded in a reserved manner. They wouldn't go as far to bootlick Qing Fei Jun, but since they were hired by the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, they naturally had to do work for Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Ling Han was only a low-level black-grade alchemist, but he disobeyed Qing Fei Jun's orders. They certainly had enough reason to intervene. Seeing the two with intent of intervening, Ling Han laughed mischievously, and flipped his hand. Another silver badge was placed on his chest. "Puh." Quite a few people immediately spurted out too. "A medium-level black-grade alchemist? You're freaking joking, right? A 16 or 17-year-old medium-level black-grade alchemist. My A***s, this is definitely fake." Chapter 287. I am Ling Han. Reverie Undersh. Martial arts and alchemy were the same. They were about spending a long time to advance, aiming for the peak. Moreover, alchemy had no way of speeding up the process. There were spirit medicine and spirit fruits in the world. Eating a stalk or a piece could increase cultivation and turn one into a formidable cultivator overnight. However, there definitely wasn't anything good like that could make an alchemist's techniques improve greatly in a matter of days. Even with the strange fire's existence that only allowed alchemists at lower tiers to refine higher-tier medicinal pills, one still needed enough understanding of alchemy to do so. They couldn't reach the sky in a single bound. Ling Han wasn't 20, but he was already a medium-level black-grade alchemist. This was definitely a joke. If such a genius' name didn't spread across the world, how could they have not heard of him? Humph, I almost got deceived by you. You actually dare pose as an alchemist? How dare you? Cheng Fei-jun said threateningly. His younger brother was captured and even had one of his arms severed earlier, making him extremely infuriated. Ling Han laughed indifferently, pointed at his chest and said, "Open your filthy eyes and look clearly. Is this fake?" Filthy eyes. Everyone's mouth twitched. He actually dared to berate a high-level black-grade alchemist, so this guy was truly extremely daring. Youngster, hand over your alchemy master certification for inspection. Qian Xing, one of the spiritual pedestal tier warriors, spoke to Ling Han. Badges might be faked, but alchemy master certification's not. On top was complete information, which could be investigated and verified immediately. Cheng Fei-jun sneered and said, "So what? Even if you are a medium-level black-grade alchemist, you still have to listen to my orders." Tsk. Ling Han wiggled his finger and said, "With which ear did you hear me say that I'm a medium-level black-grade alchemist? You're an idiot as expected." Ignoring Cheng Fei-jun, who was already bursting with anger, he took out the third silver badge and placed it on his chest. 3 silver badges, the same as Cheng Fei-jun. Impossible. Everyone said the same 3 words inside their minds. There definitely existed no such a young high-level black-grade alchemist. Ha! Cheng Fei-jun sneered, already not believing from the point when Ling Han took out the second silver badge. Ha! Qian and Yang, the 2 formidable spiritual pedestal tier cultivators, were startled momentarily, remembering someone all of a sudden. Bullsh. You think wearing 3 silver badges can make you pass as a high-level black-grade alchemist? The one who bootlicked Cheng Fei-jun earlier immediately jumped out, pointing and shouting sharply at Ling Han. Ling Han sighed and said, "Haven't I mentioned that I hate it the most when others point at me?" "Youngster, you're surnamed Ling?" The spiritual pedestal tier warrior surnamed Qian suddenly interjected. "Ling." Cheng Fei-jun's expression immediately changed as he thought of someone. "Ling Han, you're Ling Han." His expression was filled with rage. Half a year ago he advanced to high-level black-grade, creating the record in the desolate north. A 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist put in a large place like the North region was extraordinary, and very few could surpass him. However, his complacency was only maintained for several months. Very quickly, another young genius came out of nowhere, and became a high-level black-grade alchemist. Moreover, the genius was younger than him, so much younger that he couldn't believe it. 17. At first, even several people in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall had doubts about the truth of the matter, let alone him. However, with Fu Yuanshin's own handwritten letter and many medium-level black-grade alchemist joint guarantee, people could only believe it. From that point on, Cheng Fei-jun hated Ling Han for stealing his glory. Otherwise he would have had the glory of being the youngest high-level black-grade alchemist, and how dazzling would that be? This detestable guy stole his limelight, and today he ran to his territory, injuring his younger brother and trampling over his face in public. He definitely wouldn't allow it. "I am Ling Han." Ling Han took out the crystal that could prove an alchemist's status. Origin power poured in and instantly formed a curtain of light that clearly wrote Ling Han's alchemy master level, when and where he broke through, as well as the witnesses at the time. Everyone cried out because this happened only 1 or 2 months ago, and most people still didn't know of Ling Han's existence. They couldn't help but stare blankly at Ling Han. Too young, so young that people couldn't accept it. Cheng Fei-jun, a 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist, surprised people every time they saw him, sighing deeply for just how young he was. But what about Ling Han? 17? 18? My goodness. First, let go of my younger brother, Cheng Fei-jun said, clenching his teeth. Ling Han laughed lightly and said, "You say let go and I do so, then what face do I have?" Ling Han. Cheng Fei-jun's eyes burst with flames. "What exactly do you want?" At this moment, Qian and Yang, the two spiritual pedestal tier warriors, sat by and watched. Whether it was Ling Han or Cheng Fei Jun, both were high-level black-grade alchemists. They both had boundless prospects and were equal in status, so it wasn't worthwhile for them to offend either one. Ling Han laughed. You finally asked about the main point. This guy has, well, obviously done countless terrible things, but I just arrived, so I'm not clear on just how terrible, nor do I have the effort to investigate. However, it's the truth that this guy tried to kill me, yes, actually thinking of killing an alchemist. That's death penalty, I'm not wrong, right? Humph, my younger brother didn't know your status, this crime could be forgiven. Cheng Fei Jun immediately said. You say it can be forgiven, so it's forgiven? It's not like you were the one who was threatened by this scum. Ling Han ridiculed. No need to trouble the Star Defense Force. This person conspired to kill an alchemist, I declare immediate execution. You dare. You dare. Cheng Fei Jun stamped his feet and said sternly, Ling Han, you're going to make an eternal enemy out of me? Who the hell are you? Ling Han scorned, his expression full of disdain. You dare insult me? Cheng Fei Jun was stamped with fury, the veins on his neck twitching. I won't lower myself to your level. Hurry up and let go of my brother. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I discovered that you have quite the comical talent, but unfortunately I don't appreciate it at all. He shook his hand and instantly, a long sword appeared from thin air. As a high-level black-grade alchemist, he was already unafraid of people knowing of him having a spatial ring. Older brother, save me. Save me. Chen Kai-Fu immediately felt Ling Han's threatening killing intent and instantly waved his arms while screaming. However, his arm was jet reconnected, it couldn't withstand such intense movement, so with a paw the arm instantly fell from his shoulder, fresh blood gushing out profusely. Pu, without hearing his cries in pain, Ling Han already struck, slicing open his neck. Blood gurgled inside Cheng Kai-Fu's mouth as it spilled out violently, and he reached out towards Cheng Fei Jun, but his arm only rose halfway before drooping weakly to the ground. Brother? Cheng Fei Jun shouted grimly, eyes bursting with flames. Ling Han, I swear one of us will die. Ha. Ling Han shrugged indifferently and said, I'll make a bet that you'll kneel properly before me later and call me Master Ling. Bullsh. Cheng Fei Jun spat out for him to be humiliated as he kneeled before the one who killed his brother? Impossible. How about it, wanna bet? If you win, I'll give you my strange fire, and conversely, you have to give your strange fire to me if I win. Ling Han finally spoke of his true motive. Chapter 288, Bet. Reverie Undersh. Cheng Fei Jun was only at the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Normally he would at most be able to refine a medium-level black-grade medicinal pill, but since he could actually become a high-level black-grade alchemist, it meant that he definitely fused with a wisp of strange fire, achieving the breakthrough. Although Ling Han had a ball of strange fire, he wouldn't mind letting this wisp of strange fire make it even more powerful. Cheng Fei Jun's gaze was gloomy, and his expression revealed that he was moved. Ling Han guessed that he possessed the strange fire, so Cheng Fei Jun could do it as well since Ling Han's cultivation was even lower only at the 1st layer of the Gushing Spring tier. If Ling Han didn't have this strange fire, then would he have the qualifications to be called a high-level black-grade alchemist? When the time came, he only needed to request a re-examination. If Ling Han couldn't refine a high-level black-grade medicinal pill, then he naturally would be stripped of the respective alchemist level. If Ling Han's alchemist level was inferior, he could think of ways to slowly kill Ling Han. The hatred of killing his brother made it impossible for them to live under the same sky. Ling Han had to die. Okay, I'll take the bet. He clenched his teeth. There was no way he would believe that something like him kneeling down to pay respects would happen. There was only one possibility, and that was for Ling Han to advance to the Earth grade. The question was it possible? I'll ask a few masters to be notaries, Cheng Fei Jun said again, afraid that Ling Han would be dishonest after losing. Haha, I'm also afraid that you'll be dishonest, go ask for them. Ling Han laughed aloud. Seeing Ling Han so sure, Cheng Fei Jun couldn't help but be a little startled inside. Could this guy actually advance into the Earth grade? Impossible, definitely impossible, a 17-year-old Earth grade alchemist? That was just dreaming. Besides, the most important point was that the materials had to be personally prepared in qualifying for alchemists above the black grade, and just how precious were Earth grade materials? He wouldn't believe that Ling Han had prepared materials, because this was obviously a sudden incident. So, even if Ling Han really had the ability to charge to become an Earth-grade alchemist, without the corresponding materials, what could he possibly do? With that thought, Cheng Fei-jun recovered his confidence, hurriedly getting Qian Xing, the spiritual pedestal tier, cultivator to request several Earth-grade alchemists take up the matter as notaries. Originally, 2 black-grade alchemists bet wouldn't possibly startle Earth-grade alchemists, but both of them were too young and thus with endless prospects, almost certain to become Earth-grade alchemists. Thus, the Earth-grade alchemists were happy to give them face and look on for fun in passing. There were 3 Star Brilliance Palace Hall's Earth-grade alchemists, but all were low-level Earth-grade, medium and high-level Earth-grade alchemists couldn't possibly appear in such a small place like the 9 nations of the desolate North. In the entire North region, a single Heaven-grade alchemist couldn't be found. These 3 Earth-grade alchemists were Long Yongzhang, Li Siyuan, and Yun Xingxian, and all were in the spiritual pedestal tier. The youngest one was 60, but this was still an alchemy prodigy, because he completed the leap into Earth grade in his 50s. It was very difficult. Unfortunately, without crossing into the flower blossom tier, his lifespan was limited, so there was probably no hope of him grinding to medium level in this lifetime. My respects, 3 masters. Seeing these 3 appear, everyone bowed one after another, even Cheng Fei-jun was no exception. In the alchemy world, if alchemists were at the same grade, yellow grade, black grade, earth grade, and heaven grade, then the lower level one only needed to pay respects by cupping his hands when meeting a higher level colleague of the same grade. However, if it were a grades difference, then even a high-level black grade alchemist needed to pay deepest respects when encountering a low-level earth grade alchemist. This was the rudimentary etiquette. Before breaking through to the earth grade, even one as arrogant and conceited as Cheng Fei-jun had to be most respectful in front of the 3 great alchemists. Only Ling Han didn't move. Upon seeing this, Cheng Fei-jun instantly snorted and said, "Ling Han, such nerve you have, daring not to pay respects after seeing the 3 great alchemists." The 3 alchemists were originally a little bit annoyed, thinking that Ling Han was too conceited and unbridled. Hearing Cheng Fei-jun's words, they naturally were even more displeased with Ling Han. Their expressions instantly turned gloomy. Ling Han looked at Cheng Fei-jun in disdain and said, "Who the hell are you? What the hell does it have to do with you whether I pay my respects or not? Since you abide by the rules so well, good, you can pay respects for me too." He paused momentarily, and cupped his hands to pay obeisance to the 3 alchemists and said, "3 brothers alchemists, I want to take the test for the earth grade." 1 stone raised 1,000 ripples. Everyone knew that Ling Han wanted Cheng Fei-jun to kneel, and the only way to win the bet was to become an earth-grade alchemist. However, hearing with their own ears that a 17-year-old youngster wanted to become an earth-grade alchemist made everyone's scalps numb. A true monster. Jahe Xian naturally was full of confidence. Ling Han refined a quasi-earth-grade foundation building pill while in the element-gathering tier, and now advanced into the gushing spring tier. Refining a true earth-grade medicinal pill was definitely not something hard for him. After all, Ling Han refined the foundation building pill with extreme ease at the time, and not only did he form a lot of them, their quality also reached 13 stars. This was doable only by earth-grade alchemists, or even only medium-level earth-grade alchemists. Naturally, Hunyo was baring her teeth at the surrounding people, apparently enraged. These guys dared to look hostilely at Ling Han, too detestable. The 3 earth-grade alchemists were greatly shocked. A 17-year-old taking the test for an earth-grade alchemist, hiss, they instantly felt like they aged. They couldn't not be impressed, already knowing how young Ling Han was, but witnessing it with their own eyes still made them amazed. This youngster hadn't even lost his juvenility and his body wasn't completely grown, yet he was already a high-level black-grade alchemist, 1 step away from crossing into the true line of big bosses of alchemy. Who would have thought that this kid actually spoke shockingly of becoming an earth-grade alchemist? No wonder he paid respects like an equal. Was it because he was sure he definitely would succeed? However, taking the test for a high-level alchemist was every alchemist's basic right. No one could stop it, so the 3 alchemy masters looked at each other before Long Yongzhang said, "Approved. But you've prepared your own materials?" When taking the test as an earth-grade alchemist, the materials definitely should be prepared personally. Otherwise, when the furnace exploded, who would bear the losses? "It's prepared." Ling Han smiled. Those were superfluous words. If it weren't his own materials, then the refined pill had to be given to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and he would get a bit of compensation at most, which would definitely be a huge loss. Then head to the refining room. Li Siyuan nodded. The 3 Earth-grade alchemists took the lead and the others followed behind. A smirk appeared at the corner of Cheng Fei-jun's mouth. He didn't believe Ling Han had prepared enough materials, and didn't believe it even more that someone so young had the qualifications to become an Earth-grade alchemist. This was definitely Ling Han's youthful vigor and aggressiveness, wanting to stake it all. He was not scared. They soon arrived outside the pill refining room. It was different from normal ones, having transparent walls. However, when one walked in, one would be completely unable to see the situation outside, and wouldn't have to worry about it affecting pill refinement. This pill refining room's construction cost was very high. First, it was used to test alchemists, allowing others to witness the process from outside, and second, it was for high-level alchemists to perform and showcase pill refinement. Ling Han walked into the pill refining room without hesitation. Chapter 289, Stupefaction. Reverie Undersh. Hunyo wasn't resigned to being left on the side, and insisted on going into the pill refining room. Ling Han didn't mind letting her come in as long as she didn't help refine the pill. It didn't count as breaking the rules anyways. Quite a few people immediately shook their heads. Pill refining needed single-hearted devotion, so letting in a little girl inside who later might yell out and cause a slight distraction would definitely cause the furnace to explode. Refining an Earth-grade medicinal pill, and once it failed, the thought of such a loss made everyone's hearts bleed. However, the one refining the pill was Ling Han, and he didn't have any objections, so who would want mind his business? Only Cheng Fei-jun revealed a smirk. His confidence increased. In principle, the pill refining limit is 1 day and 1 night, but it can be extended to 2 days, Yun Xingxian said. What medicinal pill do you plan on refining? 7 turns break crisis pill, Ling Han said, waving his hand and passing as large amounts of medicinal ingredients were laid on the ground. Since he specially came here to take the test for the Earth grade, he naturally already prepared all the ingredients. The Rain country's resources were limited, and it would naturally be impossible to assemble all of them normally, but with his previous trip into the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, he'd obtained several stocks of spirit medicine, planting them in the Black Tower. After so many days had passed, it just about reached the age it required as an ingredient. Thus, Ling Han matched these spirit medicines and found secondary materials, at last deciding on refining 7 turns break crisis pill, which was the only Earth-grade medicinal pill he could refine with the materials he had in hand. 7 turns break crisis pill, the 3 alchemists cried out. That's something that can make the Flower Blossom tier warriors escape a cultivation deviation crisis, even turning it into fortune, increasing the tier comprehension. The other alchemists naturally heard of it too, nodding their heads successively. 7 turns break crisis pill was a true low-level Earth-grade medicinal pill, and its degree of preciousness at this level could rank at the very front. The 3 big bosses probably didn't have the ability to refine this sort of medicinal pill, right? Cheng Fei-jun's smirk was even more vibrant. Earlier, seeing that Ling Han actually prepared the materials, he was slightly shocked, but hearing that Ling Han was actually going to refine 7 turns break crisis pill, he was all too happy. Was it possible? Even if these 3 bis bosses refined it, 10% success rate would already be a miracle. A high-level medicinal pill like this was packed up with huge volumes of ingredients, and behind each successful pill formation were countless wasted materials. A mere youngster dared to say he was refining a 7 turns break crisis pill? Bah. Not to mention there was a little girl inside the pill refining room. With a glance, one could tell she wasn't a quiet one, sticking to Ling Han's arms in one moment, then lying on his back the next, and then sitting on his lap. How could one refine pills like this? You really think you're the god of alchemy, huh? Ling Han really was. Then will you begin now? Long Yongzhang asked Ling Han. I'll begin now. Ling Han nodded, waving his right hand, shutting the pill refining room's door. Yong Longzhang nodded towards someone who immediately set a massive hourglass, starting the countdown. He began to sort the ingredients. Ling Han immediately began moving. Shwa shwa shwa, he was like the moving clouds and flowing water, sorting and stripping away impurities. That strong rhythm gave people an extreme sense of beauty that all but intoxicated the alchemists. My goodness, sorting materials could be done like that. I truly lived in vain for so many years. That smoothness probably couldn't be witnessed on those 3 lords, right? Sure. It makes it completely impossible to believe that this is Jet, a 17-year-old youngster. Everyone cried out, convinced by Ling Han just like that. That was natural. the Grandmaster of Alchemy's handiwork without such an effect instead would be weirder. Even the 3 Earth-grade alchemists subconsciously began to stir. They secretly decided that even if Ling Han failed to become an Earth-grade alchemist, they would still take care of him. This youngster was too miraculous, and they definitely wanted to discuss methods on processing ingredients with him. Only Zhu Hexian revealed a proud expression. A bunch of country bumpkins, wait till later when you all see young Master Han extract the medicinal ingredients, maybe even ending up spitting out your tongue from surprise. Ling Han very quickly entered the purification phase. Pooh. Suddenly, dozens of people spurted out, and those who didn't stared agape. Do I have blurred vision? How come I see him purifying 9 ingredients together? I've also got blurred vision. It's not blurred vision, it's real. He really is purifying 9 ingredients together. My goodness, why haven't the medicinal properties been destroyed? Even separated by a crystal wall, I can still be 100% sure that the medicinal properties definitely aren't lost by a single bit. A freak. A freak. The 3 alchemy big shots' faces were twitching. If the sorting of materials was only having strong rhythm, then they were truly shocked now. So purifying could be done like this. They were all Earth-grade alchemists, viewing themselves highly, but now they all felt that they were schoolchildren who had just stepped into alchemy, developing new awareness about the basic movements. They lived in vain for so many years. Ling Han wouldn't pay attention to everyone's shock. After he completed the purification of each material, he shook his left hand as the strange fire came out of the black tower, adhering to his hand as a stunning flame lifted. The formal pill refine began. He had already crossed into the gushing spring tier, and after so many days had passed, he reached the 9th layer of it. His activation and control of heat were naturally greatly increased, and his endurance of the heat increased by a whole lot. Strange fire. Truly one who's cared for by the heavens. Yes, otherwise no matter how genius he is under his cultivation's limitations, one in the gushing spring tier can at most refine a medium-level black-grade medicinal pill. Seeing the strange fire, quite a few people's gaze swept towards Cheng Fei Jun. This guy also had a strange fire that allowed him to refine high-level black-grade medicinal pill at the gushing spring tier, and thus was crowned with the glory of an alchemy genius. However, if Ling Han was successful in becoming an Earth-grade alchemist, then based on the promise, Cheng Fei Jun had to give his strange fire to Ling Han. As a result, his alchemy level would definitely drop by a level. Today, one of these 2 young quasi-alchemy masters was definitely going to fall off the god's altar. The difference was if Ling Han failed, Cheng Fei Jun would be unmoved, but if Ling Han succeeded, then a legend would be created. A 17-year-old Earth-grade alchemist. Thinking about it made people's scalps numb. Hunyo acted spoiled for a while, but seeing that Ling Han paid no attention to her, she instantly became unhappy, touching her small stomach as she said, "Nyo's hungry." Ling Han nodded. With his left hand still refining, his right hand casually took out food ingredients prepared in the black tower, raised a flame, set up a grill, and placed a piece of pork on top, starting to grill it. Po, po, po. Everyone spurted out and their eyes almost fell out as they gaped. Are you really pill refining? How come that after refining for a while you set up a grill? Just how hungry are you? Chapter 290, Pill Formed. Reverie Undersh. If mentioned, this would definitely shock or even crack people up. Who would suddenly start a barbecue when refining a pill? Everyone couldn't get their heads around it all of a sudden. Their faces convulsed as if slapped 17-18 times. They were in a total state of chaos. Their view of life and the world collapsed. The scariest thing was that the pill furnace actually still didn't explode. That was an Earth-grade medicinal pill. Naturally, the higher the level of the medicinal pill, the scarier the power it contained. If the control of the heat was just a tiny bit off in carelessness, then it would immediately cause the furnace to explode, forming a terrifying great explosion. Even an alchemy big boss like Long Yongzhang would definitely not do a single thing for the previous 3 days before refining an Earth-grade medicinal pill, meditating every day to calm his mind and adjust his status to most optimal. Only then would he begin refining so as to increase the success rate. But Ling Han. Not only was a little girl stuck to him, behaving like a spoiled kid, but he also freed up one hand to start a barbecue. People couldn't accept the fact that the furnace hadn't exploded yet even more. Was this real? Could it be? As they thought of one possibility, everyone involuntarily shivered and looked towards the 3 alchemy big shots. Could it be that Ling Han's ability in alchemy was above these 3? not only above these three but also far beyond them. That was why he did as he pleased and was so inattentive. From their perspective, it was an impossibly large task, but from Ling Han's perspective, this was just raising his hands and moving his legs. The difference? This was the difference. Everyone was so agitated their scalps went numb, yet they were also so shocked that they wanted to cry. Today this scene was enough for them to boast for a lifetime. Hey, have you seen someone who refined an earth-grade medicinal pill whilst barbecuing? I have. Don't you freaking not believe it? When I saw it, I almost pissed myself. A 17-year-old youngster who was so slick with medicinal pills. Just thinking of Ling Han's age, did these old guys have the face to see people? They'd really rather die from being run over. Cheng Feijun's arms and legs started to turn cold and his body shivered. My God, what kind of alchemy freak did he encounter? He had confidence to rush into the Earth grade in the future, but high-level Earth grade at most would be his limit. However, seeing Ling Han so relaxed with a careless attitude, the only thing that would cause complications for Ling Han as an alchemist was probably the heat limit. While the heat limit depended upon one's cultivation level, as long as Ling Han advanced into the spiritual ocean tier, and at most the spiritual pedestal tier, then he would be able to resolve that problem. An alchemy genius like this could casually refine some pills for one to indulge. Breaking through martial arts tier would be easy, wouldn't it? Moreover, if the strange fire in his hand was fused, Ling Han might be able to refine a medium-level earth-grade medicinal pill. He actually made a bet with such a freak. I fell for it. This demon. In the pill refining room, the barbecue was soon ready. Ling Han shared a piece with Hunyo and he took one piece to eat. Delicious. Yes, not bad. One adult and one child, eating happily a pig raised on low-level spirit medicine. The deliciousness of the pork was definitely a world-class delicacy, such that even separated by a layer of crystal wall, the people outside could smell the alluring fragrance, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. After discovering their own unseemliness, everyone was both embarrassed and impressed. There was only ever the person refining pill laboriously in the pill refining room, and the people outside eating and drinking watching at ease. How come it was now the opposite? The problem was that Ling Han ate and refined the pill, yet the pill furnace still hadn't exploded. It turned out refining pills could be this relaxed? Was this really freaking refining an earth-grade medicinal pill? Quite a few people felt like they were going crazy, covering their head with both hands. Now their worldview was completely destroyed. Only after 7 hours did Ling Han's expression turn solemn. Shio, in his palm 3 different colored flames burst fiercely, and at the same time his fingers formed fast and complex finger seals, pressing and pointing on the furnace. 3 Fire Guide. The 3 alchemy big shots had extensive knowledge as expected, immediately recognizing it. They were so shocked that their old faces lost composure, and their brows and beard twisted. Ling Han retracted his hand and patted the furnace lightly. With a hum, the furnace lid instantly flew up. Shio, a crimson-red medicinal pill flew out as if it had life, fleeing in the air. However, the pill refining room was blocked in all directions with no way of escaping. An earth-grade medicinal pill communicates with the natural spirits, escaping soon after it forms. This means pills formed. Everyone cried out. Only an earth-grade medicinal pill would fly after coming out of the furnace. This was the clearest evidence, and there was absolutely no need to verify. Now the question was just how many stars this 7 turns break crisis pill was. Hunyo dove and caught the medicinal pill, grabbing onto it her oily small hands. Looking on, everyone almost cursed at her. That was a 7 turns break crisis pill, and it was invaluable. You grabbing it with dirty hands could destroy the medicinal effect. CC. Hunyo laughed non-stop, because this medicinal pill still wanted to escape her hands and rammed continuously in her little hands, making her find it extremely fun. Ling Han took out a jade bottle, and after he waited for the medicinal pill's heat to cool down, he let Hunyo toss it in. The furnace temperature had already subsided and the medicinal pill lost its resonance with heaven and earth, returning to normal. After all, it wasn't a living being. Ling Han took the jade bottle, walked out the pill refining room, tossed it at Long Yongzhang and said, "Will the 3 of you please verify?" Most of the people's gazes followed the pill bottle, but a few people looked towards the pill refining room. There was still a chunk of remaining barbecue. However, when they took a glance, they instantly felt so angry as if spouting blood, because it was impossible for Hunyo to waste food. She held a piece in each hand, eating with great pleasure. How could this little girl eat so much? Long Yongzhang and the other alchemy big shots began to inspect the 7 turns break crisis pill. Very soon, they revealed shocked expressions as their brows twitched, staying silent for a long time. Seeing this, everyone felt strange. 3 masters, could it be that this 7 turns break crisis pill is a failure? Someone asked. Long Yongzhang sighed and said, it didn't fail, but its quality is too high. 13 tars, even 14 stars. Yun Xingxian followed. Pooh. Everyone spurted out again. What, 13 stars, even 14 stars? No kidding. If one wanted to refine a medicinal pill surpassing 10 stars, then it had to be a high-level alchemist refining a low-level medicinal pill. Ling Han was only taking the test for the low-level earth grade, but he refined a medicinal pill that surpassed 10 stars. What concept was this? His true abilities surpassed low-level earth grade. In other words, if the heat limit was unlocked, he would be able to smoothly refine a medium-level earth grade medicinal pill. Kick-ass. However, Long Yongzhang and the other alchemists thought of even more, because earlier Ling Han refined and barbecued at the same time, yet was still able to refine a 13 stars, even 14 stars medicinal pill. Was this doable for a medium-level earth grade alchemist? At least high-level earth grade. No, it should be the heaven grade. This heaven grade alchemy master, not even one could be found in the entire north region. Chapter 291, Ousting Strange Fire. Reverie Undersh. What was called having the crowd on its feet? This was. When everyone looked towards Ling Han again, their gazes had fanaticism, and even the 3 alchemy big shots weren't exceptions. They placed the 7 turns break crisis pill into the jade bottle and reverently returned it to Ling Han, as if looking at a deity. This was definitely a future king of alchemy who was worth the worship of all alchemists. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, I'm now an earth-grade alchemist, right? Yes, most definitely. Long Yongzhang and the other alchemy big shots nodded repeatedly. He wasn't only an earth-grade alchemist, but even one who could immediately become a medium-level or high-level earth-grade alchemist. Utterly kick-ass. Ling Han looked towards Qing Feijun, whose expression was already ashen, and said with a smile, Little Qing, why don't you pay respect to this master? Qing Feijun bit his lip to the point of bleeding. Now 3 earth-grade alchemists acknowledged Ling Han's status, and under everyone's glare, how could he refuse to acknowledge he lost the bet? If he knelt down, then his life would be over. Humph, you still haven't gotten the certificate, so if you say you're an earth-grade alchemist, then you are one? He acted shameless as expected. Yong Longzhang immediately revealed a displeased expression and said, Qing Feijun, Master Ling just refined a 7 turns break crisis pill, did you not witness it with your own eyes? Besides, we 3 can prove it and you still doubt Master Ling's status. What are you implying? Qing Feijun clenched his teeth and said, no matter what, unless he takes out a certificate of an earth-grade alchemist, I won't believe it in a million years. The Starlight Hall had no right to grant earth-grade certificates. It had to be reported to North Region's Alchemist Society's headquarters, and after a series of steps, then the alchemist certificate could be issued. Walking through these procedures had to take a month's time. Qing Feijun used this fact to stubbornly refuse to admit defeat. Ling Han laughed slightly and said, you won't be convinced until you're faced with the grim reality? Daring to refuse defeat, was Qing Feijun seeking death? He took large strides toward Qing Feijun. What, you want to get rough with me? Qing Feijun sneered. His abilities in alchemy were inferior to Ling Han's, but in battle prowess he wouldn't cower. He was at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier. Ling Han reached out, grabbing towards Qing Feijun. Impudence. Qing Feijun snorted and raised his hand to counter. Pah. A mere 7th layer of the gushing spring tier couldn't possibly be Ling Han's opponent, right? As he raised his hand, Ling Han soon suppressed it. He couldn't help but stare wide-eyed with an expression of extreme disbelief. Acting shamelessly in front of me, where do you get the confidence? Ping 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 ping. Ling Han greeted with a series of normal punches, beating Qing Feijun, who screamed repeatedly. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to stop the fight. Ling Han was an earth-grade alchemist, and was highly likely to surpass Yong Longzhang and the other 2 earth-grade alchemists, becoming a medium-level or even a high-level earth-grade alchemist would want to offend him. Moreover, Qing Feijun certainly had terrible gambling manners. He downright lost but still fought with his back against the wall, completely inviting a beating for himself. After beating Qing Feijun as if he were a dead dog, Ling Han carried him, smiled at everyone and said, I still have some debt to take care of with him, be right back. Everyone thought that Ling Han wanted to contently punch Qing Fei Jun, hurriedly nodding their heads that Qing Fei Jun deserved what he got for going against a great alchemist. Ling Han carried the unconscious Qing Fei Jun into a pill refining room. The walls here weren't transparent, and his figure immediately flashed, bringing Qing Fei Jun into the Black Tower. In this space he was like a god. Stripping away Qing Fei Jun's strange fire was as easy as could be. As expected, a ball of cyan flame immediately surfaced from within Qing Fei Jun's body, and Ling Han's strange fire immediately revealed its excitement and sent a thought to Ling Han, yeah. It wanted to devour this ball of cyan flame. Ling Han swung his hand, and a crimson-colored strange fire instantly surfaced, diving towards the cyan flame without hesitation. The two balls of flames instantly started fighting. This was a battle between the strange fires. Whichever one would devour the other, enabling its own growth while the opponent would forever disappear. In a battle like this, Ling Han couldn't interfere even if he were the dictator here. However, Ling Han's strange fire was birthed from a shattering void-tier warrior's body. Its level was extremely high. Besides, the Black Tower also strengthened it, and its power increased drastically, soon letting it gain the upper hand. The two balls of strange fire started to fuse and the cyan flame began disappearing at a visible rate, while the crimson flame became brighter and brighter. Ling Han was done. He took Qing Fei Jun out of the Black Tower, offhandedly throwing him to the side. If it weren't for the strange fire, why would he even bother to argue with a nobody? This time he just happened to need to take the test for the Earth grade, and receiving a strange fire in passing was quite the great bonus. As he came to the large hall, Yonglong Zhang and the others were already waiting here, and all of them expressed a sign of respect towards Ling Han. Ling Han thanked them one by one, then brought Hunyo back to the inn, agreeing to return in a few days. He had to get the Earth grade certificate before he left, so he was certainly staying here for a while, but Yonglong Zhan and the other two Earth grade alchemists promised they would acquire Ling Han's certificate as soon as possible and wouldn't make him wait long. Zhu Hiexen spoke about Ling Han advancing into the Earth grade to others, instantly making Guang Yuan and the rest stare dumbfounded. It had only been a few days and Ling Han had advanced into Earth grade from high-level Black grade. Who could believe this? However, they immediately became excited following an Earth grade alchemist. Would they still worry about not having medicinal pills to take? They were bound to be medicine decocting pots for other people to envy. They immediately called for a celebration for Ling Han. However, their true aim was food. Ling Han's fruits, vegetables, and meat were truly too delicious, making them keep thinking about them. Actually, they didn't even know Ling Han had a vegetable garden that could provide for the entire Rain country. Otherwise, they wouldn't occasionally bring up the request. They assumed that these worldly delicacies were definitely extremely rare. At night, in the town's north area in a quiet courtyard, Qing Fei Jun wore complete black and appeared like a thief, knocking on the door 3 lengthy times and 2 short times. Creak, the door opened and a 14 to 15-year-old boy appeared expressionlessly, making way without saying a word. Qing Fei Jun's figure shifted and entered into the courtyard, walking in quick steps. With only a few steps he arrived at the main lobby, where an unprepossessing old man sat and drank tea. At a closer look, one could see that his complexion was strangely pale. My respects to Lord Luo. Qing Fei Jun hurriedly knelt down to pay respects. His arrogant and rampant attitude already disappeared without a trace. 10 days. One report. Why have you come early? The old man surnamed Luo spoke, his voice hoarse, thoroughly seeping with a thread of eeriness. At this time, the boy also walked into the main lobby and stood behind the old man. Under the light, the boy's appearance could clearly be seen, a blushed and white face of an indescribable eccentricity, or rather, he put on powder and rouge. Why would a boy smear powder and rouge over his face? Chapter 292, Thousand Corpse Sect Reappears. Reverie Undersh. Qing Fei Jun didn't look a second time, still kneeling on the ground as he said, "This subordinate has made a grave mistake, please punish me, Lord Luo." What mistake did you make? The old man surnamed Luo was still taking his time drinking the tea. Qing Fei Jun clenched his teeth and said, "This subordinate's strange fire has been taken." Puh. The old man surnamed Luo almost spurted out a mouthful of tea. He stood up abruptly and said sternly, "You do know just how many resources and people it cost this sect to get you that strange fire? You do know just how many elders moved out and what it cost them to drive that strange fire into you? This subordinate knows, but this subordinate really had no way out. Cheng Fei-jun said with a lamenting expression. What exactly happened? Tell this old man from beginning to end, don't hide a sliver. The old man surnamed Luo calmed down. Yes. Cheng Fei-jun hurriedly spoke about the bet he made with Ling Han, but he naturally watered down Cheng Kai-fu's arrogance, and instead claimed Ling Han had long had his attention on his strange fire and schemed against him, resulting in the conflict with Cheng Kai-fu to bait him into making the bet. The old man surnamed Luo listened quietly without saying a word until Cheng Kai-fu finished. Then he said, You're saying that he took your strange fire in the short amount of time that you were unconscious? That's right. Cheng Fei-jun hurriedly nodded. This subordinate naturally knows the importance of strange fire, which relates to Lord Sect Master's great plan to seize the Star Brilliance Palace Hall in this land. Even if this subordinate were torn limb from limb by 5 horses, this subordinate would never give away the strange fire. The old man surnamed Luo didn't take the vehement expression at the end to heart. He revealed a contemplative expression and said, This person is the same as you, only in the gushing spring tier? Not only is he in the gushing spring tier, but also just at the first layer, Cheng Fei-jun hurriedly added. Are you a good-for-nothing? You are at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, yet you can't even beat one in the first layer, humph. The old man surnamed Luo stared fiercely at Cheng Fei-jun, and then closed his eyes for a while. According to what you've said, this youngster is extremely strange, actually capable of becoming an Earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. Cheng Fei-jun's expression was slightly weird because he said Ling Han advanced into the Earth grade, but didn't describe the ease with which Ling Han refined the pills. Not only did a little girl cause inconvenience, he also barbecued meat on the side, simply heaven-defying. Ling Han was definitely not a normal low-level Earth-grade alchemist. His true level probably shot to high-level Earth-grade, and precisely because of this, the 3 Earth-grade alchemists respected Ling Han like a god. In the alchemy world, one whose skills were better was superior, garnering the respect of all others. But if he were to say this, maybe the old man surnamed Luo would think about recruiting Ling Han? How would he take revenge on Ling Han for killing his brother then? He had to be selfish. The old man surnamed Luo knocked lightly on the table and said, This child not only has surprisingly talent in alchemy, but also has the battle prowess that far surpasses his own tier. This old man will personally move out to capture this child. Without the strange fire, you have no chance to control the Starlight Hall here, and Lord Sect Master's plan can't ever fail in the hands of a junior. Cheng Fei-jun was exulted. Ling Han also had the strange fire, so would that mean he would be able to get 2 strange fires in days to come? His level in alchemy would definitely improve. At this rate, not only could he take revenge for his brother, but he could also personally receive gains, naturally having the best of both worlds. Thank you, Lord, he hurriedly said. Rise. The old man surnamed Luo lifted his hand. These few days don't run into conflict with that kid, lest you arouse his vigilance. This old man will act as soon as possible in case of a future hitch. Cheng Fei-jun finally dared to stand and said, This subordinate will do as you bid. And this old man received news that many of the younger generation from the 9 nations of the desolate north are on the move, planning to go to the Winter Moon Sect to attend their once-in-5 years disciple recruitment meeting. There should be many good seedlings from these youngsters, and this old man wants you to think of a way to make them stay. Observe as much as you can, and pick out the most worthy talents. This old man will personally come out and bring them into the sect, the old man surnamed Luo commanded. Yes, this subordinate will definitely settle things soundly. Cheng Fei-jun said respectfully again. Go. The old man surnamed waved his hands dismissively, obvious displeasure on his face. Cheng Fei-jun didn't dare say anything, hurriedly turning to leave. The child closed the door in passing after he left and returned to the main lobby, still wearing a blank expression. The great plan is about to succeed, just waiting for the assassination of Yong Longzhang and the other 2 old trolls. With Cheng Fei-jun's prospects, he could control the Starlight Hall and execute Lord Sect Master's plans, releasing the altered medicinal pill with added corpse chi, making the 9 countries' martial artists refine themselves into corpse soldiers. These corpse soldiers will first devour countless mortals' flesh and blood, and battle and devour each other, as if breeding venomous insect one. At last, the one that is left will be the Corpse King, becoming a strong supportive power for us, the 1000 Corpse Sect. Damn it, at a time like this a junior actually ran out, obstructing Lord Sect Master's plans. This boy cannot remain. This old man will personally move out tomorrow to take him down, forcing out the strange fire. Cheng Fei Jun, that good for nothing, even having his strange fire taken in the Starlight Hall, what a true idiot. Whatever, this boy named Ling Han already became an Earth-grade alchemist, he needs to be eliminated. Otherwise it will definitely affect Lord Sect Master's plans. After the old man surnamed Luo finished muttering to himself, he moved his gaze onto the boy on the side. A strange color surfaced in his gaze as he licked his lips like a snake and said, "My darling, the night grows late, we should go to bed." Hearing those words, the boy immediately revealed a vicious expression. He picked up the old man surnamed Luo, pressed him onto the table and said fiercely, "Old B. Just watch how I'll fuck you up." The old man surnamed Luo was face full of agitation, and without any resistance, he stuck up his butt. That scene was so beautiful that none would dare to look. After a day, Ling Han went to the Starlight Hall. He wanted to research some information. He wasn't sure about martial arts, but alchemy definitely was an incomplete legacy. The Starlight Hall should have some historic records on alchemy. Ling Han wanted to check them out to see just why was the legacy incomplete and how it happened. Moreover, he also wanted to know about that shattering Void Tier warrior, and just what brought on the siege of Jianghu and several hundreds of Heaven Tier warriors, just what exactly was hidden behind that event. Although he hadn't received a certificate, everyone at the Starlight Hall treated him as an Earth-grade alchemist. He wanted to research the historic materials, and who was going to stop him? He entered the library building, which had 7 massive bookshelves filled with all sorts of information. Ling Han started to flip through the books, searching for what he wanted. Very quickly he frowned because all detailed records of history started from 8,000 years or so ago. Strange. Chapter 293, Historic Records. Reverie. According to the historic records, 9,000 years ago, a calamity befell the vast lands, killing many strong cultivators and resulting in the destruction of martial arts and alchemy legacies. After several hundred years of chaos, the vast lands were finally reconstructed, forming the modern-day layout. Ling Han saw his own name in the records. In his previous life he was also known as the Grandmaster of Alchemy, innovating the 3-fire guide technique, which sadly seemed to have been lost. However, his 2 disciples' names that learned alchemy from him weren't in the historic records. Not only them but also Jianghu and Cheng Rui Jing, the 2 martial arts disciples, were not mentioned, as if they never appeared in this world. Moreover, Ling Han didn't see Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's biographies. Before, he thought Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were strong, but now thinking about it, their sect masters were probably titans that were terrifyingly shocking. Azura Demon Emperor recognized the 3 styles of black origin, and kept crying out Heaven's Sword Sect this and that. Azura Demon Emperor came from the divine plane, so Heaven's Sword Palace should be a force in the god realm. With a sword art like the 3 styles of black origin in the Heaven's Sword Sect, could it be assumed that Heaven's Sword Sect was Heaven's Sword Palace's branch in the vast lands? If this assumption was correct, then Sword Emperor should have at least found the way to break through to the shattering Void Tier, even advancing further and ascending to the divine plane. Then, Sword Emperor should have been a dazzling figure in the world, shining over an entire generation, so how could there not have been even half a record? It truly made him unable to understand. The huge chaos 9,000 years ago, could it have been caused by besieging that shattering Void Tier warrior by Jianghu and the others? However, if Heaven's Sword Sect could communicate with the divine plane, would it have turned out so tragically to the point of using the lives of several hundreds of Heaven Tier warriors for suppression? Ling Han placed the ancient record down and started rummaging through the geography section, and the layout of different forces. The strongest in the north region was only the spiritual infant tier, and setting this aside for now, the other 3 regions south, east, and west were slightly stronger, boasting Heaven Tier cultivators. The amount was quite a lot, at least in the open. Every city had 10 or so such strong cultivators that far surpassed Ling Han's previous life's power. Could it be that in my previous life I was born in the twilight of a martial arts age, so that in the entire world there were only 7 Heaven Tier cultivators, and counting in a force like Heaven's Sword Sect, the amount of Heaven Tier warriors couldn't possibly be that many, right? However, only after several hundred years martial arts welcomed an explosive prosperous age, and at least several hundred Heaven Tier warriors were born, fight a shattering Void Tier opponent desperately to death. And now, another golden age of martial arts has come, with large amounts of Heaven Tier warriors appearing. Could it be that another massive calamity is coming? Ling Han rubbed his nose and continued reading on. The middle state was the strongest in martial arts ability, and it was said that there were shattering void tier warriors protecting it. If it was when Ling Han was just reborn, he would definitely have cried out. A living shattering void tier warrior actually appeared. However, he even saw a living god spirit, so someone in the shattering void tier seemed not to be much. As to how many shattering void tier warriors were in the middle state, no one knew, but Ling Han found the records of the Heaven Sword Sect. This force was one of the strongest sects in the middle state, boasting shattering void tier warriors. This Heaven Sword Sect, was it that Heaven Sword Sect from his previous life? Ling Han felt that it should be. So, if he could go to the Heaven Sword Sect to read through the ancient records, then he would definitely be able to find the beginning and end of that chaos 9,000 years ago. However, this sect doesn't seem to accept disciples, otherwise I could blend in with the Black Tower's cover, and with blood-sucking origin gold, I could enter any treasure vault and open any lock. And Cloud Phoenix sect that Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was in is also erected in the middle state, same goes with Setting Sun Saber Emperor's Absolute Saber sect. Yes, after my tier is a bit higher, I must go check out the middle state. After Ling Han flipped through for a while, he got up and left. He solved a few of his doubts, but the unsolved mysteries increased in numbers, making him feel very gloomy. Ling Han inquired the information on the remaining 3 ingredients of Restore Spirit Pill, but the Star Brilliance Palace Hall didn't have them as expected. These 3 ingredients were all Earth-grade materials, so it was normal for the Star Brilliance Palace Hall not to have them. After all, this was just the headquarters of Heaven's Medicine Pavilion in the 9 nations of the desolate North. It was almost certain that if he went to a large city in the heart of the desolate North, then the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion there would definitely have those 3 medicinal ingredients. Ling Han left the Star Brilliance Palace Hall and walked towards the inn, but he soon felt a shred of unease. Someone was tailing him. Ling Han was immediately certain. He had the Heaven-tier divine sense, which was extremely keen. After being stared at a few times, he naturally would feel a reaction. However, he temporarily didn't know who followed him. Ling Han remained calm and collected, starting to walk towards a place where there were fewer streams of people. After walking for half an hour, he arrived at a turn and his figure flashed, entering the Black Tower. Soon after, an old man's figure appeared. He stood next to the corner of the turn, looking afar as his expression revealed a hint of doubt. He was obviously the old man surnamed Luo from yesterday. Due to the strange fire's importance, he started moving on the second day, watching Ling Han's movements to find a chance to make a move. It originally went well, as Ling Han actually walked towards a place where there were fewer people. It was practically creating a chance for him, but never did he think that this boy would actually vanish after making a turn into the alleyway. Where'd he run off to? The old man surnamed Luo revealed a doubtful expression, because he had the confidence that with the cultivation of the spiritual pedestal tier, it was impossible for Ling Han to discover him. However, the other party disappeared without a trace, meaning that the other party had already taken notice. This child was strange as expected, and not to be underestimated. He circled in place for a long while, wanting to find the secret behind Ling Han's sudden disappearance, but in the end he could only shake his head, leaping away. Ling Han didn't appear, but looked at the strange fire inside the Black Tower. Now the fusion of the 2 balls of strange fire was nearing the end, and at most, it would be completed in half an hour. He waited patiently, as expected. Without half an hour's time, a crimson flame flew over and spun around him, sending a thought, Yaya. Ling Han. However, after a short while, the strange fire suddenly sent another spiritual thought. Ling Han was surprised the strange fire could actually speak. No wonder the strange fire wanted to devour and merge with other strange fires. They became stronger this way in not only the flame's power but also in intellect. You can actually speak. Then you can't stay in my hand from now on, otherwise my privacy will all be seen by you. Ling Han laughed. The strange fire jumped onto his shoulder, yet it oddly didn't set his clothes on fire. First, it was because the strange fire had sufficient control, and second, it was within the Black Tower space, so Ling Han was in control of everything here. It said, I want a name too. You want a name too? Ling Han scratched his head and said, naming isn't my strength, but since there's already Small Tower, you can be called Small Fire. Small Fire, I'm Small Fire. Strange Fire didn't seem to mind and seemed to be extremely happy after receiving a name, starting to jump on Ling Han's shoulder. Chapter 294, Going Blind. Reverie under Xiao. At this time the old man surnamed Luo reappeared in the alleyway. He originally pretended to leave but was actually ambushing on the side to see if Ling Han used some strange method to temporarily hide. After all, to indescribably escape underneath the eyes of someone in the spiritual pedestal tier? He wouldn't really believe it. However, he guarded for so long and finally lost patience, thinking that Ling Han truly ran. Otherwise, no matter the concealment method, it shouldn't be able to last for so long, right? He circled around a few more times in the vicinity, leaving at last. Ling Han nodded. This old man really left this time. Nyo, help me keep an eye on that old man and see where he lives, Ling Han said to Hunyo. The little girl stayed in the Black Tower when she had nothing to do because when she wanted to eat she could and when she wanted to play she could act spoiled with Ling Han. Besides, the space here was large enough for her to play wildly. Moreover, this little girl also raised a few wolves and some pigs, but they weren't her friends but her prey. Hunyo instantly became interested and pat her small chest as she said, "Leave it to Nyo." After the little girl went out of the Black Tower, she tailed the old man, while Ling Han returned to the inn. Even someone in the spiritual ocean tier could only gape at Hunyo's speed, and she might not necessarily lose out against another at the spiritual pedestal tier, so it was safe and there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, who would be suspicious of a 5-6-year-old little girl? It wouldn't be good for Ling Han to follow since it might expose Hunyo. Therefore he returned to the inn very reassured, leaving the scouting mission to Hunyo. In a short while Hunyo returned, diving into Ling Han's embrace and saying coyly, "Nyo helped Ling Han find where the old man lives." "Good work." Ling Han rubbed Hunyo's head, making her reveal a kitten-like expression, enjoying it greatly. Lu Yutong and Li Chan looked at each other, revealing a worried look. Hunyo's possessiveness was more intense by the day, and once they approached Ling Han now, the little girl would just hang on to Ling Han and act spoiled shamelessly anyways, she just wouldn't give them a chance to get close. Who would have thought that this little girl was their greatest rival? At night, Ling Han let Hunyo lead the way, arriving at the northern part of the small town outside the courtyard where the old man surnamed Luo stayed. Of course, they were still very far away. After all, the old man had the cultivation of the spiritual pedestal tier. Let me think, that presence that old man emits gives me a very familiar feeling. Ling Han propped his chin in his hand. Before, when he was inside the Black Tower, observing the old man surnamed Luo, he didn't particularly pay attention, but thinking about it now, the other party's presence was extremely strange. Just who was it on that I sensed this before? He thought for a while but couldn't remember. Then, patting himself on the head, he said, "That's right, I still have the Eye of Truth." The spirit power condensed in the right eye, and instantly lines of fabric surfaced on the eyeball. In Ling Han's eyes, the courtyard's walls slowly became transparent and Xiao, his gaze penetrated them. Layer after layer, the entire courtyard became transparent, revealing it all in minute details. However, when he saw the scene inside, Ling Han was instantly so disgusted that he almost puked out the meal from the previous night. He hurriedly retracted the Eye of Truth as the corner of his lips twitched, feeling as if his view on life was breaking down. He saw the old man surnamed Luo lying on the ground and sticking his butt up while a boy from behind was forcefully, no, just thinking about it once more made him want to puke. Disgusting, truly freaking disgusting. Xiao, a figure shot out from the courtyard. It was the old man surnamed Luo. He was just in the zone, but he suddenly felt a gaze that fixed on him, making him greatly shocked. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and jumped onto the perimeter walls, sweeping his eyes over the surroundings. Ling Han already brought Hunyo into the Black Tower, so he naturally couldn't find anything, only thinking that he had blurred vision. He jumped back into the courtyard, and naturally a great battle awaited him there. "That blinded my freaking eyes," Ling Han ridiculed. "No, I have to wash it with water, otherwise I'll have post-traumatic disorder for the rest of my life. How could there be such disgusting deeds? I must use the Eye of Truth with caution from now on. Such a scene if seen many times. I'll definitely die young." After being disgusted for a while, Ling Han calmed down and thought, strange, why would someone in the spiritual pedestal tier live in seclusion here? Why follow me? I just arrived here, so it's not possible for me to have offended anyone. There's only Qing Fei Jun. Could the two be related in some way? Could it be that Qing Fei Jun's one of this old man's gigolos? Pa, that damned old man. No, I must slaughter him or else that lovely scene will always disgust me. Ling Han returned to the inn and gave Zhu Wujiao a mission, to monitor Cheng Fei-jun. Zhu Wujiao was able to take revenge on his great enemy after he received Ling Han's support and had been eating Ling Han's medicinal pills and worldly delicacies, so he desperately wanted to serve Ling Han. Seeing Ling Han arrange a mission for him, he naturally went gladly. Ling Han, your complexion doesn't look too good, Liu Yutong and Li Sichan both said worriedly. Ling Han's expression now was as if he'd been run over by an old hag several hundred times. It was as dark as it could be. Ling Han waved his hands dismissively and said, "Don't make me remember it." Liu Yutong and Li Sichan were baffled. They couldn't possibly think of something that could scare Ling Han to this degree. Staying at the inn for a couple of days, Ling Han didn't go out at all, and instead worked on his foundation. He was now in the peak period of the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, having the qualifications to charge into the Spiritual Ocean tier. But the problem was that his time in the Gushing Spring tier was too short, and refining demonic chi and absorbing the 100 poison jade ointment rapidly increased his cultivation. His foundation wasn't completely stable, and if he now broke through, it would be disadvantageous when he climbed up to the higher tiers hereafter. Therefore, Ling Han wasn't in a rush to break through, simply continuing to stabilize cultivation and planning to break through after around 2 months. A 17-year-old warrior in the Spiritual Ocean tier was still extremely surprising. Of course, this was already incomparable to Yan Tianzhao, or the future who knew the little girl's potential was truly terrifying. However, the fact that Yan Tianzhao could possess the cultivation of the Spiritual Ocean tier should be related to the devouring art he cultivated. Lady Yan taught Yun Shuang the subordinate mantra of that art. Maybe she also cultivated it and had her cultivation devoured by Yan Tianzhao. Otherwise, Ling Han couldn't think of another possibility for Yan Tianzhao to reach the Spiritual Ocean tier within the short amount of days. However, after that, Yan Tianzhao's cultivation improvements should be normal. Otherwise, it'd only take him several days to advance into the Spiritual Pedestal tier, another several days to break through to the Spiritual Infant tier, and then immediately enter the Shattering Void tier. This world was more complicated than Ling Han had thought, and by many folds at that. Now was the apex of prosperity in martial arts. All sorts of talents frequently appeared, and if one wanted to reach the top, then one would be bound to experience countless rivalries and contend with thousands of prodigies. After yet another several days, Zhu Wujiao finally brought news back, saying that Cheng Fei-jun had come into contact with the old man surnamed Luo as expected. Chapter 295, 2 Pieces of News. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han had already utilized the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's power to investigate the old man surnamed Luo. This man's name was Luo Jifeng, and he came to the town 3 years ago, keeping a very low profile as if to live in seclusion here. Since the man didn't cause trouble, Star Brilliance Palace Hall naturally couldn't chase this person out. At first they monitored for a while, but after such a long time, they were no longer concerned about him. During this time, Luo Jifeng would run to the nearby inn to monitor Ling Han. Of course he thought that he was deeply hidden, but he could never hide from Ling Han's divine sense. It was just that Ling Han simply remained calm and collected. Ling Han remained calm and collected for so many days because he didn't want to give Luo Jifeng the chance to attack. If he dared to attack publicly at the inn, then it was equivalent to going against the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Ling Han was now an Earth-grade alchemist, and publicly attacking Ling Han would definitely bring on the storming wrath of the Alchemist Society. At this time, 2 great events consecutively happened. First, in the 9 nations of the desolate north, large amounts of people from the young generation walked out from the country's gates, heading toward the Winter Moon Sect. Ling Han made some inquiries and found out that the Winter Moon Sect would open its doors to accept disciples every 5 years. For the younger generation, joining the Winter Moon Sect meant that they had a chance to break through to the Spiritual Infant tier in the future. Not to mention the young generation flocking like ducks, even the older generations were stirred up, but the Winter Moon Sect only accepted disciples under 30. To say the least, even if they couldn't join the Winter Moon Sect, they could still broaden their knowledge. They couldn't always stay foolishly conceited in their countries. Since the Fallen Moon Gorge was the only way to the North region, large amounts of young martial artists now gathered in the desolate north. It was said that Cheng Fei-jun personally invited them, organizing a martial arts tea party and discussing martial arts. For the younger generation, each one arrogantly thought they were the #1 in the world, and hearing of this event, they naturally wanted to attend. After all, there would be the younger generation of the 9 countries, and who wouldn't want to be the best, becoming the number 1 in the desolate north? That would bring them so much fame and face. On the other hand, Qing Fei Jun took out a Restore Heart pill, and said that he would give it to the first place of the event as a reward, inciting the passion even more in the youngsters. The Restore Heart pill was a holy medicine of healing. It was said that as long as one still had a breath left, they could immediately be healed no matter how heavy their injuries. If not, it could at least keep one alive. For a martial artist, what was more precious than a life-saving medicinal pill? Thus, for reputation and benefit, many people were naturally attracted. Secondly, there was suddenly news on the blue scale demonic fruit, a main ingredient in refining the Restore Spirit pill that Ling Han persistently searched for. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion announced that it was carrying out a large-scale auction, and in the auction, there would be 1 blue-scale demonic fruit for sale. This was probably also related to the recent gathering of young talents from the 9 countries, so there naturally wouldn't be lack of those with money. According to the legends, this spirit medicine grew with the blue-scale beast, a 7th-tier beast, an equivalent of the spiritual infant tier. The harvesting difficulty was extremely large. The blue-scale demonic fruit was the main ingredient in refining the Nurture Spirit pill, which could heal martial artists' damaged divine sense. Its effects were extremely great. From the flower blossom tier, martial artists began to comprehend heaven and earth and went on a mental journey into the void, which often gave rise to extremely dangerous mirages such as traveling through hell or battling with a terrifying opponent. This could make martial artists lose themselves and become unable to differentiate between dream and reality. Getting injured in such a dream, a martial artist's divine sense would be injured heavily. For a martial artist, the essence, qi, and spirit were equally important. If the divine sense was injured, then it would affect the activation of the spirit base in refining spiritual qi, and one's cultivation could become stagnant. In more severe cases, it could result in regression of cultivation, decrease of one's tier. Therefore, Nurture Spirit pill which could restore the divine sense became extremely precious. Right, there was also a Spirit Treasures Pavilion here that was of common origin with the one in the Rain Country. Just like the Heaven Medicines Pavilion, they opened branch stores everywhere. However, Heaven Medicines Pavilion sold medicine, while the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was primarily in the auction business. When Ling Han received news, he immediately took a trip to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, hoping that the other party could offer a price to sell the blue-scale beast fruit directly. After all, he left all his funds at the Ling family. Bringing it here would be useless anyways, since they simply didn't accept the Rain Country's currency. So, he hoped to buy on credit or something, having confidence that his status of the Earth-grade alchemist would prove that returning money definitely wouldn't be a problem. However, the manager of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion expressed regret that they never had a precedent of selling internally, and wouldn't start it either. The wise way was for Ling Han to prepare more funds before the auction began. Want to buy a spirit medicine above the 5th tier? Sorry, silver was of no use. One needed to use something called Origin Power Crystal. Origin Power Crystals were also known as Origin Crystals. It wasn't something of nature. It required a spiritual ocean tier martial artist to extract their own origin power and pour it into a special crystal, sealing it with their martial intent. Origin crystals would then be able to be refined and absorbed by other martial artists to speed up cultivation, even comprehending the martial intent within. This was a very good supportive cultivation item, and even surpassed most medicinal pills, becoming the favorite amongst martial artists. Therefore, it became the common currency in the vast lands. Of course, different tier martial artists refined differently valued origin power crystals. The spiritual ocean tier warriors refined the lowest and known as a 1-star origin power crystal, and one made by a shattering void tier cultivator was naturally of the highest grade, 7 stars. 1-star origin crystal was basically what flowed through the market, and 7 stars grade was just like a dream, almost never seen and only appearing in rumors. After all, which shattering void tier cultivator needed to refine origin crystals to make money? Ling Han was determined to get the blue scale beast fruit, but a very realistic problem was placed in front of him. He had no money. To obtain a spirit fruit like this put up for auction, he inevitably needed large amount of origin crystals, but Ling Han didn't even have a single origin crystal. Even if he turned to pressure Guang Yuan and worked him like a horse to refine it, the auction began in 3 days. Just how much could be produced in that time? Yes, 7 turns break crisis pill can be put up for auction, but who knows how much origin crystals it'll be auctioned for. It's insufficient, Ling Han pondered and finally decided to attack from different angles, putting up the 7 turns break crisis pill for auction and selling the medicinal ingredients planted in the Black Tower. It was mainly the ginseng and the Ganoderma. These were good things for nourishing origin qi and their value increased along with their age. Inside the Black Tower, planting it for a year was equivalent to planting it 1,000 years, very easily making 1,000-year ginseng and 1,000-year Ganoderma. Of course, it had only been 2 months or so since Ling Han opened the Black Tower, so he couldn't have a 1,000-year-old one. However, 100-year ginseng and 100-year Ganoderma were definitely hot consumer goods he didn't have to worry about not being able to sell. Things that nourished the body and the origin were loved by everyone. Not to mention those of the spiritual pedestal tier and the spiritual infant tier, even the shattering void tier warriors wouldn't mind eating it often. For example, who could resist a ginseng pheasant stew, something both delicious and nourishing? Ling Han didn't know how many acres of ginseng and Ganoderma he planted, so he didn't care about taking a few acres worth of them to sell. Because he didn't want to expose the secret of the Black Tower, Ling Han planned to first return to dig up the ginseng and Ganoderma, process it, then take it out. Otherwise, if it was directly thrown out of fresh mud, then it would truly cause people's suspicions. A spatial tool that could take in living things? Fuck, maybe even a warrior of the shattering void tier would be interested, and at that time even the title of an earth-grade alchemist couldn't possibly protect him. Chapter 296, Gathered Together at the Small Town. Reappears. However, just as Ling Han returned to the inn, he met a few old friends. Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyun, Li Dongyu, and the later generation of the 8 great clans of the imperial city like Zhao Huan, Chen Wuyong, Huang Weizhe, and so on and so forth. These people were basically the future cornerstone of the Rain Country in another 30 years. They all heard Ling Han became an earth-grade alchemist, and after making some inquiries they found out that Ling Han lived here and came over for a visit. An earth-grade alchemist, 2 *SS, a first for the Rain Country. Even if Rain Emperor came personally, he would only be on equal footing as Ling Han. Even those slightly weaker emperors would have to bootlick Ling Han. Since that was so and these youngsters knew that Ling Han was here, they didn't dare not to pay a visit and extend their greetings. Furthermore, to form a relationship with a super alchemist like this would truly be beneficial. Master Ling. Qi Yongyi and the others smiled, not daring to call Ling Han by name. Ling Han didn't care. His own friends naturally didn't need to be treated as strangers, but Qi Yongyi and Bailey Tingyun didn't pass his test. They were only acquaintances, so Ling Han didn't care whatever they called him. However, Ling Han wouldn't be petty either, as he took out the fruits and vegetables and the meat he grew inside the Black Tower to receive them. There were several low-tier beasts inside, but for receiving acquaintances, normal meat was enough. In a short moment, everyone ate plate after plate, and the scene went out of control as the other people inside the inn thought they were about to fight, almost running off to call the people of Star Brilliance Palace Hall. After a sumptuous meal as martial artists, everyone couldn't help but be curious. Kenyi, you actually reached the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Zhao Huan looked at Kenyi somewhat surprised. Before this, he was always firmly on top of the other in cultivation. Now he just broke through to the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, but Kenyi skyrocketed to the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, so how could that not have greatly surprised him? Ha. Huh? Ah. Chen Wuyong and the others cried out one after another. The arduousness of the path of martial arts was taken one step and one footprint at a time. Certainly, the lower the tier, the more likely it was possible for skyrocketing to happen, but as cultivation was higher, the advancement became slower, like climbing a tall mountain. At first one could sprint, but reaching halfway up, one would be gasping for breath, needing to rest after a few steps. Kenya's advancement speed completely surpassed their expectations. Kenyi kept silent, cold as usual, lightly rubbing the blade handle. In his eyes, no person was more important than the saber. Everyone was just momentarily shocked, but immediately came to a realization. Don't forget, Kenyi now followed an earth-grade alchemist. With an earth-grade alchemist chucking medicinal pills, could cultivation advancement not be fast? In reality, Kenyi also possessed the qualifications to charge to the spiritual ocean tier, but he and Ling Han were the same. Having increased their cultivation with medicinal pills, they had to first stabilize their tiers. Blindly pursuing a higher tier was only pulling up a seedling in mistaken hope of helping it grow. The repercussions would soon appear. like the situation of stars of battle prowess unable to keep up with one's tier. How was that different from being a disabled person? Can ye fight me? Zhao Huan challenged him. Before he could always firmly suppress Can Yi, but now the other party's tier surpassed his instead. He wanted to fight even more to prove that he was truly the strongest talent in the Imperial City. Can Yi, Yen Tianzhao and Feng Yan, those freaks were out of consideration. Can Yi didn't take the fight but shook his head and said, "You cannot match me, one strike and you'd be cut down by me." Zhao Huan couldn't help but get angry. However, with Ling Han at the scene he couldn't lose his temper. He simply snorted and said, 2 days later would be the martial arts tea party. I hope that when the time comes, you won't be stingy and refuse to take on a fight. Can Yi stayed silent for a short while, then pointed at Ling Han and said, I am not the one you should surpass, he is. Everyone was instantly speechless. Who didn't know Ling Han's freakishness, defeating Yen Tianzhao with one strike and crippling Feng Yan with one palm? He was simply a monster. Besides, this monster was also a big boss of alchemy, so who dared to challenge him? No matter if one won or lost, neither would be good. Master Ling, will you also attend the martial arts tea party 3 days later? Qi Yongyi asked. Ling Han pondered and said, might as well take a look. If Master Ling attends, then we can only step aside. Chang Wu Yong laughed, bootlicking Ling Han a tiny bit. However, Master Ling, hurry up and raise your tier. We won't have any face always being suppressed by you, a person in the first layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Huang Weizhe joked as well. This was also because Ling Han was young, or else if it were Fu Yuansheng, he wouldn't dare say something like this. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. His Spring's Eye was already merged earlier. No matter if he were at the 3rd layer or the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring, it all looked like the 1st layer of the Gushing Spring. He said, don't you all worry, I won't fight the day after tomorrow. With such a good chance, he planned to sell the Ginseng and Ganoderma from the Black Tower to the people of the 9 nations of the desolate north. This way he could weaken the financial resources of those competing for the blue scale beast fruit and bring himself some fortune, naturally killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master Ling, you said it. Everyone's eyes lit up. The strongest in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Who didn't want to have such glory? But if Ling Han took part, then other people wouldn't have a single bit of hope, unless they crossed into the spiritual ocean tier. But how many spiritual ocean tier warriors under 30 years of age could there be? Only Feng Yan and Yen Tianzhao, the 2 freaks. Ling Han smiled. I said it, so you guys don't have to worry at all. I only plan on selling some things. What medicinal pills does Master Ling plan on selling? Everyone was curious. This youngster advanced into the earth grade, so the medicinal pills he took out were bound to be amazing. You guys will know the day after tomorrow. Ling Han kept it secret. Everyone was curious but didn't dare to question Ling Han closely, leaving them with an itch in their hearts. Anyways, enduring was not a big deal since the answer would be revealed the day after tomorrow. Eating till very late at night, everyone left separately, but 2 people stayed at the inn, so it would only be a few steps to return to their own rooms. 1 day, 2 days, time passed by quickly and it was already the day of the martial arts tea party. The venue was set at a square on the east side of the small town. A massive sunshade-like structure was temporarily set up, enough to seat thousands of people. All members of the younger generation from the 9 nations of the desolate north with cultivation at least in the element gathering tier, they averaged several hundred per country. The seats were more than enough to contain them. The martial arts tea party started at noon and ended in the evening. Ling Han, Lu Yutong, and the others came to the public square and sat down arbitrarily. They were a somewhat larger party with more people, and just happened to occupy 1 table. Hunyo couldn't sit still and immediately took out snacks from the spatial ring that were prepared beforehand, eating very delightedly. Very soon more and more people came, such that the Star Defense Force was also mobilized to maintain order. After all, youngsters were impetuous and it was never good if someone died in a fight. Cheng Fei-jun appeared and said in a loud and clear voice, "Thank you friends for attending, everyone." Most of the people instantly stand up. This was a high-level black-grade alchemist. He would be considered a big boss of alchemy in any of their countries. How could they not be respectful? Chapter 297, Prodigies Battle. Reverie Undersh. Ling Han naturally wouldn't respond, and if he didn't nudge, Lu Yutong and the others naturally wouldn't give Cheng Fei-jun face either. They simply sat straight up as well. Hey, Master Cheng has personally spoken, you guys dare to stay seated and not give any face? Someone on the side sneered, obviously bootlicking Cheng Fei-jun. Do I need to give him face? Zhu Wujiu immediately said. He naturally knew of Cheng Fei-jun and Ling Han's conflict, glaring over at once. Great, not only do you not respect Master Cheng, but also publicly humiliate him. Looks like you guys are dead for sure. That person swept his gaze across each one of their faces, and when he saw Lu Yutong and Li Si Chan's exceeding beauty, he was breathtaken as his eyes involuntarily tensed. Shut the hell up. To the side of that person, someone gave him a big slap on the face. You moron, do you know who he is? Ling Han, one who just advanced and became an Earth-grade alchemist. If you want to die, then die on your own, don't involve us. Pooh, that person instantly spurted out, and his expression turned dreadfully pale at once. He and Cheng Fei-jun were total strangers. Honestly, he wanted to become acquainted with Cheng Fei-jun, but the latter might not even pay attention to him. Wasn't that why he took this chance to stir things up to bootlick Cheng Fei-jun and form a relationship with him? Great, this bootlick didn't work, and he instead offended an Earth-grade alchemist. Wasn't that seeking death? Ling? Master Ling, I am blind as a bat, please forgive me. He hurriedly said in a quivering voice. Ling hand waved his hands dismissively, as he naturally wouldn't care about a nobody like that. That person was as if he'd received a great pardon, hurriedly nodding his head towards Ling Han, but dared not to stay there anymore. After he sat for a short while, he got up and left, afraid that Ling Han would suddenly make him pay for his rudeness. Everyone, today will mainly be tea tasting and discussion of martial arts. Drinking tea in harmony takes first, and as for sparring, stop when meaning is conveyed, Cheng Fei-jun said with a smile, then took out a pill bottle, displaying it all around. This is Restore Heart pill that will be rewarded to the one who takes the first place today. Even a Restore Heart pill was taken out, who wouldn't give it their best. Haha, this humble one is Hong Fei from the Rock Country. I am most adept with fist techniques, who wants to spar with me? A tall and sturdy youngster jumped out first. There was a massive space emptied out for battle within the sunshade area. You're fit to use fists? A lanky youngster walked out, emitting a shocking chilliness. Showing off fist techniques in front of me, Lian Xiaozhu, the only road left for you is death. Humph, are you the only one in this world who can use fists? Hong Fei said indifferently, naturally not backing down. When I become the world's #1, certainly, I will be the only one fit to use fists and others won't be able to tarnish fist techniques. Lian Xiaozhu said aggressively. What an overconfident guy. He actually said he would become the world's #1. Lian Xiaozhu? Ha, could it be the Lian Xiaozhu from the Fire Country? You've heard of him? This person is known for being a fist maniac. It's rumored that he only knows one style of fist technique, which is the most common Black Tiger Tears Heart, and one he cultivated it for dozens of years. PFF, are you joking? Just cultivating the Black Tiger Tears Heart? That can't even be called a yellow grade technique. It certainly is so, but it's rumored that this person is the #1 amongst the younger generation in the Fire Country, defeating all of the Fire Country's elites. Even the current Fire Emperor has praised him endlessly, conferring upon him the title Fist Marquis. He's really that strong? Everyone cried out. To be able to be acknowledged and praised by the Fire Emperor, and even being conferred the title of Marquis upon, Lian Xiaozhu's strength should be beyond average. Hong Fei naturally heard it, and a sense of fear arose within him. Although he was very strong amongst the younger generation, he had no qualifications to attract Rock Emperor's attention, receiving the title of some Marquis or Count. You're not fit to use fists. Lian Xiaozhu already launched an attack, a simple Black Tiger Tears Heart that conformed to the norm but boasting a massive and thick wave of qi, as if a great master of fist technique appeared to perform it. Puh. Although Hong Fei launched his ultimate technique, he was absolutely no match for this fist and was instantly sent flying, lying on the side and coughing out blood. Very impressive, Hong Fei was at the 5th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, yet he couldn't even parry one fist. Lian Xiaozhu was certainly strong, living up to the Fire Emperor's evaluation. Brother Lian is strong as expected, this humble one wants to consult you. Immediately a person leapt onto the field. This was a 23 or 24-year-old young male. His physique was slender and a long saber hung by his waist, emitting a stunningly acute presence. Lian Xiaozhu's eyes lit up and he said, "Since you don't use fists, I can spar with you." Well, this guy was certainly a fist maniac. If the others used fists, then he would jet send them flying, but those who didn't use fists could spar with him for a bit. This humble one is Hua Gao Yi, also from the Fire Country, this saber user said proudly. Everyone involuntarily murmured an oh, so he was also from the Fire Country. No wonder he jumped out to spar with Lian Xiaozhu. Now that the 9 countries' martial artists were discussing martial arts, no one wanted their own countrymen to be defeated. There was no glory in that. Right? Please? Please? Lian Xiaozhu and Hua Gao Yi immediately carried out a fierce battle. Fist Chi and Saber Chi clashed, and the battle already reached a climax from the very beginning. As expected, Lian Xiaozhu only used the Black Tiger Tear's heart back and forth, but he used it with much charm and grace. Every punch held a different concept, and its power was shocking. Interesting. Ling Han revealed a faint smile. How's it interesting? Lu Yutong and the others asked one after another. Even Guang Yuan wasn't an exception, because he also couldn't see what aspect was interesting. Ling Han laughed, pointed at Lian Xiaozhu and said, he probably cultivates an unusual art that has the effect of raising battle prowess, and the side effect of it is that he can no longer cultivate other skills as they would come in conflict with that art. Thus, he only used the Black Tiger Tear's heart back and forth, yet its concept is changing constantly and is very miraculous. There's such an art? Everyone was baffled. In the vast world, there are naturally all sorts of rare and peculiar arts. Moreover, this person's expertise is in one punch. It just so happens to remedy the weakness of being unable to cultivate other skills. Sometimes, simplistic doesn't mean mediocre, Ling Han said leisurely. Just like Mo Gao, who was also extremely focused on cultivating the sword and had absolutely not cultivated any sword skills, yet almost realized sword heart. Simplicity never represented mediocrity. The young man before their eyes had a different way to reach the same result, but he was still very far from sensing fist heart, only stepping onto this road. Ken Yi revealed an intense fighting spirit and said, in a bit, I want to challenge that Hua Gao Yi. He was also a saber user, and seeing Hua Gao Yi's splendid saber skills, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart, only wanting to battle. Ling Han observed for a while and said, you will have a chance. Hua Gao Yi's strength is not below Lian Xiaozhu's, and this battle will probably end in a draw. He also clicked his tongue in wonder. Prodigies showed up frequently among this generation's youngsters, making him somewhat surprised. Chapter 298, Selling Ginseng and Ganoderma. Reverie _ Lian Xiaozhu and Hua Gao Yi battled fiercely. The two were at two extremes. One was an expert in fist intent, only one punch back and forth, while the other was magnificent in saber techniques, with infinite changes. Who knew how many saber techniques he learned? One extremely simple and one extremely mixed, yet each could increase battle prowess far beyond one's own tier. They were both in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, although their battle prowess hadn't reached a level so exaggerated as the Spiritual Ocean tier. It was at least 15 stars. Normally, it was not bad if one's battle prowess surpassed one's tier by 2 stars, and having 3 to 4 stars could be called a genius, while 5 to 6 stars was definitely a super genius. In Ling Han's previous life, geniuses that surpassed 5 stars were considerably rare, but only freaks like Sword Emperor and Heaven Phoenix Divine Maiden could surpass 10 stars. However, in this life, Ling Han had already seen several geniuses that surpassed 5 stars, and there hasn't been anyone with 10 stars yet, but that was limited to the 9 nations of the desolate north, who knew how many geniuses were left in the north region, which was also the weakest area in martial arts. No, there was a freak that surpassed 10 stars, one who knew. He forgot about the little girl since she always stuck to his side. He subconsciously forgot her. After fighting for 10 minutes or so, Qing Fei Jun stopped the battle. He had the mission to find the brightest ones today, so he naturally couldn't watch these two fight till dark. Under his directions, everyone stepped forward to challenge others. Since the field was large enough, several people carried out fierce battles at the same time. Everyone naturally could see which battles had more value. There really were a few bright new stars, but it made sense. The desolate north had a total of 9 countries, and since the Rain country had geniuses like Zhao Huan and Ken Yi, why would other countries not have geniuses? This was not counting Yan Tianzhao, Hu Niu and Feng Yan. A total of 7 people left a deep impression in Ling Han's mind other than Lian Xiaozhu and Hua Gao Yi. There were 3 men and 2 women. Bai Yu Quan, Yu Xinghua, Zhong Higuang, Chu Shui Yun and Yuan Lian Shan respectively. Among them, Bai Yu Quan and Yu Shui Yun were the strongest. Although they were only at 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, their battle prowess reached 16 stars, making Ling Han feel as if he saw the young Sword Emperor and Heaven Phoenix Divine Maiden. Of course, those two were still too inexperienced, and way less freakish than Sword Emperor and Heaven Phoenix Divine Maiden. Moreover, the lower the tier, the easier it was to battle above one's level. If they reached the Flower Blossom tier and still possessed battle prowess that surpassed 5 stars, then that would truly be incredible. Kan Yi and Hua Gao Yi sparred in the end while Kan Yi had a slight upper hand. If it were a life and death match, then it would be hard to say what the final result would be. Sparring was sparring after all, and no one would truly use his or her ultimate moves. Haha, everyone stop for a moment. Drink some tea, eat some desserts and continue sparring afterwards. Cheng Fei-jun stood up again and stopped the sparring monetarily, then had people serve up desserts and the like. Ling Han gave Zhu Wujiao a sign. Zhu Wujiao immediately stood up, carrying a large wicker basket on his back and began to shout, "Selling ginseng and Ganoderma, selling ginseng and Ganoderma." Quite a few people immediately burst into laughter. This was a martial arts tea party, and you're actually yelling out and selling things. Did you think this is a food market? Cheng Fei-jun naturally saw Ling Han at the scene, and Zhu Wujiao was at the same table as Ling Han, so Cheng Fei-jun subconsciously assumed that Ling Han intentionally had someone stir up trouble. Cheng Fei-jun was infuriated, feeling detest for Ling Han for going against him at every turn. Humph, this is a distinguished marital arts meeting. Who dares to start trouble? Cheng Fei-jun said coldly. Selling ginseng and Ganoderma. Selling ginseng and Ganoderma. Zhu Wujiao paid absolutely no attention to him, simply shouting out loudly. Who is this guy daring not to give Master Cheng face publicly? Many people didn't recognize Zhu Wujiao, immediately beginning to ask others. Hee, this is one of our Rain country's men called Zhu Wujiao. Zhu Wujiao? Is he strong? He's not strong, but the person he follows is impressive. Ling Han, Master Ling. Master Ling? You don't know? Master Ling is an Earth-grade alchemist. Quite a few people were instantly stupefied. An Earth-grade alchemist in any country was more kick-ass than any big shot. No wonder Zhu Wujiao dared not to give Cheng Fei-jun Fasi had an Earth-grade alchemist behind him, thus certainly had the capacity to do that. However, this brought on everyone's curiosity. The quality of the ginseng and Ganoderma that this guy was selling shouldn't be too bad, right? Come, let me see, someone immediately said. Zhu Wujiao hurriedly greeted smilingly, opening the wicker basket and handing over a ginseng and a Ganoderma. Such pure medicinal power. Everyone seated here was from a large family or a large force, so their judgment naturally wasn't poor. They normally ate such tonic food like ginseng and Ganoderma. From smelling the medicinal fragrance, they knew that this ginseng and Ganoderma were extremely aged. At least several dozen years of age. He made a judgment. Chua, hearing this, many people immediately circled around. They naturally wouldn't care about normal ginseng and Ganoderma, but those aged several dozens of years would surprise them. It could largely restore origin chi, something of great use. No. Someone immediately shook their heads. This isn't just 100 years, it's reached the level of hundreds. Certainly. Many more people expressed agreement. 100-year-old ginseng? Ganoderma? Everyone immediately revealed an exulted expression, and more people rushed over with intention of buying some. 10 origin crystals for one. Zhu Wujiao quoted a price. Normally, if a price was not stated, then it meant 1 origin power crystal as was the customary convention. 10 origin crystals. This price was very high since one spiritual ocean tier cultivator could only form 1 origin crystal a month, only 10 a year too. I'll offer 10, give me. No, I'll offer 12, it's mine. I'll offer 13. Everyone immediately began to fight over the goods. These were good things for nurturing the body and origin. Also, they were good for recovering from hidden injuries which martial artists commonly suffered on even a daily basis. Not auctioning. There are many ginsengs and Ganoderma, as long as you have origin crystals, you'll have a share. Zhu Wujiao said, face full of smiles. What the heck, there were many? This was ginseng and Ganoderma and not cabbage. Hey, I want the 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma, don't you take a 5, 6 or 10-year one to trick me, someone immediately said. How's that possible? Master Ling's reputation is not enough to assure you? Zhu Wujiao immediately brought up Ling Han mainly to intimidate them in case someone tried to take it forcefully, wasting time to incite trouble. As expected, hearing the words Master Ling, some who had ill intentions immediately withdrew such thoughts. That was an Earth-grade alchemist, and if he went to his country to express discontent, it was guaranteed that the current emperor would immediately become infuriated. Here, everyone, as long as you've paid origin crystals, you can check for yourself. If the age is not sufficient, I'll immediately return the payment and gift the Ginseng and Ganoderma to you. However, that's on the condition you do it before you leave, otherwise some might intentionally do a switch to deceive me. I don't really care, but Master Ling's reputation can't be tarnished by others. Zhu Wujiu said in a justified manner, intimidating those who still had ill intents. See a small explanation on Battlestar's and TL's thoughts if you're wondering about Battlestar's inconsistencies. ed/n. I guess they have short years there, or someone stole the calendar from the narrator. Chapter 299, There's More After All, sold out. Reverie Undersh. Even if Zhu Wujiu didn't speak of inspecting goods, everyone would never have overlooked it. It cost 10 origin power crystals after all. Those special crystals containing the origin power were very normal products produced in large amounts otherwise, with the market demand, they would already be used up, and it would be impossible for such large amounts of them to appear. There was a standard to origin crystals' size, they were the size of a finger. Also, rather than being a piece, they were more like sticks. But to fill this small origin power crystal, a spiritual ocean tier cultivator had to spend a month's time. This was the normal rate if a spiritual ocean tier cultivator expended all their origin power and recovered it through meditation and not through eating medicinal pills. Otherwise, it would be squandering family fortune, since medicinal pills were very expensive as well. Even spiritual ocean tier cultivators could only refine 12 pieces a year, so this thing was extremely precious and could reflect the value of the 100-year Ginseng and Ganoderma. One after another, people paid origin power crystals to receive a stock of Ginseng or Ganoderma, and hurriedly examined them closely. If they personally didn't understand, then they asked others on the side to appraise it, all of them revealing an exulted expression. It certainly was 100 years old. I still want to buy a stock. I have money. I also want to buy 3 stocks. After confirming that the Ginseng and Ganoderma Zhu Wujiu sold were genuine, everyone was extremely excited, brandishing their origin power crystals and barging in like local tyrants. These origin power crystals were actually given by their families or forces for emergency usage. After all, the currency that flowed through here was origin power crystal, while silver was used only between average people. In the 9 nations of the desolate north, the spiritual ocean tier warriors were definitely the pinnacle, so how could they possibly refine and condense origin power crystals all day? Thus, even the 8 great clans couldn't take out that many origin power crystals, what more normal families? Therefore, these people that threw 10 origin crystals at a time were simply willfully rich. Guang Yuan shook his head repeatedly as he watched and said, if anyone dared to squander this lord's origin crystals like this lord would personally beat them to death. Ling Han sighed. You say it as if you've refined origin power crystals before. Pa, this lord doesn't even have time to cultivate, so how could I possibly waste origin power to do such a thing? Guang Yuan immediately spat out shamelessly without caring for his image at all. It made sense. Now that Ling Han was an Earth-grade alchemist, Guang Yuan's status was countless times lower than Ling Han's, so Guang Yuan naturally revealed his rowdiness as there was absolutely no need for him to put on airs of a senior or a powerhouse. Everyone laughed underneath their breaths. Guang Yuan might be rude, but he was also an interesting person. Everyone was disorderly crowded around Zhu Wujiu, and the scene was extremely bustling. Some people didn't have 10 origin crystals on them, so they bargained with Zhu Wujiu, while others were a bit more rich and imposing, saying that they were willing to add on to the price to have priority over the selling of the goods as they were afraid that Ginseng and Ganoderma would be sold out. Cheng Feijun's expression was gloomier and gloomier. The martial arts tea party he held was to pick out potential talents for Luo Jifeng to select, but not for Ling Han to sell goods. He couldn't help but stand up and remind everyone that it was about time to continue sparring. However, no one paid attention to him. People saw the ability of several others previously, and knew there was no chance for most of them to obtain the first place. So, since there was only one prize for the number 1, why not focus on a treasure in their sight instead? Cheng Feijun almost cursed out. The tea party was held by him and he was a high-level black-grade alchemist, though dare a group of mere gushing spring-tier martial artists not give him any face. But Ling Han was on the scene, so he as a high-level black-grade alchemist was really nothing great. So what if they didn't give any face? There was still Master Ling, right? This damned Ling Han, was he born to go against him? Cheng Fei-jun slumped into his seat, his gaze filled with fury. He was even feeling hate for Luo Jifeng now. That old man said he would get rid of Ling Han, but he had done nothing after so many days, letting Ling Han run around wildly perfectly fine. After several more hours, Zhu Wujiu finally sold a whole basket full of spirit medicine, but there were still many people brandishing their origin power crystals, wishing to buy more. He looked at Ling Han and seeing Ling Han nod, he then said, "Those friends who haven't bought any, don't worry, you can find me later at the inn's 7th courtyard. There will be large amounts of ginseng and Ganoderma, provided 100-year-old ones. I promise everyone will be satisfied." Only upon hearing there were those who hadn't bought any willing to leave. However, everyone was shocked after a wicker basket full of spirit medicine was sold, there were still more? This was 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma we were talking about, not some random cabbage. Normal people had a mere lifespan of 100 years, and nowadays areas deep in the mountains were full of medicine harvesters. Thus the amount of spirit medicines was becoming fewer and fewer. One would be grateful for being able to occasionally harvest one stalk of 100-year-old ginseng, but now a basketful was sold to them, and there was still more. Could they have dug up an ancient medicinal garden? Cheng Fei-jun's expression was like the fluctuating weather, filled with intense avarice. He thought that Ling Han must have found an ancient medicinal garden. Obtaining it along with a Grandmaster alchemist's heritage would explain both his supply of spirit medicine and his ability to become an earth-grade alchemist at such a young age. If he could obtain it, instantly, his heart was burning with inexhaustible desire, making him willing to take risks out of desperation. Guang Yuan took it all in and said to Ling Han, "Ling Han, that brat has aimed his killing intent at you." Ling Han laughed lightly and said, "No matter, a mere clown. I originally didn't care, but since he seeks death, then I'll send him on his way. I'll leave it to old brother Guang." Guang Yuan instantly spurted out and said faintly, "That guy is still a high-level black-grade alchemist. If I kill him, then the whole world's alchemists would see me as the most hated person. Just do it cleanly. He's merely at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, and based on old brother Guang's cultivation of the 8th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, you can definitely suppress him with one hand, with neither God nor ghosts finding out." Ling Han smiled. Guang Yuan received the complete large Sun Heaven Heart Scroll, and with Ling Han's provision of medicinal pills, his cultivation welcomed a small upsurge, reaching the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, which was also unbelievable to even himself. "All right, leave this guy to me," Guang Yuan said, clenching his teeth. He received so many benefits from Ling Han yet hadn't truly done anything for him, making him feel obliged to do something. Ling Han nodded. He truly didn't care for Cheng Fei-jun. As for Luo Jifeng, who almost blinded his eyes, he hadn't gone to peak again, so he didn't deeply understand this person. That old man's presence gave him a familiar feeling, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chapter 300. An elite cultivator suddenly appears. Reverie under selling ginseng came to an end. The martial arts tea party naturally continued, though quite a few people were still thinking about the 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma. They obviously appeared to be preoccupied, decreasing the excitement at the scene by a whole lot. Fortunately, Lian Xiaozhu, Bai Quan, and the others took the field to spar again. Their splendid performance restored a bit of the excitement, winning the frequent cheers of masses, especially when their home country's martial artists saw their own country's genius demonstrating invincible might and beating the talents of other countries. They were hysterically excited. At last, a total of 8 strongest from a single country each arose: Lian Xiaozhu, Hua Gao Yi, Bai Quan, Yu Xinghua, Zhong He Guang, Yu Shui Yun, Yuan Lianshan, and Qin Yi. Zhu Wujiu was still a bit unskilled after all with the cultivation of only the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier. The only thing he could rely on was Silver Moon Body, while his own talent in martial arts barely qualified. He now only formed 2 flashes of sword chi, and was still a whole segment away from the title of a king. It just so happened that the 9 nations of the desolate north each had one amongst the strongest except the Cloud Country, making all the martial artists of that country embarrassed. There was no other way since their skills were below that of others and martial artists spoke based on their strength. Ling Han, if you take the field, you alone can beat all 8 of them, Liu Tong said in a bad mood. The number 1 in the desolate north should be the man she fancied. That's right. On this point, Li Sichan was naturally in the same trench as Liu Tong. Hu Niu pat her chest and said, Niu will fight for Ling Han and take first place. As she said that, she jumped onto the field, instantly causing Ken Yi to turn pale. He'd suffered by the little girl's hands. No one in the gushing spring tear could cope with her speed. At the time, even Yen Tianzhao suffered greatly, forcing him to unleash an ultimate move and only winning with his strange threads that bound the little girl. However, he'd caught the little girl off her guard at that time. Hu Niu's strength had an apparent increase after that event, as she was now in the 5th layer of the gushing spring tire. If they were to fight again, the outcome of the battle would be very hard to predict. No matter if it were Ling Han or Hu Niu, if these 2 monsters took the field, they would definitely be invincible amongst the gushing spring tier warriors, and even low-level spiritual ocean tier opponents would only be swept away. Ling Han laughed aloud and said, Niu, don't scare little Ken Yi, can't you see his face is all pale? Everyone glanced at him, and upon confirming it, they couldn't help but laugh one after another. It truly was rare for this young man, who was always indifferent to people, to lose his calm. Hu Niu was so small and had absolutely no qualms with her actions. Even Ken Yi would have a headache. Cheng Fei-jun invited Ken Yi and the other 7 to come up as he arranged their opponents. It just happened that 4 advanced from 8, and 2 advanced from 4, and at last the strongest would be decided, consummating the day's martial arts tea party. The first will definitely be our fire country's Lian Xiaozhu. Bullsh. Tea in front of our rock country's Hua Gao Yi, everyone is trash. Shu shu shu. With our wind country's Bai Yu Quan here, who would stand a single exchange? Personal glory was already elevated to a national level. Everyone boosted the morale of the geniuses that won from their own country, except Cloud Country, where no one came out on top. This made their expressions look terrible. Liu Tong and Li Sichan were very out of sorts. The one that should be in the limelight was Ling Han, and if he entered the fight, who would be his match? The quarterfinals should originally be carried out one by one, but Zhu Wujio started selling in the middle of the party. This delayed everything a lot, and now the 4 matches had to be carried out together. Ping ping pang pang, the 8 people split into 4 groups and started to fight. The scene was extremely intense, instantly attracting everyone's attention, making them cry out from time to time and expressing acclaim for his or her performance. This trip truly wasn't for nothing, being able to see such splendid fights. Perhaps some of the arrogant and conceited youngsters would lose their haughtiness, realizing that not only their own country had geniuses that one could only look up at, even other countries had them too. Ha ha, the mole crickets of the desolate north dare to hold a martial arts tea party, absurdly discussing martial arts. Truly laughable. A sharp voice resounded as a youngster took large strides, approaching with an expression of disdain. Who is it? Everyone turned their heads, even Ken Yi and the other 7 stopped their battles. This person mocked the desolate north, striking a blow at all of the 9 countries' people. The white-clothed youngster was very handsome and his complexion was very delicate, giving people the urge to throw a punch at him. Was quite good at attracting aggro. On his waist hung 2 swords, which was quite rare. He took large strides over and said, "The monkeys of the desolate north, go back from where you came. The north region is not somewhere you can go." "Who are you? What does it matter to you?" someone shouted out. The white-clothed youngster laughed proudly and said, "I forgot to introduce myself, Sai. Announcing my name in front of you mole crickets is simply a humiliation for I, Bao Xen Ran. Whatever, I think I won't announce my name." Pooh, many people instantly burst into laughter. "You said you wouldn't announce your name, but you already announced it. Is your head all right? The one surnamed Bao, get lost." Someone snorted. Judging from Bao Xen Rang's tone, he should belong to a force in the North region. For the desolate North, the North region was the true holy land of martial arts. Therefore, even if Bao Xen Ran spoke rudely, everyone chose to tolerate it somewhat. Bao Xen Ran picked his ears and said, "Who told me to get lost just now? Get out here and let me see. See if I won't shatter all of your teeth." "So what if I said it?" A tall and sturdy youngster stood out, his back like a tiger's and waist like a bear's, his height nearing 2 meters, his skin dark. He looked like a wild bear. Puh. Everyone's vision blurred. They only saw Bao Xen Ran vanish from his spot as a fist smashed onto the wild bear's face, directly sending him flying. That tall and sturdy youngster wanted to get up, but halfway his whole head actually exploded. The headless body instantly lay down again, bleeding all over the ground. In that moment, a hush fell over the entire place. However, it was only an instant later that the crowd was burst into anger, wanting to flay and swallow Bao Xan alive. You're strong and so you've won, but was there a need to kill? Oops, I hit too hard. I originally planned to just knock out all his teeth. But whatever, those who insult me deserve to die, Bao Xan said indifferently, then picked his ears again. Which dreg still wants to fight? Everyone was silent. Although that person was only at the element gathering tier, Bao Xan's assault was extremely shocking, since most of the gushing spring tier warriors present were unable to follow the attack with their eyes. If they personally faced it, then it would probably bode more ill than well. Moreover, this person's attack was ruthless, and under the circumstances when one wasn't sure of success, there truly was no one who dared to rashly go down onto field to fight him. Brother Bao, this humble one has come to experience it himself. Zhong Higuang took large strides down onto the field. Oh, just you 8 were contending over the title of the strongest prodigy of the younger generation? I'm dying of laughter. Mere several mole crickets actually having the delusion of being called first in whatever, simply unaware of what is called number one, Bao Xan said coldly, ridiculing without hesitation. Sir, have you had enough? Zhong Higuang was greatly enraged, taking off the whip curled around his waist. Bao Xan picked his ears, blew a breath at his finger and said, how about this? I'll use one finger, and if I can't kill you in 3 moves, then I'll kneel on the ground and call you Grandpa. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. Using one finger to go against one of 8 great prodigies of the desolate north? Moreover, killing him within 3 moves? He utterly looked down on them, and not to mention if he could win or not, killing people at every turn was simply not taking the 9 nations of the desolate north seriously, right? Chapter 301, Who Dares to Resist? Reverie Undersh. Brother Zhong, kill him. Yes, kill him. We of the 9 nations of the desolate north aren't weaklings. The crowd was infuriated, but Cheng Fei-jun made no sound. He recognized the mark on Bao Xan's sleeve. This was a large Sect's disciple, so it wasn't worthwhile for him to offend the latter. Anyways, it was just Zhong Higuang, so what if he died? There were still many talents left, and it didn't matter if there was one less or one more. Ling Han frowned and said, Zhong Higuang's going to suffer. Why? Lu Yutong and Li Xichan asked with surprise. Because that little brat is already at the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Guang Yuan followed. What? Lu Yutong and Li Xichan revealed a shocked expression at the same Tamiya spiritual ocean tier warrior in his 20s? No way, one couldn't even be found in the rain country. Recently one certainly emerged. Feng Yen was 1 and Yen Tianzhao was even younger, only 15. Normally speaking, people were over 30 before they entered the spiritual ocean tier. Even 30-year-old gushing spring tier warriors were already not bad. No wonder the people of the North region were so impressive. Any random person that came running out was a martial arts genius? This fight mustn't be fought. Zhu Wujiao shot up onto his feet. This was definitely an unfair battle. Ling Han nodded and said, you go stop it and have King Yi return. Yes. Zhu Wujiao hurriedly left following the order, but it was already too late. Zhong Higuang was already unable to suppress his anger, lashing his whip at Bao Xan. Shua, the long whip turned into a spirit snake as origin power surged and layers of ripples swept through the air, extremely shocking. Bao Xan simply smiled coldly and pointed with a finger on his left hand. It was strangely accurate, touching the middle of the whip, and an even stronger origin power surged. The long whip was instantly softened as if it had been hit at its weakest point. Zhong Higuang was stunned. He was just about to bounce back by lashing his whip, but Bao Xan already flew out. His speed was unusually fast as his feet moved. He already appeared in front of Zhong Higuang, cracking a smile. Zhong Higuang was extremely panic-stricken and was about to attack without his whip, but Bao Xan flicked at his forehead, and with a paw he was instantly sent flying. When he was in midair, his head fiercely exploded, red and white stuff splashing everywhere. Everyone shivered as they watched. This was one of the strongest prodigies of the 9 nations of the desolate north, but now he was killed like a mole cricket. How could they accept this? Frightened and trembling with fear, they started to wonder what the hell were they going to the Winter Moon Sect for if the north region was filled with such monsters. In order to enter the mountain gates, they definition have to experience intense competition, and anyone could casually kill them. They came out to seek higher martial arts tiers, not to give their lives. In that instant, the thought of retreating occurred to quite a few people. Don't you guys think that it's most beautiful when a person's brain explodes? Bao Xen Ran said with a hint of indulgence, then changed to a chilly voice and said, "It was truly unexpected for me that you mole crickets of the desolate north can actually be this beautiful when dying. Truly inconceivable." This wasn't a compliment and it enraged everyone. However, thinking about the other party's strength, no one dared to clamor. "You're not at the Gushing Spring tier," Yu Shuiyin said. Zhong Higuang was at the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, and it would be impossible for anyone at the Gushing Spring tier to kill him in 2 moves. Only one at the Spiritual Ocean tier had such ability. Pa 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 pa. Bao Xen Ran started to clap his hands and said with smile, "Finally a smart one. Of course I couldn't possibly be a Gushing Spring tier warrior. How could a prodigy like me already at the age of 25 possibly be a dreg at the Gushing Spring tier?" The Spiritual Ocean tier, everyone cried out and became extremely furious at the same time. What was a Spiritual Ocean tier expert coming here to sadistically kill the Gushing Spring tier warriors trying to do? Bao Xen Ran stepped down. Lines of fabric expanded, forming a green sign. Martial intent manifesting outside the mark of a Spiritual Ocean tier. "Sir, you've gone too far." A dignified Spiritual Ocean tier expert hiding his cultivation and killing people at every turn. "Don't you think bullied us intolerably?" Bai Yu Quan said with power and resonance. "Good. Well said." Everyone cheered him on. One at the Spiritual Ocean tier shouldn't bully people like this, and it wasn't as if there weren't any Spiritual Ocean tier warriors in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Bao Xen Ran picked his ear and said, "Gone too far what? I'm the same age as you guys. As for why my tier is higher and my strength surpasses you guys, this is because my talent is greater and you're all just dregs. As dregs, you should have the resolution of being stepped on by me. Utterly detestable. Go at him together, at worst few dozens will die, but we have to kill him no matter what. Yes, we of the 9 nations of the desolate north aren't to be trifled with." Bao Xen Ran's provocations finally made everyone suppress their fear, and only endless rage remained. They had to kill this arrogant guy no matter what to vent their anger. "Oh, kill me?" Bao Xen Ran sneered, raised his left hand high up, circled it around everyone and said, "Dregs, do you see this mark? This is the Cold Water Sect sleeve mark. I am a disciple of the Cold Water Sect. Not to mention whether you guys can kill me or not, even if you pull it off, not only will you guys die, but also the families behind you will die and even your country will be destroyed. Because I am the Cold Water Sect's disciple, understand you dregs?" Bao Xen Ran loftily placed his left hand down. Now, which dreg is still not convinced? In an instant, the entire crowd lost its voice. The Spiritual Ocean tier was of course nothing unified, they could still kill him while putting up a desperate fight. But the Cold Water Sect? Being called a sect meant that there was at least one spiritual infant tier cultivator guarding it, and that was an unimaginable power. Even those with great valor had to consider their families and their own country behind them. What kind of calamity would it be if they attracted a leviathan like the Cold Water Sect? "Now get back to your kennels. Whoever dares to leave the Fallen Moon Gorge, I'll cut off their damn head," Bao Xen Ran said coldly. This time, everyone finally knew that the other party intentionally stopped them from entering the North region. At this critical juncture, there were only 2 possibilities. First, Bao Xen Ran didn't want them to attend the auction tomorrow, and second, he didn't want them to attend the Winter Moon Sect's entrance exam. Or both were possible. "What are you all still so hesitant about?" Bao Xen Ran glared. His personal strength could crush them, and on top of the Leviathan, the Cold Water Sect, which stood behind his back, he naturally had the confidence to be unbridled. Damn it. Everyone clenched their fists tightly, so tightly that their bones made a crackling sound. Were so many of them actually going to go back home with their tails between their legs just because of a youngster? That's right, I think I also heard earlier that there are many 100-year Ginseng and Ganodermas. Bao Xen Ran revealed a smile and greed flashed before his gaze. Before leaving, leave all the Ginseng, Ganoderma, and Origin Power crystals. If anyone dares to stash it, I'll kill them no matter what. The crowd was in uproar. Chapter 302, Asking Grandmaster Ling to Act. He gone too far. Not only was he chasing them back to the desolate north, he was actually planning on robbing them as well. Grandmaster Cheng, don't you plan on saying anything? Someone asked Cheng Fei-jun. The latter was the organizer of this martial arts tea party, and now that something like this happened, how could the host simply just stand by and watch? Since he was pointed out by this person, Cheng Fei-jun could only stand up and say, Bao Xen Ran, this is the Fallen Moon Gorge in the territory of our Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Is it really proper for you to strut around here? A black grade high-level alchemist? Bao Xen Ran's eyes swept over him, and he could not help but pick at his ear. It can't be that you're an imposter, right? You don't seem that much older than me, so how could you be a black grade high-level alchemist? He naturally knew what the 3 silver plaques hanging on Cheng Fei-jun's chest meant. Cheng Fei-jun's face instantly darkened. Was everyone not taking him to heart anymore now? He humphed and declared, I am Cheng Fei-jun, get out of this town immediately. Otherwise the Star Defense Force will chase you out. When they heard these words, everyone felt vexed. His head was already being stepped on by another, yet the only thing he could do was make the other leave. How hateful. Is that right? Bao Xen Ran smiled calmly, and casually withdrew a tiny flag which he stuck into the ground. Shio, the flag suddenly grew as wind blew against it, becoming a huge flag that was 10 meters tall. There was a river drawn on the flag and pure white snow surrounded it on all sides. One glance was enough to make one feel cold all over, as if he had entered into a world of ice and snow. No. This was not merely a feeling but was quite real. They could clearly feel that the temperature of their surroundings had dropped considerably, and was still continuing to decrease. The Coldwater Sect's flag. Cheng Fei-jun exclaimed in shock, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Bao Xen Ran laughed and said, That's right, my sect is planning to use this land for something, and I hope that Grandmaster Cheng will give us some face. Otherwise, please do not blame my sect for not giving you face. Cheng Fei-jun's chest rose and fell sharply, hinting at the internal struggle he was experiencing. In the end, however, he fell down to sit on the ground. He had organized this martial arts tea party in his own name, and thus it had nothing to do with the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. As a result, he had no way to bring out the name of the Alchemists Association. The name of a black grade high-level alchemist was indeed very awesome, and not even the bigger sects would dare to harm him, but this did not mean that the former definitely had to give him some face. Bao Xen Ran could completely set him to one side and ignore him, and how could it be that he would dare to run to the Coldwater Sect and voice his objections? When they saw even Cheng Fei-jun had cowered, everyone felt a sense of hopelessness. Could it be that a few thousand people were going to be robbed by one person? Even if this robber was in the spiritual ocean tier, they'd have to flee. Anyways, this guy was only one person. If everyone fled at the same time, how could he be able to stop them all? There is no way you can flee. Bao Xen Ran smiled. This is the flag of my sect, and once it is opened, the area within 1 mile of it will all be sealed. Without my approval, no one would be able to flee. Now, hand over the stuff obediently, he commanded coldly. He was here under the command of his master to stop the people here from entering the North region and participating in the entrance test for the Winter Moon Sect, as the Coldwater Sect and the Winter Moon Sect were not on good terms. If he was able to weaken the other sect or even deliberately embarrass them a bit, it would be good. However, when he arrived, he actually discovered that a large amount of 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma had appeared, which instantly made him very happy. He was really going to make a lot of money this time round. Grandmaster Ling, we can only depend on you now. Qi Yongyi and the others came over and gathered around Ling Han. Grandmaster Ling, just beat this guy to death. That's right, that guy is really too despicable. There was an earth-grade alchemist here, and even if it was the sect master of the Coldwater Sect who had personally arrived, he would still have to give some face to Ling Han. Just like how the spiritual pedestal tier warriors were still mortals, whereas the flower blossoming tier was equivalent to becoming immortal, once an alchemist ascended to earth grade, his status would also spike sharply and was not something that a black grade high-level alchemist would be able to compare to. Moreover, Ling Han's battle prowess was publicly acknowledged. He had consecutively defeated Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, so he was practically a monster. Ling Han could not help but smile and asked, "Didn't you guys want me not to make a move?" They were all embarrassed now. They had previously hoped that Ling Han would not make a move merely because they had wanted to take the first place in this martial arts tea party. But now that an outsider had arrived and was sweeping them all over with his superior ability of the spiritual ocean tier, they could only choose to ask Ling Han to suppress him. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were also urging him as well. If Ling Han stepped out at this moment and defeated Bao Xanran with an invincible stance, that would be equivalent to confirming his status as the strongest among the younger generation of the 9 nations of the desolate north. They naturally hoped that the man they loved could win such a good name for himself. Ling Han smiled and stood up. There was nothing else that could be done. Bao Xanran wanted to rob them all. This was in a direct conflict with Ling Han's own interests. Someone wanted to rob his stuff? There was nothing else that needed to be said, he just simply had to kill the robber. Ling Han's killing intent circulated. This was not the Rain country that had Rain Emperor there to curb his actions. Moreover, he had now become an Earth-grade alchemist, and in terms of status he was above the Rain Emperor, so if he wanted to kill someone, who was capable of stopping him? You want to rob my stuff? Ling Han asked as he walked so that he was standing in front of Bao Xanran. Hunyo, meanwhile, was holding onto one corner of Ling Han's shirt and standing on one side. She could not help but bare her teeth. Someone actually wanted rob Ling Han's stuff. Ling Han was Nyo's, so Ling Han's stuff was naturally Nyo's too. Then what you were robbing was Nyo's stuff. Hunyo was very angry. A piece of trash in the first layer of the gushing spring tier? Bao Xanran snorted. Since when could even a piece of trash in the first layer of the gushing spring tier dare to stand in front of me and speak? Kneel. He issued a light shout and the sound wave solidified, sweeping towards Ling Han. He had not cultivated any martial arts technique that was specifically focused on sound attacks, but with his cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, this shout was like a lion's roar and was completely capable of tearing apart the skin, flesh, blood, and bones of someone in the gushing spring tier. Xiao Ling Han had not even moved when Hunyo did. Her tiny body was like a beam of light that instantly appeared above Bao Xanran's head. Pa 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 pa. The little girl slapped Bao Xanran's face repeatedly. Pooh. When they saw this, everyone choked. A 5 or 6-year-old little girl was madly oppressing Bao Xanran. Was this a dream? Only the martial artist from the Rain country looked proud. Previously, even someone as strong as Yan Tianzhao was heavily suppressed by Hunyo, so much that he could only win by using a powerful move. In the end he was almost scattered and smashed with one slash by Ling Han though. This adult and child were definitely monsters among monsters. What more when Ling Han had even become an Earth-grade alchemist by now, which made them only capable of sweating in the face of his ability. He was practically a monster without any limits. Ah! Bao Xanran was stunned by the attack, but immediately came back to himself. He was mighty and overbearing for half the day, but now he was actually slapped in front of everyone's eyes. How humiliating was that? He quickly waved his fist in a strike at Hunyo. However, Hunyo was too fast. With a shio, she had appeared behind him and launched another series of attacks. Instantly, Bao Xanran's back burst open and blood flew in all directions. Damn it! Damn it! After a few failed attempts at trying to catch Hunyo, Bao Xanran knew that she was far faster than him. He hurriedly leaped to stand next to the flag. Taking hold of it, he shouted loudly, "Cold water is invincible, freezing 1,000 miles." Hong, a white-colored cold air gushed out from the flag, instantly freezing the area within 100 feet of it, everything becoming ice cubes. Ling Han and Hunyo were not exempted either, and both of them were frozen solid. Chapter 303, Two Monsters. What a grand move. It had instantly stopped 2 people in their steps. Everyone had initially been exclaiming their praises, but when they saw this, they could not help but feel their hope was lost. Bao Xanran was already powerful enough by himself, but now that he actually possessed an even more powerful spirit tool, who would be able to stand against him? This flag was obviously a spirit tool. Once the martial intent contained in it was awakened, it would exude a cold air that was capable of freezing its surroundings solid, so who was capable of even getting near to it? According to the rumors, the most priceless treasure of the Cold Water sect was called the Cold Water flag. Once this flag was unfurled, it would really freeze everything within 1,000 miles of it, so it was extremely frightening. This flag was merely an imitation of it, so its power was in no way comparable to the real Cold Water flag. However, how could it not be enough to suppress 2 gushing spring tier martial artists? Bao Xanran spat onto the ground. A little girl actually made him activate the flag to subdue her. It was really a bit embarrassing. Meanwhile, Qing Feijun smirked coldly. He had originally depended on Luo Jifeng to kill Ling Han, but the former had not managed to succeed even after so many days. Secretly, he had called him scornfully as a piece of trash. But now Bao Xanran was actually going to help fulfill his heart's desire. This made him almost want to rush up and embrace Bao Xanran and give him a kiss of thanks. What a wonderful man. Ka. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. There was a large area on the ice enveloping Ling Han that was suddenly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It was visible that there was a crimson flame circulating all over his body, and this flame had already melted a hole into the ice. The strange fire. Qing Feijun's eyes instantly reddened. He had had a strange fire before, so even though he was located very far away from it, he could sense a sliver of familiarity about that strange fire. However, it was also completely different as well. His own strange fire had been completely swallowed by Ling Han's strange fire. It was obvious that this strange fire was even more powerful. As it had been fused from two strange fires, this was natural. I want it. I want it. I want it. Qing Feijun called out internally. It was able to melt even the ice produced by the flag, so the might of the strange fire had to be exceptionally powerful. And yet, the ka sounds had not originated from the ice block enveloping Ling Han, but from Hunyo's side. They could only watch as the little girl opened her mouth and continued to chew. She endlessly bit through the ice, swallowing and chewing very quickly. In only a few moments, her little head had appeared, and was currently in the process of freeing the other parts of her body quickly. Fuck, what kind of glutton was she that she could even devour this kind of ice? Bao Xanran's face twitched. These were two *** monsters. Especially Hunyo, what kind of teeth did she have? Immediately his killing intent rose. He fixed his stare on Hunyo. As of this moment, she had not freed herself, so he was completely able to kill her easily. Chang, the twin swords at his waist left their sheaths, and flickered with a cold light like water. Hey, have you forgotten me? Ling Han smiled calmly. You're just a piece of trash in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. I'll kill you first, then kill this little girl. Bao Xanran flew forwards and charged towards Ling Han. He raised his two swords in a slash and hong, martial intent circulated as ice and snow flew all around. This was no illusion but real ice and snow. Once one managed to break through to the spiritual ocean tier, they could release their martial intent out of their bodies and affect the world, forming a solid attack. Every bit of ice and snow shone with a tiny pattern and possessed a terrifying destructive power. Bao Xanran had previously underestimated Ling Han. Since he was able to easily free himself from the ice produced by the flag, Ling Han was worthy to die by his hand. Ling Han drew his sword and the four-season sword technique circulated. The images of spring, summer, autumn and winter circulated, forming a natural cycle. Bao Xanran's attack had martial intent as its basis, so it was obviously stronger, but Ling Han's power was not too much weaker either. Added together with the fact that the four-season sword technique was a black-grade high-level martial arts technique and possessed formidable power, this was adequate to compensate for his lack of martial intent. Hong hong hong. The two of them continuously exchanged blows, and it actually seemed difficult to decide the victor in this short amount of time. Quickly pinch me. Am I dreaming? How is it possible that I'm seeing a guy in the first layer of the gushing spring tier exchange blows with a spiritual ocean tier elite? Someone mumbled. My eyes must have blurred. How could this be possible? Fuck, I'm going to go crazy. Is this really the gushing spring tier? When they saw this scene, aside from the martial artists from the Rain Country, all the others looked like they had gone mad, grabbing their heads and screaming. This was really surreal, wasn't it? A mere martial artist at the first layer of the gushing spring tier was actually able to face a spiritual ocean tier elite head-on and not be at the disadvantage. This was practically a fantasy. Though Hunyo was also in the gushing spring tier, but at least she had not faced Bao Xanran head-on and emerged victorious because of her superior speed. This, at least, was still acceptable to them. But in Ling Han's case, he definitely had the aura of the first layer of the gushing spring tier, yet was able to face an opponent in the fifth layer of the spiritual ocean tier head-on and exchange blows with him. This was practically enough to blind their dog eyes. The gushing spring tier could actually be this powerful. Not just Ling Han but also Hunyo. Neither was at a disadvantage when they faced Bao Xanran, and showed perfectly what a monster was and what a freak was. You guys don't know yet, right? He's Ling Han. Someone from the Rain Country declared. What? He's Grandmaster Ling, Earth-grade alchemist. That's right. How could that be? He looks to be only about 16 or 17 years old. I'm really going to go crazy. A young man 16 or 17 years old is not only capable of facing a spiritual ocean tier opponent head-on, but is also an Earth-grade alchemist. I have always been praised as a genius, but why is it that when I compare myself to him I feel like an idiot? I'm an idiot too. Idiot here as well. Everyone sighed. At first, they had all felt they were quite capable, always feeling that no matter what, they could still be considered quite powerful amongst the younger generation, but they had only found out now that they were merely ignorant and thought too highly of themselves. On the other side, Hunyo had naturally bit her way out of the ice trapping her. However, when she saw Ling Han was currently embroiled in a furious battle with Bao Xen Ran, she had decided not to rush in and join the battle. She had a very strong sensitivity about battles and knew that Ling Han had not displayed his full battle prowess yet, so he was definitely able to win. As a result, she had naturally chosen not to interfere. Bao Xen Ran was shocked. He was genuinely in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and his opponent was clearly only in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier, yet the latter possessed battle prowess that was not the slightest bit weaker than his. How could he accept this reality? What if his opponent also broke through to the spiritual ocean tier? Wouldn't that mean he would be instantly wiped out in a single move? No, he definitely could not allow such a genius to continue living. He leaped up, intending to once again activate the flag to freeze Ling Han solid and thus kill him easily. You're planning on using the same trick twice? Ling Han smirked coldly. He had accumulated enough power for Mysterious 3000 and was ready to strike at any moment. This powerful move merely needed the time equivalent for 3 breaths to prepare, and so was very quickly ready. Bao Xen Ran's hand had already touched the flag. He wanted to pull out the flag and use it as a weapon to sweep at Ling Han. If Ling Han was actually struck in this way, he would first be frozen solid, then shattered by the powerful force of the attack. That naturally meant a thorough death. Hong for flashes of light from the sword shone at the same time. One flash was the real sword, whereas the other 3 were sword chi. Then they evolved into a total of 400 sword flashes that blasted towards Bao Xen Ran. A powerful shock and extreme fear shone from Bao Xen Ran's eyes, and he hurriedly pulled out the flag to parry this attack. Piu. As the sword flashes washed over without restraint, it produced a world-shaking effect. Bao Xen Ran stumbled back in retreat. His whole body was covered with wounds and a large number of them were bone-deep, exposing the scary white of his bones. He had completely lost every bit of his previous demeanor. However, since he was able to parry the Mysterious 3000 and not die, he could be considered quite capable. The battle flag had blocked a large portion of the attack. Otherwise, he would still be dead. Chapter 304, Becoming an Idol. Everyone was astonished, and those like Lian Xiaozhu by Yu Quan, and the others were filled with embarrassment. How could they not be? They all thought of themselves as geniuses of their generation that could only be rivaled by a rare few in their age range, all filled with an absolute confidence, thinking that if they really put all their effort into the battle, they were definitely capable of obtaining the final victory. But Bao Xen Ran's appearance had naturally dealt a heavy blow to their self-confidence. They were both in their mid-20s, but Bao Xen Ran was already in the middle stage of the spiritual ocean tier, and the gap between them and him was extraordinarily big. But that was fine because Bao Xen Ran came from the Cold Water Sect, which was a great party, so it was reasonable that they could not compare to him. However, Ling Han actually managed to exchange successive blows with Bao Xen Ran, and that was already enough to give them a jaw-dropping shock. Yet he now succeeded in heavily injuring Bao Xen Ran with a single slash. This made them have no choice but to admit the fact that they had been extremely ignorant in the past. If they actually found out this one strike was not Ling Han's full power as he had only launched 400 sword flashes, their facial expressions would probably be even uglier. What was even more horrifying was the fact that Ling Han was also an Earth-grade alchemist. Would anyone actually dare to believe this? Ling Han smiled calmly. He had not put his full effort into this strike because he had not wanted to become completely weakened after he had launched this attack. That feeling was really much too unpleasant. Moreover, Bao Xianran was not that powerful, so there was no need to use 800 sword flashes to deal with him. Though Bao Xianran was still standing upright, he was continuously coughing up blood. His whole body was shaking and a large part of the flesh and blood on his limbs had been torn off by the blow, so it was enough of a feat for him to even remain standing. He held tightly onto the flag as he was only able to remain standing with the support of the flag. Who exactly are you?" he asked defiantly. How was it that someone in the first layer of the gushing spring tier was so strong? For someone who is about to lose their life, what is the point of knowing so much? Ling Han said coldly. "You dare kill me?" Bao Xianran laughed coldly. "I am a disciple of the Cold Water Sect. If you dare to kill me, the powerful elites of my sect will definitely raze the country you are from to the ground. The pride of a great sect cannot be violated. I'm afraid you are going to be disappointed because I am also an Earth-grade alchemist. Do you think that the members of the Cold Water Sect will offend me, an Earth-grade alchemist, for the sake of a mere disciple like you?" Ling Han asked calmly. Previously, though they had all been talking about it, Bao Xianran had been engaged in a furious battle with Ling Han, so how could he have heard when he had his full concentration on the fight? His first reaction upon hearing this now was that Ling Han had to be joking. How could it be possible that there would be such a young Earth-grade alchemist in this world? "That's impossible," he said immediately. "You need not bother about that anymore. Obediently lay beneath the ground. In your next life, you should not be so overbearing, particularly when you're in front of me." Ling Han's sword pierced out. He had no plans to leave Bao Xianran alive to make trouble for him later on. Damn it. Though Bao Xianran was injured, his internal and vital organs were not injured. He put all his effort into activating the flag and swept it towards Ling Han. Hoo. The flag waved and swept out a freezing cold wind capable of freezing someone to death. The strange fire circulated by Ling Han's side and provided a layer of fire to shield him, dispersing the cold air that was sweeping towards him. Thus, the greatest effect of this flag was rendered useless. Ling Han struck repeatedly. His battle prowess was higher than Bao Xianran's, and the latter was unable to stand against Ling Han even after using the flag, so how could he block his subsequent attacks? Within a few moves, his throat was slashed by Ling Han's sword. As blood spurted out from his wound, he fell onto the ground loudly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Not too long ago, he was as disdainful as a god looking upon mortals, and killed them as if they were mere grass. But just how long ago had that time been that he would suffer a similar fate now? Ironic, it was really too ironic. He opened his eyes wide in defiance, trying his best to retain this piece of the sky in his sight, but the only scene left for him was darkness. "My master will definitely avenge me." He left behind these last words and, filled with a longing for life, breathed his last. Ling Han. Grandmaster Ling. Grandmaster Ling is mighty. Long live Grandmaster Ling. The whole plaza was completely lit on fire. Young people would not have so many worries or thoughts. They only knew that an outsider had come and suppressed them so much that no one dared raise their heads, and it was Ling Han who had stepped out and defeated this outsider. This outsider slaughtered them without any bit of hesitation, and in the end, was killed by Ling Han without mercy. As the saying goes, a tooth for a tooth and blood for blood. They were overjoyed. In comparison, what could Cheng Feijun count as? As a black-grade high-level alchemist, he did not even manage to suppress a martial artist of the spiritual ocean tier. That was practically a joke. This was a bit unjust to Cheng Feijun. Because the great sects usually had their own in-house alchemists, they were basically able to satisfy the needs for alchemical pills of their own disciples and would only make requests to the Alchemists Association for certain special pills. However, in ordinary cases, they would be able to solve the problem by simply making a trip to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and taking part in an auction there. Thus, the great sects were merely wary of the combined force of the Alchemists Association, but because they did not have a direct need of external alchemist services, they did not attach too much importance to alchemists. For examples, Feng Yen could declare his intention to cripple Ling Han's legs without care. As long as he did not kill Ling Han, the Alchemists Association would not come forward in Ling Han's defense. After all, the great sects would be wary of the Alchemists Association, but the Alchemists Association would not easily turn hostile against the great sects either. Naturally, the status of an Earth-grade alchemist was much higher. Any sect would gladly treat one as honored guest, and if they actually managed to invite one such alchemist to stay with them as a respected elder, That would mean a great boost to the sect's own ability. Cheng Fei-jun's face was completely ashen. He was the one who had organized this martial arts tea party, and had even disregarded his hard-earned capital and took out a restore heart pill, but now, great. Ling Han had instead become the brightest star now, so much that even he, the organizer, was actually set to one side and ignored. This damn guy, why was he not dead yet? No, he had to make another visit to Luo Jifeng again tonight and convince him to act no matter what. Ling Han was all smiles as he said, "Everyone, please don't forget to come to Pleasure Come In. There is still a large supply of 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma. As long as you possess enough origin crystals, there'll be enough for everyone." Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed loudly. At first, Earth-grade alchemists were high, noble people, as they were big bosses that were even higher in status than the ruler of a nation. Yet someone like that would actually come down to their level and peddle goods. This had really shortened the distance between such an esteemed person and common people like themselves. We'll definitely come to help out with Grandmaster Ling's business. If we're really being honest, we're the ones making a huge profit since we can actually purchase 100-year-old ginsengs and Ganoderma. Thank you, Grandmaster Ling. Everyone expressed their thanks sincerely. After all, as long as a spiritual ocean-tier warrior was willing to actually refine them, they could produce origin crystals at any time, but how could 100-year-old ginseng and Ganoderma be so easily obtained? Even if their clans were willing to set up a spirit field to cultivate these plants, they would take a long time to be ready for harvest and would only benefit their descendants. Moreover, this kind of spirit herbs had extremely strict requirements of their environment. To reach the 100-year age, who knew how much effort and sacrifice had to go into cultivation? It was not merely the passing of 100 years' time. Thus, even for the colossal entities like the imperial families, even if they had their own herb gardens, it was already shocking enough to have 30- or 50-year-old spirit herbs such as ginseng. Where would they be able to obtain 100-year-old ginseng? This move of Ling Han not only helped him earn a large amount of origin crystals, but also win the appreciation and gratitude of the younger generation of the 9 nations. This was truly the case of idly poking a stick into the ground and ending up with a tree that grew just to provide shade for you. An unintentional action brought to Ling Han an unexpected success, which was enough to make Cheng Fei-jun die of envy. Chapter 305, The Next Step. Cheng Fei-jun had organized this martial arts tea party firstly to select some outstanding geniuses Luo Jifeng would recruit them. Secondly, he wanted to establish his individual reputation and name. When he stepped out later to personally convince them, his identity as a black-grade high-level alchemist would naturally make it easier to convince them to join. However, Cheng Fei-jun had now been completely left behind and forgotten in a corner, whereas Ling Han gained everyone's approval and gratitude. This really made Cheng Fei-jun fume in fury. Who asked him to retreat at the most crucial moment? In the world of martial arts, even if your ability was weak, if you actually battled with all your effort and died, others would still give you a thumbs up and proclaim you as a real man. However, if one were to flee without even daring to put up a fight or cower from the battle in public, that was an act that would engender disdain the most. Ling Han clasped his fists together and returned with Lu Yutong and the others back to the inn. On the way there, Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were still recalcitrant, saying that since Ling Han had obtained the first place, he should have asked Cheng Fei-jun for that restore heart pill. This made Ling Han laugh loudly as well as made him feel disdainful. Just think, the one and only alchemy emperor, how could it be that he would still need to take the low-quality trash pill concocted by a black-grade high-level alchemist? That was really too much of a joke. Not long after they had returned to the inn, customers surged forth like clouds. Zhu Wujiao was already very busy, and Guang Yuan and Qin Yi went to help him as well. Later, not just the younger generation of the 9 nations of the desolate north came forth with their original crystals, but even quite a number of alchemists from the Star Brilliance Palace Hall came when they heard the news. Anyone who had yet to break through to the flower-blossoming tier was mortal, and a mortal's lifespan was merely as long as 100 years, so who would not want to live for a few years longer? The more power these elders possessed, the more they treasured their lives, were willing to make any sacrifice as long as they could live for a few years longer. The effects of 100-year ginseng and Ganoderma were not to the point they could defy logic, but no matter what, they would help extend one's lifespan a bit, so it would be definitely no issue for one to live another 3 or 5 years. Moreover, these items were extremely nutritious and could help heal hidden injuries, which was equivalent to extend one's lifespan. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan had taken the position of housewives and stood at one side, cheerfully counting the origin crystals, which gained Hunyo's disdain. She secretly thought, these two silly girls, what was so nice about looking at origin crystals? The right thing to do was to stick to Ling Han instead. After a day of business, Ling Han had gathered a terrifying amount of 100,000 origin crystals. This was a wealth that would make anyone envious. It was guaranteed that even the imperial family of the Rain Country would only be able to produce a mere scrap of this amount at most. The auction was also going to take place soon. In another 2 days it would begin. And on the other side, with the help and urging from 3 Earth-grade alchemists, Ling Han's verification as an Earth-grade alchemist would also be completed soon. At most, in another 5 days the proof of his identity would be delivered. Ling Han was very satisfied and began to consider where he would go next. The Star Brilliance Palace Hall was only a stopover point for him on his way out of the desolate north, so he naturally would not be staying for too long here. But since he was here, he decided to simply verify his status as an Earth-grade alchemist, which would ensure that he would be able to do as he liked. Now that these 2 issues were almost solved, his next stop would naturally have to be moved up the schedule. The Winter Moon Sect was planning to open their doors to recruit disciples. After Ling Han heard this news from others, he considered for a moment, then decided to head to the Winter Moon Sect. Firstly, he had to investigate his mother's whereabouts. Secondly, he wanted to collect some interest there. For such a great sect like the Winter Moon Sect, they definitely had their own herb farm, and Ling Han planned to empty this farm to enrich the space inside the Black Tower. Who asked this sect to capture his mom and injure his dad? If he didn't avenge himself, could he even be considered human? When he had enough ability, he would naturally kill Ao Feng and end this enmity completely. And they'd go to the Winter Moon Sect. However, he would have to hide his identity. Otherwise, based on the fact that he and Feng Yan were deadly enemies, even if that elite of the spiritual infantier did not kill him because he was an Earth-grade alchemist, he would still chase Ling Han out. By then, how was he to take over the Winter Moon Sect's herb farm? Because they had spent all their origin crystals and the martial arts tea party was already over, quite a number of young men and women did not wait for the auction to begin, but instead chose to set out directly and head towards the Winter Moon Sect. However, out of those who set out, some traveled a certain distance ahead but then actually came back. They had deliberately returned to see Ling Han and told him a piece of news. On their way, they had seen a few young people coming over from the northern region. Could they be just like Bao Xi and Ran? Ling Han thanked them, and these people once again set out on their journey. Ling Han could not help but feel rueful. He had only killed Bao Xi and Ran because of a conflict of interest brought about by the latter, and had not considered much else. However, he had actually gained the hearts of so many as a result. Otherwise they had already left, so why would they deliberately come back and tell him the news? But based on the fact that they managed to leave freely, he knew that the newcomers should be different from Bao Xi and Ran. Otherwise these people would have robbed and killed them rather than let them leave. Could it be that they were here to participate in the auction? This was quite possible. After all, there was at least one blue-scale demonic fruit on auction, so it was natural that those nearby would be attracted to come. At midnight, that feeling of being observed came back again. Ling Han knew that it was definitely Luo Jifeng. It was not the first time that old guy had done this kind of thing, but with Ling Han's eye of truth, he had absolutely nowhere he could hide. However, Ling Han soon looked solemn, because Luo Jifeng actually wore a veil to conceal his face today. Since he was trying to hide himself, he was obviously planning to do something bad. Obviously, Ling Han had not given him the chance to act previously, which finally made that old guy lose patience. He had decided to make a move even if Ling Han was at the inn. Ling Han hesitated. Should he immediately retreat into the Black Tower? If he retreated into the Black Tower, then he would definitely be safe, but he still had one chance for the Black Tower to instill power into him. And he was currently in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, so as soon as he strengthened his foundations so firmly that they could not be shaken, he would attempt to break through to the Spiritual Ocean tier. If he still did not use this chance, that would mean a complete waste of it. Most importantly, the Black Tower instilling power into him was a process of strengthening and refining his body, which was extremely beneficial to him. Thus, he definitely could not miss this opportunity. Small Tower had also said that the later the chance for instilling power was used, the better it would be. He was now in the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. There was no later than this. With the installation of power, he would be able to possess the cultivation of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and with his monstrous battle prowess, the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier would be enough for him to battle an opponent of the spiritual pedestal tier. Although the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it would be to battle an opponent at a stronger cultivation level, but there should be no problems against an opponent in the 2nd or 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. After all, Luo Jifeng was only in the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. If he fully used the mysterious 3000, he should be able to have the chance to kill him in a single strike. After he made his decision, Ling Han immediately moved quietly. He left the inn and headed towards a dark location at a far-off area. With Luo Jifeng's senses and divine sense of someone in the spiritual pedestal tier, he naturally discovered instantly Ling Han's departure. The old man could not help but be slightly stunned. How could there be such a coincidence? He had just planned to kill Ling Han even if it meant revealing his identity when this brat actually left the inn alone, and created an opportunity for him. However, there was no way he could resist such temptation. In his mind, there was no way someone at merely the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier could become a threat to him. The old man leaped forth and flew after Ling Han, closely tailing him. He planned to catch up to him in a remoter location and kill him. Firstly, this would solve a problem for Cheng Feijun, and secondly, he still had to draw out the strange fire. Otherwise, there was no possibility that Cheng Feijun would be able to take over the position of leader in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. After only over 10+ minutes did Ling Han suddenly stop. It was precisely at the plaza that had hosted the martial arts tea party the day before. There was still a large number of sun's hides that had yet to be dismantled here, and it was dark all around as if it was a ghost town. This was indeed a good place to commit murder. It was very spacious. Chapter 306, Battling the Spiritual Pedestal Tier. Old man, come on out. You've followed me for so long, you should come out to take a breath of fresh air, Ling Han said, turning around. Luo Jifeng continued to hide himself and did not step out at the first instance. He thought that Ling Han was trying to bluff. How could a brat in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier possibly discover his tracks? So you can be shameless as long as there's a cloth covering your face? Ling Han snorted. Luo Jifeng was instantly furious, and at the same time he realized that Ling Han had discovered him. He strode out and asked, "Brat, how did you discover me?" "I guessed," Ling Han said simply. "I vaguely felt that there was a bum beetle behind me, and thinking it over, someone who would be following behind another in the middle of the night like this must be a shameful old wretch." Luo Jifeng fumed angrily because of his invectives and shouted in fury, "How dare you?" "Hee, I am usually very daring," Ling Han smiled. Luo Jifeng instantly calmed down. An elite of the spiritual pedestal tier naturally could not lose composure like this. He crossed his arms behind his back and asked, "Brat, you probably don't know my cultivation level yet, right? The spiritual pedestal tier." He did not wait for Ling Han to make a guess and simply revealed the answer. "I heard that you dared to kill even a man in the 5th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. This has probably made you smug and conceited, and so you think that I'm also the same, right? You're wrong. Whether it is the spiritual pedestal or the spiritual ocean tier, there's no way you can tell the difference between cultivation levels, and this is precisely going to be the reason for your death. There are some people you can't offend, and once you do, your only fate would be death." Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "So it is an old wretch in the spiritual pedestal tier. Sorry I didn't recognize you. I'm indeed quite curious. Cheng Feijun is actually able to command an old wretch like you, so from the look of things, you don't have much to be proud of." "Nonsense, Cheng Feijun is the one who has to obey my commands." Luo Jifeng immediately rebuked, but once the words left his mouth, he could not help but tense up and say sharply, "Damn you, you actually dared to trick me with words." Ling Han shrugged and said, "You're here to kill me anyways. Moreover, a battle between the spiritual pedestal tier and the gushing spring tier would definitely be a one-sided domination. I am someone who is definitely going to die, so what if I know some secrets? Old wretch, let me ask you, which party are you really from?" Luo Jifeng was dazed from listening to Ling Han's words. The first words that Ling Han had said were obviously supposed to be his lines, yet why had they come from Ling Han's mouth? Though this was a fact, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. A man who was well aware that he was going to die could still remain so calm. Yet when he heard Ling Han's last few words, the old man was once again enraged. This brat still dared to call him an old wretch. What is the point for a dead man to know so much? He asked coldly. Being called old wretch repeatedly by Ling Han made him feel like he couldn't bear to immediately kill Ling Han. He wanted to toy with the latter for a while before killing him slowly. Ling Han laughed and said, "A wretch will be a wretch. Never listening to nice words, only brute strength works." Damn you! Luo Jifeng humphed in anger. He really could not bear being repeatedly insulted as old wretch by Ling Han, so he planned to first subdue this brat, then slowly torture him. At the same time, recovering the strange fire was quite a troublesome task. Qing Fei Jun had to be at the scene as well, so he had better first subdue Ling Han. Small tower. Ling Han said lightly. Suddenly, a terrifying power gushed out of his dantian and instantly circulated through his entire body. First layer of the spiritual ocean tier, second layer, third layer, his cultivation level spiked up sharply, and in a short while reached the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. Luo Jifeng was just about to make a move when he suddenly ceased all movement and said in an utterly astonished tone, "Impossible. Impossible. How can your aura instantly soar up to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? From the first layer of the gushing spring tier to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, that was practically a breach through 2 major tiers. It was shocking to the point of being horrifying. Who could accept this? What is the point for a dead man to know so much?" Ling Han asked. This was exactly what Luo Jifeng had said to him in reply before. Luo Jifeng had already regained his senses from his absolute astonishment earlier. He said, "So what if you are in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? There is still a gap of a major tier, and to suppress you would be a complete piece of cake for me. I definitely do not believe that in this tiny place like the desolate north, there could be a 17-year-old in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier who at the same time is also an earth-grade alchemist. You must have taken some kind of alchemical pill which has temporarily raised your cultivation level. You would only possess the strength through this kind of upgrade. It is impossible for your martial arts comprehension to have increased as well. You would at most be able to only express the battle prowess of the 3rd or 4th layer. In front of me, such battle prowess is practically trash," he said disdainfully. Ling Han's right hand moved and a sword appeared out of thin air. This was no ordinary iron sword, but the demon birth sword. Today he was definitely not going to spare Luo Jifeng. This, what kind of spirit tool is this? Luo Jifeng's expression went through a dramatic change. Even if the martial intent in the demon birth sword had not been restored, a level 10 spirit tool was still a level 10 spirit tool after all. Merely one look at the patterns engraved on the body of the sword would arouse a powerful feeling of hopelessness, as if one was facing an ultimate elite standing at the apex of strength. Level 10 spirit tool demon birth sword, Ling Han said calmly. He did not hide anything this time round. Level 10 spirit tool. Level 10 spirit tool. Luo Jifeng mumbled, powerful greed instantly appearing on his face. I understand, the basis for your confidence is this demon birth sword. A level 10 spirit tool is indeed powerful, but you have no way to activate the martial intent within it, so at most, it would only be a threat to me due to how sharp it is. I have to thank you for gifting me with such an ultimate treasure. Only I deserve to have this spirit tool. Is that so? Ling Han extended his left hand and with a mental command Wung veins appeared on his hand shining with a colorful light. Puh. Luo Jifeng instantly choked. This was martial intent, the genuine thing. How could this be? How could this be? He was instantly driven mad. If one used an alchemical pill to forcibly upgrade one's own cultivation level, that would only mean a strength upgrade. It was not possible for martial arts cultivation to be upgraded as well. Could it be that Ling Han was really in the spiritual ocean tier, yet he had only forcibly suppressed his cultivation level previously? Yet, a 17-year-old spiritual ocean tier martial artist who was also an earth-grade alchemist. No matter how he looked at it, it was nonsense. How could there be such a monster in this world? No matter how he dared to contemplate, he could never imagine that Ling Han's soul used to belong to an ultimate elite of the heaven tier who was the alchemy emperor. Thus, not just earth-grade alchemist, he could even immediately transform into a heaven-grade alchemist. And as long as there was enough power with his divine sense of the heaven tier, how could it be that he could not form martial arts intent? Ling Han lightly shook the demon birth sword. Wang, the precious sword shone, and 2 patterns gave off a faint light. This meant that he had managed to revive a portion of the martial intent in the demon birth sword. Even if it was only a little bit, how awesome was a level 10 spirit tool? A terrifying might washed over him, instantly causing Luo Jifeng's heart to tremble like crazy. His legs weakened so much that he had almost fallen to his knees on the ground. Previously, merely the decree of a spiritual infant-tier elite was enough to make Fu Yuan Sheng and the other two spiritual pedestal-tier elites only capable of resistance but unable to make a move. A level 10 spirit tool was naturally even more awesome. Unfortunately, Ling Han was only able to activate 2 patterns after all. Moreover, they were only faintly shining, so the martial intent released from them was too limited. As a result, Luo Jifeng still managed to keep a large part of his battle prowess. I shall accept such a precious sword as my own. Luo Jifeng was astonished, but at the same time he was even more excited. Chapter 307. Kill just the same. Luo Jifeng was extremely astonished because Ling Han was actually capable of reviving a level 10 spirit tool. Though it was only a little bit, it was already enough of a shock. However, he also thought that if even Ling Han was capable of reviving a level 10 spirit tool, then what about him? If this demon birth sword fell into his hands, it would definitely be able to express even more powerful might. This was a level 10 spirit tool. Ha! I shall accept this kind of precious tool as my own. He laughed loudly and stretched out a large hand to grab Ling Han. A black cloud expanded and numerous skulls appeared within it. It was as if the door to hell had been opened and innumerable spirits of the dead had exited. Ling Han suddenly understood and exclaimed, "So you are from the Thousand Corpse Sect, no wonder your aura felt familiar." What? Luo Jifeng was flabbergasted. How could you possibly know of the existence of our sect? Nonsense, you've already used the secret arts of the Thousand Corpse Sect right in front of my face. If I still can't recognize it, then what is the use of having this pair of eyes? Ling Han snorted. Luo Jifeng was extremely depressed. There had been no signs of the Thousand Corpse Sect for tens of thousands years. Moreover, in the last 10,000 years, their martial arts suffered a tremendous blow, leading to a lapse in their inheritance. There shouldn't be anyone who would be able to recognize the secret arts of the Thousand Corpse Sect in this era, yet how could this brat from out of nowhere recognize it with a single look? Brat, it seems that there are a lot of secrets you're hiding. Very quickly, his eyes shone with a strange light. A 17-year-old who was an Earth-grade alchemist and simultaneously in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, this could no longer be described as merely a miracle. He even later took out a level 10 spirit tool and even managed to recognize the secret arts of the Thousand Corpse Sect with a single look. He definitely had to be hiding a colossal secret. His heart throbbed wildly. If he was able to capture Ling Han, who knows, it might be the greatest chance in his entire lifetime. Don't dream such wonderful fantasies. It's impossible. Ling Han shook his head. You know what I'm thinking. Nonsense, just look at how you're practically salivating. How could it not be obvious what kind of devious ideas you're contemplating? Ling Han said with a derisive snort. Luo Jifeng naturally had not lost so much composure that he was salivating. He gave a humph. At this moment, the surroundings were completely covered by his black qi. One after another, skulls rolled over and over, making him feel very confident in himself. Brat, when I take you down, not only will I gain your fated opportunity, you will also be tortured incredibly at my hand. I can guarantee that you will be utterly miserable. Ling Han snorted and sneered, just a damn eunuch who has no D*** between his legs? No wonder you have a catamite. Since you're cultivating the evil arts of the Thousand Corpse Sect, your body is like a mummy, so your D** has naturally rotted and you can only sell your behind. You. Luo Jifeng felt as if his heart had been dealt a heavy blow. His face twisted and he suddenly gave an enraged roar, as if he was a ghost himself. Instantly, innumerable skulls appeared and pounced towards Ling Han. This was his greatest pain. As a man, he had lost his D***, and now that Ling Han had exposed this fact right in front of his face, this instantly drove him to extraordinary depths of fury. Damn wretch, I have yet to call you to account for this. You almost made me blind. Ling Han released a sharp whistle and waved the demon birth sword, using the sword technique of Mysterious 3000. Hong 700 sword flashes moved at the same time. With the driving force of the demon birth sword, Every sword flash actually transformed into a black-armored knight formed from demonic chi that charged towards Luo Jifeng in attack. Fuck. Ling Han was instantly stunned. Each of these black-armored knights were at the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. 700 of these black-armored knights moving at the same time, what kind of concept was that? Even he himself had never imagined that the mysterious 3000 combined with the demon birth sword would actually create such a terrifying might. Of course, this was also because with the installation of power from the Black Tower, his power had soared to the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He had even deliberately kept 100 sword flashes in reserve in order to spare Luo Jifeng's life. He would not be able to interrogate him otherwise. But who would have thought that the might of this strike was practically capable of defying logic? 700 black-armored knights rushed past. Not only was the corpse chi that was all around completely dispersed, all the skulls were completely shattered as well. Luo Jifeng had died without a whole body, leaving behind not even a single scrap. Luo Jifeng might not even be able to resist merely one black-armored knight of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, what more when 700 of such powerful beings assaulted him at the same time. AI. Ling Han sighed. This was great. He had directly killed Luo Jifeng, so all the trails were broken. His thoughts took a turn. I'll go look for that scholar boy. He returned quickly. When he arrived at Luo Jifeng's courtyard, he grabbed the scholar boy in a single move. He knocked the latter unconscious and stored him in the Black Tower. Then he too flashed into the Black Tower and began his interrogation. I was forced. The scholar boy was scared half to death and filled with even more incomprehension and fear about the space inside the Black Tower. No matter how Ling Han asked, he said he didn't know anything. He had only been taken in by Luo Jifeng after the latter had come to the town. At first he thought that he had met his benefactor, but the result was, he was also disgusted. As a result, he always used brute force, wanting to torture Luo Jifeng, yet that only made the old wretch even more pleased. Ling Han could only once again knock the scholar boy unconscious and toss him out of the Black Tower. This trail was not broken yet because Ching Feijun was still alive. He made the scholar boy ask Ching Feijun over to Luo Jifeng's courtyard. In order to make the scholar boy obey his commands, he simply stuffed an alchemical pill into the latter's mouth and forced him to swallow it. Ling Han lied and said that it was poison, and if the scholar boy was not given the antidote in 3 days, he would die. The scholar boy was not the slightest bit doubtful. Because Luo Jifeng had not returned all this while, he felt that it was very possible that the former had already been killed by Ling Han. When he thought that even such a terrifying person like Luo Jifeng had been dealt with by Ling Han, how could he dare to resist? Not long after, a sound arose from the doors to the courtyard, and the sounds of 2 pairs of footsteps approached. How could it be you? When Cheng Feijun saw Ling Han, he could not help but look extremely astonished. No matter whom he saw, it would not be as unacceptable to him as seeing Ling Han here. Ling Han humphed and said, I am the elder in charge of discipline. Why do you not kneel upon seeing me? Cheng Feijun was dazed by his bluff. After hesitating for a moment, he instantly looked vicious and said, You're bluffing me. Where is Master Luo? Master Luo! He exclaimed in shock. How troublesome. Ling Han moved and with a single palm strike, knocked him unconscious. Then he turned his eyes towards the scholar boy. I'll do it myself, the scholar boy hurriedly said. He knocked himself into the wall and with a tong he fainted. He really did know how to conduct himself. Ling Han could not help but break into laughter and stored the 2 of them simultaneously into the Black Tower. He returned to the inn and once again entered into the Black Tower. Then he began to interrogate Cheng Feijun. Ling Han, you are really daring. Even if you are an Earth-grade alchemist, but to imprison another alchemist privately, this is still a heavy crime. Cheng Feijun called out sternly once he awoke. When has even a dreg of the Thousand Corpse sect become so arrogant? Ling Han shook his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's a dreg of the Thousand Corpse sect? Cheng Feijun's expression changed drastically, yet he turned about and asked Ling Han, Speak less nonsense and quickly let me go. Now that you've entered into my space, you still want to leave? Ling Han smiled calmly. His body rose up into midair, and with a casual wave of his hand, a large hill sprouted out of the ground, forming a change in their environment. Pooh! Cheng Feijun instantly choked, his eyes fixed in a stare, as if he had become an idiot. This is an illusion, this is an illusion, he mumbled to himself, his whole body trembling. Pa! Ling Han delivered a sharp slap, and the pain immediately made Qing Fei Jun cry out in pain. This was definitely no illusion. Chapter 308, The Thousand Corpse Sect's Plans. Qing Fei Jun was struck awake by this smack, and the look he directed towards Ling Han was filled with terror. Being able to soar in the skies physically, the flower blossom tear. The flower blossom tear, someone who had transcended the mortal world and possessed power that could not be comprehended logically. Thus, this had to be an old monster who had lived for 100 or 200 years. As a result, it was nothing odd that he possessed the power of the flower blossom tear, nor was it strange that he had become an earth-grade alchemist, because he had already reached such heights since who knows how many years ago. For such an old monster to deliberately disguise himself as a young man, what were his intentions? You had best explain obediently. Ling Han casually turned a hand and a force was exerted onto Qing Fei Jun's body, causing such pain that he immediately exclaimed in agony. In this space Ling Han was God. Qing Fei Jun was really quite stubborn. Unfortunately, within the Black Tower, any kind of unimaginable torture method could be immediately brought into reality, and soon enough Qing Fei Jun had a mental breakdown. This was practically trying to oppose the will of a god. How could he possibly win? Ling Han actually had other means to obtain the information he wanted, and that was to directly search his soul. For him who had a sliver of the divine sense of the heaven tier added with the fact that they were both in the Black Tower, it would be extremely easy to accomplish this. However, the process of searching one's soul would be similar to reading every single experience and the whole history of a man unless it was so coincidental that the information he wanted would be immediately searched out. Since it was to flip through all the memories of another, he would have to go through his experiences as well, and seeing too much of another's experiences would definitely affect him as well. He might lose sight of which life was his, and which was Qing Fei Jun's. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Han did not want to use soul-searching arts. Moreover, after the soul was searched, the person who had his soul searched would definitely die. This was because his soul had been drawn out of his body and flipped through bit by bit, so it would naturally be completely destroyed. Of course, the most important reason that Ling Han did not want to view Qing Fei Jun's whole life was to avoid dirtying his eyes. And there was no need to mention Luo Jifeng. His worldview could possibly be completely obliterated. He did not care much about whether Qing Fei Jun would die or not. After all, even if he did not kill the latter now, he would kill him at a later time anyways. For every question Ling Han asked, Qing Fei Jun replied. Ling Han was naturally able to distinguish whether he was lying to him or not. Strictly speaking, Qing Fei Jun was not a member of the Thousand Corpse Sect, because he had never cultivated corpse chi. About 10 years ago, Qing Fei Jun was merely an extremely talented newbie in the field of alchemy, but it was right at that time that he was found by a powerful elite of the Thousand Corpse Sect, who promised him a great reward and pulled him into the Thousand Corpse Sect. After a trial period of 3 years, he had obtained ample trust and received a considerable number of ancient pill formulae, and even obtained the personal notebook of an ancient great alchemist, which instantly caused his alchemical skills to sharply improve. Before that, the Thousand Corpse Sect did not have him do anything specific, and only required him to improve his alchemical skills as much as possible to prepare for the big business in future. Improving his own alchemical skills was his pursuit in the first place, so Qing Fei Jun would naturally not refuse. Thus, he began to walk farther and farther, as well as more and more successful on the path of alchemy. About a year ago, the Thousand Corpse Sect gave him a strange fire, and paid an exorbitant price to help him fuse with it. It was also because of this that he was able to become a black-grade high-level alchemist when he was only in the Gushing Spring tier, and he was just flourishing in the limelight. And it was at this time that he received a mission from the Thousand Corpse Sect. When Long Yongchang and the other two passed on, he was to take control of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. After which, through the authority he possessed, he was to add corpse chi into the medicine that would enter into the 9 nations of the desolate north and transform all of the 9 nations of the desolate north into a land of the dead. If one came into extended contact with corpse chi, a living person would slowly be transformed into a special kind of corpse soldier that would be able to devour other corpse soldiers in order to upgrade their own power. It was similar to raising insects one, and a corpse king would emerge at the end. With the huge numbers living in the 9 nations of the desolate north, this corpse king could possibly be a gold-armored corpse, or even a second-tier gold-armored corpse. As for how to make Long Yongchang and the other two die at the same time, the Thousand Corpse Sect would naturally send one of their elites to accomplish this task, so there was no need for Qing Feijun to worry about it. What he had to do was to transform the 9 nations of the desolate north into a land of the dead after he had taken over. After understanding the whole story, Ling Han waved a hand and imprisoned Qing Feijun anyways. Now that he had entered the Black Tower, his life or death was merely a thought from Ling Han. He could possibly be useful in future, so Ling Han decided to simply imprison him first. He did the same to the scholar boy. At least, only when Ling Han left the Fallen Moon Gorge would he release the latter. This Thousand Corpse Sect did not have much relation with Ronghuan Xian. It looked like there had been a split in the inheritance of this ancient great sect. Part of it was inherited by Ronghuan Xian, whereas the other part was obtained by another. Moreover, this person was secretly developing it rapidly towards prosperity. He was so ambitious that he planned to kill the 100 million people of the 9 nations of the desolate north and refine a corpse king through this process. This was really deranged. Completely by accident, he actually unraveled such a great evil scheme. It was really a great coincidence and very fortunate. Ling Han was also filled with a bit of lingering fear. Because if he had really walked off without a second thought, once Long Yongchang and the other 2 Earth Great Alchemists died, it was only a matter of course for Qing Feijun to rise up and take over. For a small place like the 9 nations of the desolate north, there was actually no need for 3 Earth Great Alchemists to stand by here. It was because the 3 of them had broken through here that they had remained here. In truth, when they had been assigned here, they were only black grade high-level alchemists. Thus, there was absolutely no problem with the plans of the Thousand Corpse Sect. With Qing Feijun's current reputation and power, if Ling Han did not step out, who would be able to compete? And if this plan of the Thousand Corpse Sect was really put into action, there would practically be no chance for anyone to survive in all the 9 nations of the desolate north. Even with the protection of the new Rain Emperor and the Deyuan King, how could Ling Dongxing and the others possibly be spared? Thus, Ling Han felt lingering fear. If something like that had really happened, even if he destroyed the Thousand Corpse Sect 10,000 times, what use was there? He definitely had to destroy this Thousand Corpse Sect. Otherwise, even if they failed this time, there would still be a next time and another after that, and he wouldn't be able to guard himself against it. Family was Ling Han's reverse scale. He would definitely not allow anyone harm those close to him. So, Thousand Corpse Sect, you should continue to be buried in the dust of history. However, the current Thousand Corpse Sect had already reached a massive size, and it was not only through bold words that he could successfully destroy them. Though Luo Jifeng was in the spiritual pedestal tier, he did not have a high position in the Thousand Corpse Sect, and Qing Feijun was completely unclear about the detailed power scale in the Thousand Corpse Sect. If this sect had already been revived for a very very long time, then it wouldn't be anything strange for them to have one or even a few ultimate elites of the Shattering Void tier. After all, it was currently a booming era for the martial arts. Moreover, in history the Thousand Corpse Sect had also possessed ultimate elites of the 10th tier as well. Ling Han scratched his head. All the demons and monsters had really appeared in this lifetime. A day later the auction was held as scheduled. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion status in the Fallen Moon Gorge was not something that could be compared to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, but the former was similarly established in an extremely large building, which was constructed as a very traditional auction house. It had a total of 5 floors and was designed in a way that the middle part was empty. This place could at most accommodate 1,000 people at one time, so it couldn't really be considered small. Though Ling Han had not gotten his proof of identity as an Earth-grade alchemist, that was merely an issue of procedure. As a result, he enjoyed the highest level of treatment from the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and possessed a private room on the 5th floor. Long Yongchang and the other 2 big bosses also arrived. From the look of things, the blue-scale demonic fruit was also very attractive to them, so Ling Han considered whether he should discuss with them and ask them to allow him to have the blue-scale demonic fruit. But what caused Ling Han shock was the fact that there were actually other guests in the private room on the 5th floor. He saw with his own eyes a woman who was completely hidden in a cloak enter into the room. Why was he so sure that it was a woman? When her body moved, that slender waist and plump behind, as well as her towering B***** were completely outlined. Chapter 309, Ling Han of 2 Lives. Dark Angel Unders. Afterwards, an ordinary-looking elder appeared and entered another private room. The most important thing for the Spirit Treasures Pavilion to ensure was fair practice in their business. Thus, since these two people were able to enter a private room on the 5th floor, this obviously meant that they, or the party they represented, was at least not weaker than the status of an Earth-grade low-level alchemist. That elder was in the flower-blossoming tier. Ling Han was a bit surprised. It was indeed quite impressive that the auction today would actually tempt a powerful elite of the flower-blossoming tier to come. A stream of people continued to enter, and soon after, he heard a very distinctive voice. "Fairy Chi, what a coincidence to see you again. We are really fated, so why don't we sit together?" "Hee, from the day before yesterday until now we've met for a total of 17 times. There were actually as many as 17 times? Then it really seems like we are definitely fated. Fairy Chi, looking at me today, don't you think I'm a little bit more perverted?" "Get lost." Ling Han glanced out of the window and looked downwards, where he saw Gu Fenghua, who was currently chasing closely behind Qi Hualan. The pervert was grinning happily, eagerly following her. The two of them also came upstairs, but they did not come to the 5th floor. Apparently they were not yet qualified to sit in the private rooms here. As for whether they were on the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th floor, Ling Han did not have so much free time that he would activate the Eye of Truth to determine that. So the outsider martial artists the younger people of the 9 nations of the desolate north had seen were these two. In the private room, Guang Yuan and the others felt this was really very much a novelty to them. Normally they were not qualified to enter this kind of private rooms. Even if the decorations and adornments around them were nothing too shocking, they still toured around the room, touching this and that, feeling that everything was uncommon. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan were girls, so they naturally had to take care of their image. As a result, they sat all prim and proper. Hu Niu, on the other hand, did not bother much and continued clinging to Ling Han's arms, laughing. After a while, the auction finally began. Ling Han was bored and leaned forward to sleep. Hu Niu, meanwhile, endlessly teased him with her little hands. The adult and child played joyously and harmoniously, making Lu Yutong and Li Xichan, who were watching, feel extremely envious, wanting nothing more than to take Hu Niu's place. The two girls exchanged a look and nodded simultaneously. They both felt that they could not be careless just because Hu Niu was little. This little girl could not be underestimated. Moreover, after another 10 years, the little girl should have grown up into a big girl, and it would be too late by that time to guard against her. Guard against fire, guard against thieves, and guard against Hu Niu. "Everyone, the item that is going to be presented to all of you now is a treasure from the ancient era, and possesses a high symbolic significance," the auctioneer said, spittle flying everywhere. "And that is the alchemy furnace that was once used by the inventor of the 3-Fire Guide, and acclaimed as the Alchemy Emperor, Grandmaster Ling Han." Ling Han. Guang Yuan, Lu Yutong, and the others all turned to look at Ling Han. They could naturally tell that this Ling Han was not their Ling Han, but the two of them actually shared the same name and they were both geniuses of alchemy, so they could not help but be astonished. "Haha, I heard there is also a person here named Ling Han." A cold voice was suddenly heard from one of the private rooms. It was a very old voice. "He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to actually dare to have the same name as the Alchemy Emperor. Haha, he really has overestimated his own abilities. It's nothing strange to have the same name, but how accomplished was Ling Han, Grandmaster Ling, 10,000 years ago? To have the same name as he really deserves to die." This was the voice of a girl. She had a delicate voice, but it was filled with mockery. Though he could not tell which private room these two voices came from, he could confirm they were from the 5th floor, which made Ling Han instantly recall the cloaked woman and the elite of the flower-blossoming tier he had seen earlier. Ling Han did not know whether to laugh or to be angered, because both of them were he, but one Ling Han was praised to the heavens whereas the other was stepped harshly and crushed underfoot, making him feel like he was trapped between laughter and tears. It was really a coincidence, but who asked the two of them to have the same name? Could it be that small tower had done it deliberately? I don't know who that Grandmaster Ling from 10,000 years ago is, but the current Ling Han is only 17 years old, but is already an Earth-grade alchemist. No matter where, he would deserve the name of a genius of alchemy, and this is still called overestimating his own abilities? Lu Yutong was displeased and immediately began to defend Ling Han. Li Xichan nodded as well and said, "I am an alchemist too, so I know a bit about that Grandmaster Ling from 10,000 years ago. That Grandmaster became an Earth-grade low-level alchemist only when he was 30. After that, he became an Earth-grade mid-level alchemist 10 years later, Earth-grade high-level 20 years later, and then became a heaven-grade alchemist 30 years after that. He's also the youngest heaven-grade alchemist in history. After that, he broke through the limitation of heaven-grade 50 years later, and was respectfully acclaimed as the Alchemy Emperor. These words were factual without the slightest bit of exaggeration. It was recorded as such in the ancient records. But when put together with the words that Lu Yutong had said previously, it was more than obvious. 10,000 years ago, Ling Han had only become an Earth-grade alchemist when he was 30 years old, but what about the current Ling Han? 17 years old. Putting aside how his future accomplishment would be like, but merely comparing his current accomplishment, that was definitely slightly superior to the Ling Han of that generation. Thus, the elder and the girl in the two private rooms were instantly silenced. Who asked Ling Han to be indeed much younger than that Ling Han? Yet Ling Han smiled in spite of himself and shook his head. He had all the memories of his last lifetime, which meant that he was standing on the foundations that had accumulated in his last life and continuing to advance from there, so he was naturally going to exceed his previous lifetime. How could these two lifetimes be put together and compared? Still, he was a bit curious. Though the Ling Han of his last life had been acclaimed as the Alchemy Emperor, he had already died for so many years. Why would these two people still be so reverent about him? Most alchemists knew that these two Ling Han shared the same name, but none of them actually came out to rebuke Ling Han. How baffling, and moreover there were two of them. Please do not hurt the peace amongst you, esteemed guests. Let us come back to auctioning off this alchemy furnace. Previously I've said this is the alchemy furnace that was once used by the ancient Grandmaster Ling Han, and the materials used to construct it are excellent. Unfortunately, it is already damaged. Thus, it can only be taken as an ornament and a token of remembrance. The auctioneer hurriedly soothed the atmosphere. He paused, then continued, something that the ancient Grandmaster Ling has once used is very meaningful. Thus, we can of course not sell it cheaply, or it would be very disrespectful to Grandmaster Ling. Thus, the starting price for this alchemy furnace is 1,000 origin crystals. 2,000. 3,000. 5,000. His words had just fallen and already there were bidders placing their bids. Listening to the voices, it was Long Yong Chong and the other two big bosses of alchemy. That was true, the name of the ancient Ling Han was too well reputed. The things that he had once used were like totems, a pillar of mental support, and possessed a high symbolic significance for the alchemists of the current time period. Within only a while, the price had soared to 10,000 and it was still rising. Very quickly, the price had broken through the high boundary of 50,000. Ling Han was astonished. Could it be that Long Yong Chong and the others had come for the alchemy furnace he had used before? To be honest, that alchemy furnace was indeed something good. It was forged from purple moon and stars iron, so its heat conduction and pressure resistance was indeed great. Still, it was already damaged, so it could not possibly be used again for pill concoction, and from the looks of it, it was extremely heavily damaged. Even if one would recycle the materials used to make this alchemy furnace, there would not be much left. Thus, the actual value of this alchemy furnace would be around 10,000 origin crystals, but the current bid had already exceeded that sum by a few times. Chapter 310, Fierce Competition. Dark Angel Unders. This was merely an alchemy furnace that Ling Han had once used before, and now the price of this alchemy furnace that only had symbolic value was still soaring. Soon, it had broken through the high limit of 10,000 origin crystals, but none of the three big bosses of alchemy had any intention to give up, and were still continuing to add their bids. It seemed as if they would not give up unless they had emptied all their savings. These three alchemists are truly in love with the Grandmaster Ling Han from 10,000 years ago. Guang Yuan exclaimed ruefully. That's right. It's already over 10,000 origin crystals. How many times has this price exceeded its real values? Zhu Wujiu nodded as well. Ling Han's expressions instantly turned dark. He did not need this kind of true love. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan thought that Ling Han was unhappy because he could not compare to the Ling Han from 10,000 years ago, and hurriedly comforted him. Hunyou was more direct. She gave him a kiss on his cheek and giggled. However, Long Yong Chong and the others did not have any intention to give up. The bid soared up to 200,000, and was getting closer and closer to 300,000, making everyone dumbstruck. They were dumbfounded by, firstly, the determination of these three alchemists, and secondly by how wealthy alchemists were. 300,000 origin crystals. What kind of concept was that? Even for these three big bosses of alchemy, 300,000 origin crystals should be a serious expense. After all, they usually only concocted black-grade alchemical pills, and black-grade alchemical pills were usually sold for silver and gold. Moreover, these three alchemists had to be in the process of trying to break through to become Earth-grade mid-level alchemists. Every time they failed the attempt, what kind of astronomical price would they have to pay for the ingredients they had used? These ingredients definitely had to be bought with origin crystals. Thus, it was indeed impressive that these three alchemists managed to save 300,000 origin crystals, but they had probably reached their limits. Indeed, after the bid had reached 30,000, the three big bosses of alchemy were obviously lacking in confidence. Finally, the price was set at 332,853 origin crystals. Why were there scraps? That was because Long Yongchang and his companions had really given it their all, and taken out all the origin crystals they had on them. The highest bid had been placed by Li Siyuan. He could not help but look happy. He could finally get hold of the alchemy furnace that was once used by the alchemy emperor. This was a totem and a symbol of significance. "Is there anyone interested in bidding?" the auctioneer asked. He was extremely shocked that the bid reached such a high level, but at the same time, it was reasonable to him. His shock was because this was merely a damaged alchemy furnace, but who asked it to be once used by the alchemy emperor? In the eyes of his fans, not just 300,000, even 1 million was worth it. 400,000. It was at this moment that a young, melodic female voice was heard. She placed her bid very calmly, but it gave everyone a shock. That was 400,000 origin crystals, not 400,000 gold and silver coins. Ling Han had heard it very clearly. This girl was precisely one of the two people that had mocked him just now. He had been curious previously, since these two people admired the he from 10,000 years ago, why did they not even say one word when the auction was ongoing? So it seemed that they were confident of the outcome, and directly played a direct kill. True, after so much bidding she was naturally aware of the limits of Long Yongchang and the others, thus the first bid she placed was a direct kill, and she would be able to save as much money as possible. 500,000. Another voice was heard. This one was rough and old. It was precisely the voice of the other person who had mocked Ling Han previously, the elder. 600,000. The girl increased her bid without hesitation, as if this 600,000 was merely paper money. 700,000. The elder did not cower at all. 900,000. This time it was Long Yongchang's voice. The three big bosses of alchemy must have combined forces and pooled their respective origin crystals. 1 million, the girl and the elder spoke up at the same time. 1,500,000. The girl paused a while and directly called out an astronomical price. It seemed like she was an impatient character, and did not want to add the bid bit by bit like before anymore. 2 million. The elder was unafraid as well. These were two super rich people. At the beginning, who would have thought that the real competitors for this alchemy furnace would be the two of them? Putting aside their identities, merely the fact that they could take out 2 million origin crystals was enough to qualify them to sit in a private room on the 5th floor. For the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, which was a business establishment, anyone with enough money would be their dad. Ling Han could not help but be rueful and mumbled, "I have used a considerable number of alchemy furnaces by now, so should I consider selling them off as well?" This caused Lu Yutong and Li Sichan to laugh. They thought that he was laughing at himself. There was no way that they would be able to figure out that the two Ling Han were actually one and the same. After the price had reached such a high level, even Long Yongchang and his companions could only become observers. They felt that it was really a pity. That was an alchemy furnace that had once been used by the alchemy emperor, and if it could be displayed in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, that would definitely make this place into the Holy Land for all alchemists. Yet they did not know that as long as Ling Han once again reached the apex in future, this place, as the important location that Ling Han had broken through to Earth-grade alchemist, would definitely become the Holy Land for alchemists. 300,000 2-stars origin crystals. The girl once again placed a bid, and it instantly gave everyone a scare. In theory, if the grade of origin crystals was raised, their value would be tenfold, but in truth, no one would be willing to spend high-grade origin crystals like money. Just put it this way. If the same amount of 1-star origin crystals would allow one to successfully break through in 3 years' time, then using the same amount of 2-star origin crystals would only take 1 year. That was right, time was the most important factor. Especially for those martial artists who were below the flower blossom tier, they only had a lifespan of merely 100 years. Thus, the earlier and the younger they broke through to the spiritual pedestal tier, the more time they would have to attempt breaking through to the flower blossom tier. Once they managed to break through, they would be able to cast off their mortal body. 1-star origin crystals were made by the spiritual ocean tier martial artists, and were extremely helpful to the cultivation of anyone in the body refining, the element gathering, the gushing spring and the spiritual ocean tier, as they were able to supply enough origin power. However, for those in the spiritual pedestal tier, the effects of 1-star origin crystals would be greatly discounted, and only 2-star origin crystals would have enough effect. And for those in the flower blossom tier, aside from the fact that 1-star origin crystals could be spent like money, they were complete trash. Thus, the higher the grade of origin crystals, not only the better the effects but also the more the purposes. There were some extremely valuable spirit medicines that not only needed to be purchased with origin crystals, they might even need 4-star, 5-star, or even 6-star origin crystals. Thus, the true value of 300,000 2-star origin crystals far exceeded the value of 300,000 1-star origin crystals. 400,000 2-star origin crystals. The elder was similarly calm. Everyone was so shocked that their eyeballs looked ready to pop out of their heads. What kind of concept was 400,000 2-star origin crystals? That would need 40,000 spiritual pedestal tier martial artists to work on concocting them for a whole year. In the whole North region, were there even 10,000 spiritual pedestal tier martial artists? Most importantly, these two seemed to be completely calm and looked like they didn't care at all. Were they really from the North region? Ling Han was also very curious. He could still understand if Long Yongchang and his companions fought over the alchemy furnace. But what were these two fighting over it for? He could not help but activate the Eye of Truth and gazed at them. At first, he found the elder, but the latter immediately sensed his presence. He gave a heavy humph and a sound wave spread out. Whoa! Ling Han gave a muffled groan, and instantly a stream of blood gushed out from his right eye. He actually experienced much suffering from this one blow. The flower blossom tier, that was power that exceeded the mortal realm. Ling Han. Liu Tong and the others were extremely shocked. Why did he suddenly cry tears of blood out of the blue like this? Only Hunyo fixed a stare at a particular direction in her alertness. It was precisely where that elder was. Obviously the little girl was not glaring arbitrarily. Instead, she had really sensed something out of the ordinary and immediately looked vicious. Chapter 311. An Astonishing Discovery. Ling Han held on to Hunyo. That old man was too powerful. Even though Hunyo possessed a terrifying speed in front of someone in the flower blossoming tier, that would have no effect at all. The latter would only need to release a burst of aura, and that would be enough to kill the little girl with a shockwave. It's all right, he said with a shake of his head as he withdrew a towel and wiped off the blood. He could feel that his right eye was still faintly aching, but once the indestructible heaven scroll circulated, the pain instantly disappeared. In a mere few minutes, his right eye was completely back to normal. It really deserved the name of the indestructible heaven scroll. Even such a fragile body part like the eye could be easily healed. And after a few minutes of tug-of-war, this alchemy furnace was successfully purchased by that cloaked woman. She paid an astronomical price reaching 1 million 2-star origin crystals. With so many origin crystals, as long as I have broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, I would probably be able to break through to the 9th layer in less than a month, right? Ling Han thought. Origin crystals were used to create an environment filled with origin power, which would speed up the rate of cultivation. He once again focused his sight to find that cloaked woman. In a short while he had found her, but what surprised him was that the moment he found that girl, she had coincidentally stood up. Her hands were holding onto the alchemy furnace that she had just successfully purchased, and she was actually planning to leave. In other words, she was purposely here for this alchemy furnace, and now that the alchemy furnace was in her possession, she was naturally going to leave. With the Eye of Truth, Ling Han glimpsed a sliver of her face, and could not help but be slightly awed. This girl was really beautiful, not one bit less beautiful than Chi Hualan. However, whether it was this girl or that elder, they weren't alchemists at all. Ling Han did not sense one bit of the air that an alchemist should possess on them. There was no need to doubt this. As the alchemy emperor, if Ling Han was still unable to distinguish whether someone was an alchemist or not, then he should really buy a piece of tofu and kill himself with it. Two people who were obviously not alchemists, yet were willing to spend over 1 million 2-star origin crystals for a damaged alchemy furnace. Why would that be? Previously, they were indeed very reverent towards his previous self, but if one claimed that they would pay such a high price for the sake of their admiration, it was a little incomprehensible. The cloaked woman left, and the elder in the flower-blossoming tier left as well. The two of them shared the same target, which was this alchemy furnace. Now that the alchemy furnace had found its home, they would naturally have no reason to continue staying here. It was really baffling. He could only take them as real rich people who were truly in love with the Ling Han of his last lifetime. After such a major climax, the subsequent proceedings of the auction not only made Ling Han sleepy, there were also a considerable number who had begun to doze off in their seats downstairs. Some were even snoring. Cough, cough. The auctioneer hurriedly adjusted the sequence of the auction and took out a considerably valuable item in advance for the auction, finally managing to make the environment lively again. After another half an hour, an item on auction attracted Ling Han's interest. It was a sculpture that looked like a scorpion. It was completely black all over and exuded a cold metallic light. According to the studies of a few of our experienced appraisers, this should be an antique from 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. There are some ancient words on it which are slightly different from what we have today. After deciphering, they can roughly be interpreted as Scorpio Palace Hall, life and death, reincarnation for 10,000 lifetimes, the auctioneer said. This should be a token, a key, and it should be able to open the Scorpio Palace Hall of one of the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms. Schwa, his words had just fallen when everyone stood up. All of them looked very excited. The 12 Heaven Mystery Realms were one of the great mystery realms that were rumored to exist. They would open every 100 years, and one would be rendered dumbstruck by the abundant spiritual chi within them. A day of cultivation within could be equal to 10 days or even 100 days of cultivation in the outside world. As a result, innumerable spiritual herbs grew within. Since the mystery realm only opened every 100 years, not only were they mature enough, but due to the spiritual chi within, the quality of these spiritual herbs was shockingly high. But this was not the point. The point was that the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms had 12 mysterious palace halls, and according to the rumor, the greatest treasures of the mystery realm were hidden within cultivation techniques, spirit tools, martial arts techniques, alchemical pills. There was once a fortunate man who entered into the Ares Palace Hall. As a result, his fame soared greatly. In the end, he became an ultimate elite of the Heaven tier, and furthermore was one of those extremely strong types. If it wasn't for the fact that the era he was born in was greatly suppressed by the natural environment, which meant that no one in the Shattering Void tier could emerge, his accomplishment would definitely not be limited to the Heaven tier, but he'd enter the Shattering Void tier, or even successfully shatter the void to become a god. And to enter the 12 palace halls, the corresponding key was needed. According to the examination of our pavilion, this possibly should be the key that will open up the Scorpio Palace Hall, but it could also be counterfeit. Our pavilion cannot be certain of this because there are some things on this sculpture that we can't confirm. The auctioneer returned back to the main topic. Instantly, a considerable number looked disappointed. When they thought about it, it was logical. If this key was real, then why would it be auctioned off here? If it was taken to the central region, there would be many more rich people there, and it would be able to get a really high price there. Even so, there were still many who were interested in this sculpture. What if it just so happened to be real? Ling Han, do you think it's real or fake? Liu Tong could not help but ask curiously. Ling Han focused his eyes and the Eye of Truth was activated. The form of the sculpture instantly peeled apart in front of his gaze. Every layer disappeared, and when he saw something hidden deep within the sculpture, he could not help but grin because it was actually a piece of paper on which these words were written. You've fallen for the trick, this is a fake, haha. But when he saw the name written last, he could not help but tremble, and wore an expression of disbelief. What is it? Liu Tong and Li Si-chan asked quickly. It's nothing. Ling Han waved his hand, but everyone could see something was off with his expression. How could Ling Han not lose his composure? Because that was a drawing of a naked woman. He recognized with a single glance that penmanship. It was his showy disciple, Jianghu Feng. He was not the slightest bit surprised that Jianghu Feng would do something so pointless, but what shocked him was that this stone sculpture was rumored to be something from 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. But Jianghu Feng should have been a character from 10,000 years ago. Even if Jianghu Feng broke through to the shattering void tier, he would only have a lifespan of over 1,000 years, so how could he have managed to survive until 5,000 or 6,000 years ago? Unless Jianghu Feng advanced yet another step and stepped into the realm of gods, becoming a god himself. Though he didn't know whether gods could be immortal, but just look at Azura Demon Emperor. He had been suppressed for several tens of thousands years and split into 9, but was still alive and kicking, wasn't he? Jianghu Feng was still alive? Had he become a god? Then what about his 3 other disciples, were they all still alive? One had to know that the reason that Ling Han had been willing to take the 4 of them as disciples was either because they had astonishing talent in alchemy or logic-defying comprehension abilities in martial arts. Otherwise, for someone like him who had his whole focus on alchemy, how would he have eked out so much time to teach disciples? If Jianghu Feng was able to become a god, then his other 3 disciples should also be qualified. Then wouldn't he still have a chance to reunite with his 4 disciples? Haha, he really wanted to see the expressions on their faces at that time. It would definitely be very interesting. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.